3 billion people. That's how many use e-commerce every single day. You, me. Every time we open an e-commerce app, we're drowned in ready to buy. But why? It's not just design, it's not just ads, it's the secret sauce. Powerful recommendations, personalization, real-time analytics. What if we could build this? What if I told you we're not just building an e-commerce site, we're building a real-world multi-vendor e-commerce platform packed with everything modern platform needs. Not just a store, not just another demo, we're building an e-commerce SaaS product. Hi everyone, welcome back to a new video, and today we're going to finish our multi-vendor e-commerce web application series. So if you didn't follow the first and second part, I'm highly recommending you to finish the first and second part, and then you are good to go. You can start to watching this video. And also I'm going to giving an announcement. Today is 17th June, and if you want to get access to this eShop bootcamp where we will build the mobile app of this e-commerce application, and then you have just 3 days to enroll this bootcamp. In this bootcamp, you will do live coding with me. You will be able to ask any question related to React Native. We will build on full stack multi-vendor e-commerce mobile app. You can just go to my video description box or even in the pinned comment, and then you can click the link. Then you will just come in this website. You can just read this website. You will get everything informations here that what you are going to learn and which things we're going to build in this live bootcamp. I'm doing this live bootcamp for the first time ever, so I'm really excited, and the enrollment is closing very soon. We have just more 3 days. The enrollment is closing on June 20 and the class will start from June 25. You can join from anywhere in the world in the live coding class, and you can talk with me. So that's it. Even if you don't want to purchase this bootcamp, I'm still recommending you to click the link and you can just preview the website. Then at least you will understand what we're going to do in this bootcamp. Okay. So right now I don't want to waste time. Let's start the coding part. Alright. So right now you can see my screen here. This is our seller dashboard. I'm right now logged in my seller dashboard. In our last part, we completed the order system. But right now we have to fetch the order inside here. This order should be right now dynamic. So here we will fetch our all seller orders. So let's start to do it right now. In here you can see we didn't fetch anything, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, because the API is not available yet. Yeah, so we have to make the API and we have to finish our work today. Today we're going to do a lot of interesting thing, like we're going to make that custom machine learning model. We're going to train that with our some data. We're going to make admin dashboard. We're going to also make on chatting system for our seller and user. There will be notification. There will be like seen unseen features, like everything on modern e-commerce applications chatting features offer. So yeah, don't wasting time right now. Let's start our coding. So at first, go to inside our order service, and inside this controller, let's do our work. Let's start to do our work from here. Yeah. So just come to the bottom. Now from here, we can give on comment that get sellers orders. Yeah. And here we can give a comment that export constant get seller orders on async function, request response, and next. And then here on try catch statement, catch the error and constant something from no, let's do one thing, constant shop, and await prisma dot shops dot find unique, where our seller ID is request dot seller dot ID. Okay, so the logged in seller here, request type should be any. Yeah, so we are at first taking the logged in seller shop information, and then we will right now fetch all orders for this shop. Okay, so constant orders await prisma dot orders dot find many, where shop ID will be shop.id. Yeah, and then we can include user, and we can select some fields from here like user ID and then username, email, then avatar, and yeah, that's it. Actually, this 4 fields. Yeah, we don't need anything else. After this, orders by, so we are like changing the orders by, so created, and it will be a descending orders by. Okay, the orders array. Right now we can simply send it to our front end. So res.status 201.json, success will be true, and this orders, we can save it right now. We can copy this name, that get seller orders. We can come back in this routes. Here we can say router dot get seller orders. Yep, and is authenticated, we have to say, and is a seller. Then we can add our get seller orders function. Cool. Right now let's come back to our front end side, that seller UI actually, and from here our routes and dashboard and all orders. So where's the orders? Yeah, here it is, orders. Here we have to fetch our orders, so just call on API request, send on fetch request to this API, that /order/API/get seller orders. Then we'll get the orders here, and we can just add that within query key, like select orders, and we can just like add that in here like this. Perfect. So all orders, and that's it here. Now come back here, give on reload, and you will see the magic. Here you go, so many orders, because we tried so many times by checking that yeah, the order is creating properly or not. Yep. Right now we have to create our order details page. So let's create our order details page. By the way, okay, the order details UI is done. Oh yeah, the UI is done because it's similar as like our user order details. So let me show you. I think I did this in offline. It's a mistake of mine since the source code was done before and I'm right now making the project, that's why. Anyway, the API is not done, that's why it's giving error. But let me show you the UI, what I'm doing here. It's like go back to dashboard, then order ID, update delivery status. Let me show you everything one by one. At first, let me show you the routes. We have to create the routes together, and then it will actually start to work properly. So we will create it right now. It's important, very important. So we have to create here on new function for get order details. So export constant get order details, and we can say async request response and next as always. And request type should be actually any. Now after this, we will get our order ID from request.params .id, and then constant order await prisma orders dot find unique where ID will be order ID and include items. So include items true. Perfect. Now after this, if our order is not available, it means the ID is wrong, right? So order not found with the ID, we can say this. We can send a validation error, or we can give here actually not found error, not validation error here. So we can return on not found error, that order not found with this ID. Then what we have to do? We have to right now fetch our shipping address, which is very important. Which shipping address? The user shipping address who ordered for actually the product. Okay, otherwise while we will send this product, definitely we need this. So shipping address ID, if available, then await prisma dot address dot find unique where ID will be order dot shipping address ID. Yeah, otherwise null. Yep. So right now we have to also fetch coupon codes. By the way, we have to make on new features, which I will show you, that coupon code applying features inside our order creation time. So we will do that. That's very easy. So order dot coupon code, if it's available, then await prisma dot discount codes dot find unique where simple, the discount code is the order dot discount codes, right? That's unique, that's why. Otherwise null. Yeah, that's it. Right now fetch all products details in onco. What is this? Let me explain. Constant product ID is order dot items dot map. The thing is that inside our order there can be multiple product. Okay, that's why right now we are fetching all the product items, I mean all the product details. Okay, yep. Now constant products await prisma dot products dot find many where the ID in this product IDs. Okay, so we are directly sending this product IDs array inside here, and we are searching for those products, which products the user ordered from us. Yeah, then we're going to select the ID, like some field. We're going to take this ID, title, and images. Why we are not sending everything? I mean, we have so many fields here for our products, right? But we're not sending everything. It's just because then our response size will be not bigger. Okay, it's just for like an scaling purpose. When our response size is not bigger, definitely it's like a common sense, it will not take long time to send a response. That's why sometimes we use this select to reduce the response size. Yeah, then constant product map new map products dot map p and p dot ID and the p. Yeah, so what is this? So this is, we're right now making on products map. Okay, on product map, but how with this products? Because this is an array, that's why. Now constant items, this will be order dot items dot map item. We can spread the item since this is an object, and the selected options, which will be item dot selected options, and the product, which will be this product map dot get item dot product ID or null if it's not valid. Yeah, If it's not available, then actually that's it. Right now we can send this as a response, something like this, that order items, shipping address, coupon code. Yeah, we are sending it as a response. Right now we have to send it from our server side also. So we can say router dot get slash get order details and ID. Yeah, each authenticated, each seller, and get order details. Yeah, that's it. Right now we can save it. We can come back here, we can click here, you will see the magic will happen now. Give on hard reload. 1 minute, let me open it again. API get order details. What's wrong here? Actually we don't need this one, I'm sorry, because this order details is available for anyone, like the user or seller. Okay, anyone can get that. Anyway, the problem is not there. It skipped saying that API get order details, and this one is not, cannot get this route. Okay, no worries. Come back here and try to see what's happening here. So order API get order details and order ID. Okay, so when you are watching this type of error, you know what you have to do. You have to stop the server, you have to clear it, you have to write this npx nx reset, and you have to clear the terminal. You have to again run npm run dev. That's the solution. Right now you can see it's going to work. Let me show you. Perfect. Come here, give on reload. Here you go. So it's the magic. Sometimes like nx can do this with you, the cache problem. So it's okay, no problem. We can, like, you know, give on restart in our server, and then this will fix. But here's the thing, you can see we can right now update the delivery status from here. The status is here that ordered, packed, shipped, out for delivery or delivered, and the payment status is paid, total paid $40. Shipping, the date of order is this one, and this is the shipping address, and this is the order items. Right now the seller can change it to packed, and it's not working. So it's very normal because we have to make the API. So we will make the API, no worries. So right now again let me show you the UI, because I think I didn't show it before. I mean in like on screen when I was recording. I think I made this like in offline, that's why. Let me show this to you again. So you can see starting from here that maximum width 5 pixel, MX auto, some padding left right, like 16 pixels, some padding top bottom. Then span with this at first this MOI4 on div with class name that, and here we're writing that go back to dashboard. Then on h1 that order ID, status selector, here is the status like a level and select and everything. And by the way, okay, everything is fine here. It's like, you know, it's coming directly from here, from our that order details state, route or API we can say. And then delivery progress, this is on div, you can just read it. I mean, this is simple, you can just read it by yourself. This is 2025. You can make website design by going to Lovable. You don't need to be a front-end developer anymore. You can just make your website from here. Okay, I mean any design you can just try it. I mean, they're not sponsored by the way. I'm just like, you know, I also use it sometimes, and it's really good. The front-end development is getting replaced very soon. I can, like, you know, predict it by watching the power of Lovable. Okay, so here you can see ordered, packed, shipped, out for delivery and delivered and everything. Here you can just watch the source code. I'm just scrolling it slowly so that you can read it carefully. If you just want to copy paste this one, then just like this, it's not so long, just the dynamic data we're just entering here, and that's it actually. So yeah, just 264 line. Yep, that's it. So our order details is also ready. We can click this, go back to dashboard, and now we have to right now work for actually our new features, this status change feature. Okay, so let's make it right now. So for making this, we have to come back here. We have to create a new route that update our order status, and this is actually small route, very small, so we can just directly copy paste this one. Okay, let me show you what I'm doing here. It's very small. So at first we are taking the order ID from request.params. So request.params.order ID, /order ID, it's like that. And then delivery status, we are taking it from our request.body, the delivery status. If order ID or no delivery status, then we're just sending an error that missing order ID and delivery status. Then evaluate status, ordered, packed, shipped, out for delivery and delivery. If it's not included there, then invalid delivery status. And then we're searching for the order because we need the order details. And if the order not existed, then not found error, that order not found. And then we're at last updating the order with this new delivery status. Okay, that's it, nothing else we're doing here. We can just quickly save it right now, and we can come back here and we can just make on update order, update status and this order ID. We can call this function this update delivery status, and here actually this time we can add the each seller, because only seller can update the order status. That's it. Right now come back here and just by the way, you might be thinking it's giving error. No, it was actually the server was restarting, that's why it was giving on like error, which is normal. Now when I'm changing it to packed, see, it's instantly changing it to packed. Instantly it's sending on put request, and right now I cannot go back to ordered anymore because the status is changed. So when you were packed the product, you cannot definitely go back to ordered. The seller cannot do it. And after packed, you can change it to shipped, and after shipped you can change it to out for delivery. So in real world application, here people use delivery partner like DHL or other platform, but for testing purpose, as I know, I think we cannot use DHL for testing purpose, like for project based thing. If you have a real business, you can just ask them for their API, and then you can make it completely dynamic and they will give you response. So you have to make this packed, shipped, out for delivery dynamic from their API response. Okay, that's it. So yeah, our orders is actually working right now. Let's come back to payments. So you can see the payments UI is also done, and it's actually using the same thing, same API. Let me show you. It's not any new API, but the design is different, otherwise it's actually same. So payments, here is the payments, so that fetch orders, and here you can see we are giving request to actually get seller orders, that same one. Okay, and this is a new actually columns, and we are using here that can stack react query. Sorry, we're using here that can stack react table. Okay, yeah, and this is our table columns, you can see. And this is our UI design, which is very similar as like our previous one. Yep. Now if you come here, you can see we have seller earning, admin fee, status, date, and actions that you can again go to that order details from here. Okay, create product was done before, all products is here, and it's also done before. Now create event, all events done. Settings, here we can make this delete shop. I don't think it's done. Yeah, we have to make it. Oh no, it's working. Seriously, I also didn't know when did I finish it. I think in the first part when I was doing work in the select dashboard, I think because it's a simple thing, yeah, and is deleted to yeah, it's actually working. So we can make it restore again because I don't want to delete the shop. Yeah, perfect. And custom domains, we can implement it after deploying. Without deploying, we cannot completely implement this. We can just make some routes, but that will not work properly, because in local development mode you cannot make that custom domain features. Okay, you must need deployed URL, and inside that you can implement it, because for these custom domains we're gonna catch the domain request in our website middleware, and then we will see that if the request coming from a subdomain which registered inside our application, then we will send data to that subdomain. Okay, we'll give a response to the subdomain, and the subdomain will show that to the domain. Okay, something like that. That's about now. And inbox, yeah, we will work here, and orders, payments done. Now let's come back to actually this localhost 3001. Here our profile picture was actually done before, so edit profile, I don't know it's done or not. Okay, yeah, it's also done. I finished it before, that's why it's working. Okay, offers, yeah, everything is done here. Perfect. So then what we can do right now, we can come back to our user dashboard. It's important, sorry, user profile, 3000, localhost 3000. Let's do login, and I just want to show you something which I was noticing when I was in offline. I already fixed the problem, but not in here. I will show you how to fix that. I was inside sign up, you saw this. When I'm going, okay, very good, still in sign up, but it's actually redirecting us to this login. And let me show you one thing. Notice it's showing sign in, come here, notice it's sending a new request, and it's a common problem of TanStack query. Okay, it's always sent multiple requests. When you are going to another tab, when you're coming back, it's refetching the data. So we can fix this problem. We can configure the TanStack query provider a little bit, then this will fix the problem. So let me show you how can you do this. Just go to user UI app page.tsx, sorry, layout.tsx, and this providers, and inside here in this query client provider we have to add some configurations. So not actually here in this new query client, we can do some work right now. We can set some default options for queries, that refetch on window focus. We have to call this one, that refetch on window focus, make it false, and stale time. So by default the caching time will be 5 minutes. If anyone TanStack query route, we are not adding this stale time, it will by default take 5 minutes. Okay, that's it. And otherwise everything is done, but not really done, because we have to fix on small problem. Let's do one thing. Let's come back in this utils and create a new file by giving them redirect.ts. okay, and let's add this one, this redirect to login, and then set redirect handler, and this run redirect to login. So this will actually redirect us to login. Okay, that's why, because we are going to change some major things inside our authentications mechanism inside our front end, not inside backend, because we were doing some some major mistake. Okay, so right now we need another one in this utils folder. Let's create a new folder by giving them axios instance dot types dot ts, and we can paste this, that axios request config, and we're going to add this require auth new option. Okay, require auth new option for our this axios config, and retry. Yeah, now let's come back to this axios instance, and here we're going to change something. Okay, so at first everything here perfect, handle logout. Here we have to add some public path. Okay, this is our public path. So for example /login /signup /forgot password. Okay, and we need on current path, so we have to track it. So if our public path is not include this current path, then we have to call that run redirect to login, that function which one we just created, okay, in here in this utils folder. Yeah, so then it will not give on reload actually. That's why we're doing this. Now after this, everything is fine here also. But here we have to do some more work right now in this handle expired tokens, okay. So for example, here we have to add constant is 401 and error dot response dot status if 401, then constant is retry original request underscore retry. Yeah, now const is auth required original request dot require auth if it's true. Then now if is 401 or and not is retry and it is authenticated, okay, or is auth required, then if our is refreshing, then we're gonna do something. We're gonna return the new promise. We're gonna add the resolve as parameter, yeah, and then we're going to call the subscribe token refresh, okay, and it's gonna resolve the Axios instance and the original request. Yeah, that's it. And after this, we can call the original request dot retry. We can make it true, and is refreshing, we can make it true. Then we can add here the try catch statement, and here we can actually add this one. By the way, I think I'm doing something wrong here. Yeah, so let's cut this try catch and cut this one. So just replace the try catch here like this. Perfect. Yeah, that's it. Actually, it's perfect right now. So we actually did some major changes. You will see that right now. Actually, we had some issue inside our authentications, and by the way, I also changed something inside backend. I'm showing you. It's like it's minor change, it's not major changes, but still you have to do it because it's important, otherwise it can do some security problem. So here actually send OTP, actually not send OTP, we have to come back and just check OTP restrictions. Yeah, so from here, instead of return next new validation error, we have to throw new validation error. It's very important, otherwise it will call the next actions inside our route, okay, inside our API, and then it will actually the logic will not work properly. So that's why we make sure to add here throw new validation error instead of this return. So just change it to throw, not in this on place I'm showing you where you have to change it. So make it something like this here also. Yeah, we can save it right now. We can collapse it. Track OTP request here also actually. So we have to throw new validation error like this. So this one is done for now. And send OTP, I don't think we need anything here. Yeah, verify OTP, this is fine, verify OTP, and otherwise handle forgot password. Yeah, everything is actually fine. So that's it. This was the changes. Right now this will work properly, and we also modified our that 10-stack query like a provider, so it's right now going to work perfectly. Right now let's come back inside our hooks and use user. Since we modified our Axios file, we have to modify the use user too. So here, instead of calling the fetch user like that, we have to call here fetch user and is logged in. So fetch user and is logged in. So is logged in is actually coming from here, from our auth store. So yeah, we are going to use here right now on a new store function. Okay, like that juice stand. So here we can just create our auth store. So auth store.ts. Now import create from juice stand. Yeah. Now type auth state. We can say is logged in, which will be Boolean, and set logged in, where value will be Boolean, and at last we'll return void. Yeah. Now export constant use auth store, use here create, use the auth state. Now call here set, and here is logged in, which is going to be true, and set logged in, where we're going to receive the value as a parameter, and that set is logged in, change the value, like on callback function. I mean that use is logged in and set is logged in, as like this one. Yeah, like on use state hook. Yeah. So is logged in, and for now ignore this warning and retry. We have to make it definitely false. Now on success, here we have to make it set logged in true. Yeah. And on error we have to make it set is logged in false. That's it. Right now we are returning here user, which is perfect, but user as any is loading. It should be the is pending. So where the is pending is coming from, it's coming from here. Okay, just delete this. Yeah, and that's it, and we don't need this refetch anymore. Here for this one, just write this ts ignore, because this was on like a version mistake of Tanstack query. Okay, so just ignore this one, and this one, let me see what is this is telling us. Expo. Okay, oh yeah, so we forget to add that in here, that's why. Okay, fine, let's add the is logged in here, which will be Boolean. Now here an important thing, so constant config if is logged in, then is protected. So this is a new function, we have to create it, otherwise on empty object. Okay, so is protected, let's quickly create it inside this utils folder by giving them protected.tsx. okay, so it means that we are saying to our user that this route is, while we are using use user, it must need to be protected. Okay, it must need to be logged in, the user must need to be logged in, something like that. Yeah, that's it. And here we can just send the config right now, and that's it. Our work is done. We don't need this refetch anymore. We can just delete that. Yeah, we can save it. We can come back here. You're thinking nothing changes, but a lot of things actually changed. Query data, users undefined, make sure. Okay. Now everything is almost fine, not completely fine. Here we have to create a new hook by giving them use required auth.ts, and here we're gonna do some crazy work. We're gonna create the hook, and we're gonna just use that user and is loading from use user hook. Okay, inside on hook we're using another hook. It's kind of like that. So here, if the is loading is false and user is not available, then router to replace login. Yeah, and that's it. Perfect. Right now when I'm going here and when I'm coming here, notice it's not giving reload, it's not refetching the data. The problem is right now solved. Only not that problem. If you right now try to create a new account, if you're like, getting an OTP, this will not send you to like login page again. So the all bug fixed right now inside our authentication page. So it was some minor and major bugs, we can say. So I fixed all of them from here. Right now let's come back here and let's do login. So here you go. Right now I am perfectly logged in, you can see. So yep, cool. Now let me try to add an item inside cart, and let me show you. I mean, we have to right now implement this coupon code features because we didn't implement it before. So right now we have to implement this, and we're going to do it, and after that we will actually implement this shop profile page, which is not done yet. So we are going to do that, and after that everything will be actually done. We will move to our admin dashboard, and then we will make our chatting feature, and at last we will make our recommendation system, because for the recommendation system again we need data. Without data we cannot make recommendation systems, because for training our machine learning model, for feeding our machine learning model, we need some data, at least 50 plus shop data and 100 products or 50 plus products at least. So then we can train the data to show on recommended products or something like that. The recommendation logic will be really interesting, and I believe you will love that, because I will teach you some basic machine learning. Okay, some basic machine learning, that how actually we train machine learning model as not like GPT-4 I can say, because GPT-4 is a huge machine learning model. But yeah, you can think that this is the starting of your machine learning knowledge. I mean, in the future I'm also planning to work with machine learning a lot. I am planning to make more videos related to machine learning, that how can we train on machine learning model by using TensorFlow or by using Python, other frameworks, and I'm also planning to work with Python in the future. So yeah, because it's the world of AI and we have to also make us up to date with AI. Okay, so right now let's start to work for this coupon code features. Let's implement the coupon code verifications feature. So all right, let's start it right now. All right, so let's open our user UI, routes, cart, and this page.txx. Perfect. Now here, this is our coupon code field. So you can see I commented here that coupon code apply and everything, because it was static. And that's why. I mean, right now it's static. So let's make it dynamic right now. So what we have to do, just think about it. Just come back here in our cart again. From here, if you apply on coupon code and if you click this apply button, we have to make it dynamic. Okay, so let's create a new function here by giving name coupon code apply handler. Yeah, on async function, at first we have to make our set error state to empty string. Now set error state, it's a new use state hook we have to create here, something like this. Yeah, and then otherwise after this we have to check it that if our coupon code dot trim, it means if it's empty string, then we have to give an error, that set error, we have to say coupon code is required. Okay, so it cannot be any empty space or either empty string, and then we're going to return the function. Otherwise, if it's not empty, we're gonna send on request to our server, which is not ready yet. We will create it right now, but we're gonna send on response to our /order/API /verify coupon. We have to actually make it put request, not post request. Yeah, after this here we can send our coupon code. We have to remove all the space from here, so coupon code dot trim, and finally the full cart, because it's important, because the coupon code can be for on specific product or on single product, so that's why it's very important. Now here, if our raise.data.valid, then set stored coupon code. So we have to create here a new state, stored coupon code, and set stored coupon code. Okay, so now if our coupon code is valid, we have to set that here. Why? Because we wanna show that inside our UI that you got this much, the user got this much discount. Okay, then set discount amount. This time we're gonna call the first float to make on float value. So res.data.discount amount. Yep. Then set discount percent. So how much percent you're getting discount. So rich.data.discount. So discount, not discount percent. Then set discount product ID, which will be res.data.discount product ID. Yeah. And at last set coupon code, which will be empty string again. Yeah. Otherwise here, if it's not valid, then our set discount code will be 0, set discount percentage will be 0, the product set discounted product ID will be also empty string. And on error message, if it's coming from our backend, then we're gonna send that, otherwise coupon not valid for any items in the cart, the coupon code is not valid. Yeah. Then here we can actually do the same thing. We can like set the discount amount to 0, percentage 0. We can make our set discounted product ID to empty string, and here it's giving on type error, just make it any, then it will fix. Yeah. So error.response.data.message, we're gonna just send it, okay, to the error message. Okay, if any new error, that's it. Okay, then we're gonna do it. Right now let's come back here and we can just uncomment it, and we can make it coupon code apply handler. Yeah, perfect. If there any error, just show that error message. Now come back here again, and yeah, that's it. But I think we have to do some more work. For an example, this stored coupon code, we have to copy this, and when we're creating the payment session, this time in this coupon, we have to set the code, which will be this stored coupon code, and we have to send the discount amount. We have to send the discount percent and our discount product ID. Yeah, then everything is actually fine. For now everything is perfect. Let's create our this order API verify coupon route. So let's come back here, let's go back to our controller, and here inside our backend we can create a new function by giving them verify coupon code and export constant verify coupon code. We can make it async request, which will be any response, something like this, and next function. Now try catch, and inside here we're gonna take our coupon code and card from request.body. Yeah, so if our coupon code or card length is 0, then we're going to send an error that coupon code and card are required. Now we have to fetch our discount code full data with this coupon code, with this public value. Okay, so here this is how we can fetch the data. We have to just send on we have to just use here prisma.discount codes, then find unique where the discount code is matching with this coupon code. Okay, that's it. If no discount code, then we have to give on error, which is very normal. And after that we have to find the matching product that include this discount code. So this step is very important. So we are actually searching for those products this coupon code actually created. So for an example, suppose on a specific shop or on a specific seller created on coupon code for just on product, and you are entering that coupon code for another product, so that will not completely work. That's why we are searching for the product, okay, which will work with the discount code. Yeah, that's it. If no matching product, then we're gonna just send on validation error, or not error actually, we're gonna just send on response that no matching product found in this in cart for this coupon. Yeah, and after that, if we found our product, then we have to calculate our discount amount. So we can just give here an let variable, and by default 0, so discount amount by default 0, and then price our that matching product dot sell price, then multiply our matching product dot quantity. It's important. So matching product dot quantity, again you can see matching product here, we are checking it from our cart, okay, cart items. Yeah, and then if our discount type is percentage, or if our discount type is flat, so if percentage, then this logic that price multiply our discount as discount value and divide by 100, so then we can get that exact value, okay, the discount amount value. And otherwise discount type, if it's flat, then we're gonna just put the discount value. Simple, that's easy, we don't have to do any math like this one. Yeah, and then we have to make sure that the discount amount is not getting greater than the total price. So this is very important, that's why we're just doing this one. After this, everything will be fine, everything is done, so we can just send on response to our front end, okay, something like this. And if it's catch an error, then return the next error. So here a valid true, and we're sending the discount amount, discount product ID, type, and a message. That's it. Our verify coupon code is also right now dynamic. So let's come back here, let's add here router dot put slash this verify coupon and is authenticated and verify coupon code. That's it, simple actually. So verify coupon and verify coupon, yeah, everything is done, perfect. So right now it's dynamic. If I click this proceed to checkout, this will give error, I believe. In this version it's not giving error, which is completely wrong. Not only wrong, because without any shipping address you cannot create any order. So let me fix this problem. I actually fixed this inside the production code, so let me fix it here also. It's a small solution. I mean, I modified some few lines of code to fix this one. So let me show you what you have to do. So just come back in this create payment session function. Yeah, and here at first we have to check if our addresses dot length is 0, then we must have to give an error that please set your delivery address to create an order. You must have to set your delivery address to create an order. Without your delivery address, how we're going to send your product, right? So it's like uncommon validation, so that's why we are doing it right now. And yeah, that's it, nothing else. Now right now if we click this proceed to checkout, this will not create the checkout session. Let me show you, let me just give a reload. Okay, it's not showing the toast.error. So the toast is from React Hot Toast. Actually no, the toast is coming from Sooner library. Okay, I didn't install it here, so let's do one thing. Let's stop our server. Okay, it's already stopped here. So npm I Sooner, we have to install this one. So yeah, it's done right now. Just wait until it's finishing the installation. Yeah, here you go. Now npm run dev, npm run user UI. Yeah, Wait. It's giving some disgusting error, which I suffer a lot by using NX, so no problem, we can fix it. Just come here, just write this, that npx nx, not nx, kill port 6001. Oops, 6001, yeah. I think we can write multiple ports at once, so let me see. Yeah, so 6002, 6003, 6004, I think. Let's see. Perfect. And 5, I am not sure about 6005. Let me see how many server we have here. I don't think 6005. Okay, yeah. Fine, then 6006. Let me see. Do we have any more server? Okay, perfect. Now it's perfect. And yeah, by the way, that 8080, that's also very important, our gateway port. Okay, perfect, no problem. Right now, just run npm run dev, and here we go. Yep, cool. Come back here, give on reload, click this proceed to checkout. All right, proceed to checkout. Nothing is happening, but just no worries, because I'm going to fix it right now. Just go to our layout.tsx, and from here open our this providers, and we have to import here toaster from sooner library, and we have to just call the toaster after this children like this. Okay, right now it's going to work. Let me show you. Come back here, click this proceed to checkout, and here you go. Please set up your delivery address to create an order. Perfect. Now come here, select our delivery address, like anything you can just add here. So yep, done. Right now you can see it's automatically taking our shipping address from here. Right now we can definitely create our session. So let's try to test on coupon code. So I'm hitting test, hit apply. Coupon code is not valid, by the way. We have a mistake here. We did a mistake. Let's fix this. Here, okay, this is flex. This is a mistake actually. Cut this error, put it outside. Now let's see. Yep. So coupon code is not valid. Yeah. Perfect. It's working actually right now. Yep, so we don't have any coupon code, that's why it's actually showing like this. We really didn't create any coupon code, that's why we don't have anything. But anyway, right now we have our orders and everything, my orders. Okay, so it's static, everything. Yeah, let's quickly finish this. Okay, let's make it dynamic, my orders inside users UI. So it's simple. Let's go to our user UI folder inside apps. So user UI, source, app, routes, and profile. Yeah, so here we can say if our active item equals to my orders, then we have to call our orders table component. I'm showing you what's inside orders table. And if active tab equals to shipping address, okay, that's already done. Change password, then change password component. So we have to create this change password. We will, no problem. Otherwise, empty fragment. Yep. So change password, let's do one thing, let's create it right now, otherwise this will give error. So in this actually components, let's create a new folder by giving them change password. So change password, and this index.tsx. Yeah, just give it change password for now. We will work there later. Let's focus inside our orders table at first. Yeah, so this is our orders table. You can see that same table, it's completely like that seller table. Okay, just the styling is different. Otherwise, even we're using here that same API, you can see. No, it's different actually. Get user orders. Anyway, I think it's not going to work. Yeah, let me see. I mean the API, we have to create the API. Yeah, so yeah, we will create it right now, no problem. Let's go back to our order service controller, and here let's create our get user orders, which is very simple. Just prisma orders.find many with request.user.id. with the logged in user ID, just include the items. Okay, that's it, nothing else. We can save this one. We can copy this name, that get user orders. We can come back in this routes. We can paste here that router dot get slash get user orders. So is authenticated and get user orders. Right now we can save it. Just come here, give on reload. And here we go. No orders available yet. Yeah, perfect. But one thing I just want to check, and that is why this message, this one is coming here. I think it's because this is table. Okay, I got it. Why it's giving this error. Just cut this part, paste it after the table. Issue fix. Okay, yeah. So total orders, then why it's showing 10? I think that's static, that's why. Okay, that's why I was confused. I mean, why it's showing 10, but in here it's showing nothing. So let's go back to our profile page, and we can right now make it dynamic, since we have our dynamic data right now. So this is our stat cards like 10, 4, 5. Let's make it dynamic right now. We already have our dynamic data. So we just have to send on query request exactly like the same one. Okay, and by the way, here we have to do on simple modification. Let me show you what's the modification. Instead of use user, must use here use require auth. Okay, so then this will make unprotected route. Yeah, then here we are just fetching our data again, that order slash API slash get user orders, that same API which we just created, and then we're getting the all orders data here. Okay, so we need this because we have to show this in here, this total orders. Okay, so total orders, this orders dot length, simple. Now processing order, we just have to do one filter with our order status, and then simple, done. So order delivery status if it's not delivered, and order delivery status if it's not cancelled, then just like filter that length. Okay, so yeah, and the last one is complete status. I mean complete orders, simple, which status is delivery. Those orders are complete orders. Yeah, right now we can come back here, we can make it total orders and processing orders and complete orders. Right now we can save it. This is completely dynamic right now. Yeah, we don't need this use user anymore. See, it's dynamic right now. Inbox, we will work here. Notification, shipping address, yep, and change password. Okay, so notification, we can just create on page for this. We will definitely work there, but for now, no, we will work there when we will work inside admin dashboard. Okay, because the notifications is actually same everywhere. We just need on filter for admin, for seller, for user. Okay, just need to filter the notifications, that's it. Anyway, here everything is fine, but this changed password. Let's open this. Let's do on quick design. So class name maximum width mdmx auto space y6. Here we need on form, that HTML form, where handle submit, we need on handle submit, which is normal. So we're also using here that React hook form. Okay, so import this use form from React hook form. On submit, we have to create that on submit here on function. So something like this. Here we're doing a lot of things, so let me explain everything one by one. Okay, we have to create here few state, use state, like error and set error and message and set message. It must need to be use client side component. And here at first we're setting the error message to empty string, then set message to empty string, and then we're like, sending on request to API change password, which is not done yet. We will create it, but otherwise everything is done here. Now inside here, let's create on empty div with on label that current password. We can save it right now, and current password. Yeah. After this, we can add on input and on error message, something like this. So current password. After this div, we're gonna add our new password. So same UI, just value is a little bit different. Let me show you. Just new password. Here the password type is password and register new password. Here we are just giving some validate that must include a lowercase letter, must include an uppercase letter, must include a number, like some validations which we always do with password. Yep. And after this, our confirm password, which must need to be similar with this new password. So let's add it. Here we are matching it, that if the password is matching this value, we're watching the new password. If it's not matching, then password do not match. That's it. Now you can see. Perfect. Now after this, we just need on button for updating our password, right? So something like this. And after this, if is there any error message, we're gonna show that after this form. Okay, something like this. So our change password is ready, UI is ready. You can just right now enter our password, and definitely it will not work because we have to make our this API route. So let's go to our auth service routes and change password. I don't think it's available. Okay, it's here. Okay, I think then we did this before. So here is the change password. You can see current password, new password, and confirm password from request.body. If it's any of them are not available, then all fields are required. We're checking the confirm password, matching it. Then we're matching the current password and new password, everything. And at the end, we are searching the users with the logged in user ID. User ID is coming from here, the logged in user ID. Then we are comparing it with this bcrypt library, which we are using. Then we're hashing the password, and we're just updating our user and sending the response that password updated successfully. Simple function, simple logic. Yep. That's it right now. If we hit this update password, definitely it will work, but I really don't want to modify my password because I usually forget my password all the time, so I don't want to modify it. Okay, and notifications, as I said earlier, will work later, and inbox definitely later because that's a new feature, our chatting mechanism. Yeah, that's it. So for now, our user part is actually done. For now, it's not fully done yet. We have to link this different. It's become a seller. We have to link it with our seller sign up page. Okay, so we can do it. Let's do one thing. Let's close the orders controller. This one, orders table, order route, and even this profile page. Inside this apps, user UI, source, app, routes, and layout.tsx, this header. Yep. So we can do one thing. We can actually check our nav items. So we have to go to header bottom for this, and this is our navigation. So nav items, just open this. Here in this become a seller, this will be something like this, that process.env next public seller server URI / sign up. Otherwise everything will be perfect. Now let me show you. See, 3001 / sign up. So right now it's showing our proper URL. So if I click here, definitely we have to restart our server, I mean our seller server, then this will work, the 3001. So npm run seller UI, and if we just give on reload, then you will see it's taking us to actually our seller sign up page. Yeah, okay, that's it. Now we can again come back to our user page again, I mean user part. Yeah, right now what we have to do, right now we have to start to work for our admin dashboard. This is very important right now. So we will finish the admin dashboard as soon as possible, and then we'll start working for the messaging features and the recommendations features, which is the most interesting part in this full video series. So that's it. Right now, don't wasting time, let's start our admin dashboard work. So let me just close the terminal and all the files from here, and yep, collapse everything. We have to create a new service. So yeah. Alright, so right now inside our backend terminal, let's stop the server, because here we have to create a new server right now inside this apps folder, a new service actually. And for creating this service, let's write this, that nxg_nx/express app, and admin service, and directory will be app/admin service, and e2 test runner will be none. Right now press enter. Now which linter would you like to use? So we can say none. Unit test runner, we can say none this time, and here you go, our admin service is ready. But we also need our client side applications, the new one, since admin dashboard will be definitely not 3000 or 3001. This will be complete new nodejs project. So for this we can just add this command, that nxg@nx/next, and then app/admin UI, and then we can press enter. We can say none, we can say none, app router, yes, source directory, yes. Yeah, so here you go, our admin UI is also ready perfectly. We can just clear our terminal, and we can come back inside this admin service source and main.ts. We can remove these all comments, this one, we don't need any of these assets. Yeah, and here the port should be, let me see the last one. So here I think the last port was, let's do one thing, let's come back to our gateway, API gateway. I always forget port. Anyway, so 6004 order. Alright, so the port we can give here 6005. Yeah, that's it. And here right now we have to add our app.use.express.json, and we have to use here our cookie parser. So cookie parser, import cookie parser from cookie parser library, something like this. Yeah, and that's it for now. Yeah, for now it's perfect. We have to create here routes. I mean, we have to import route and call that here. We will do that, but before that we have to create the route. We will do that. Now here app.use error middleware. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's come back in this tsconfig app.json here, and root directory will be //. We have to include our packages like this. Yep. And the last one, this webpack config, here we have to add resolve. Oops, the result should be outside of this output actually. Here, something like this. Yeah. So resolve and everything is perfect now. Right now we can just close the files, just uncomment it again, error middleware. Here you go. That's it. So right now we can save it, and our 6005 is right now properly set up. Yeah, that's it. Our server is right now perfectly set up, done. Right now we can do one thing. Inside this source folder, we can create a new folder by giving name routes and controllers. Yep, inside routes we can say admin route.ts, and inside controller admin controller.ts. Yep, and inside admin route we can use that same setup which we are doing all the time, that simple server for now. I mean on simple express.js server for now, then export the default router, and then here use it. So routes app.use/admin and then router. Yep. Oh, sorry, I did a small mistake here. It should be API actually, /API. And this will be API docs. Yeah, perfect. So not docs, a small mistake. It should be just root directory. Okay, if you send request to the 6005, it will show that, yeah, welcome to admin service or hello admin service or something like that. Okay, for now you can definitely change the message. Yeah, this is just for like a testing purpose. Anyway, right now let's come back to our gateway, our API gateway, and connect our admin service. So just copy this one, paste it here, /admin and 6005. Yep, done. Right now we can restart our server by pressing npm run dev. So here we go. Yep, so you can see 6005 is also working. It means this server is also working. Right now we can start to working inside our front end at first, and then we will come back to our admin service again. So let's come back to apps admin UI source, and this is our layout.tsx. We can change the title to eShop admin just for now. Yep. And here we actually need on custom font, so let me just use that, the Poppins font, and we have to define some setup for Poppins, something like this, some configuration. And then after this, everyone know this, that class name, we have to write some styling also, that minimum height should be screen bg slate 900. By default font will be sans, and this one, which I don't know what is the meaning of this, let me see, this one mojox font smoothing, I don't know, grayscale, I really don't know what's the meaning of this. I just saw it, I mean I got this as a suggestion in somewhere, I think. Yeah, then Poppins.variable, and that's it. Actually our work is done right now, and we must have to create a provider since we're going to use that 10 stack query. Okay, so providers, and we're gonna wrap the children inside this providers. So providers, we're gonna create this inside our app folder, just on provider.tsx, simple. And the provider will be simple like this, but here we have to specify some options like default options and queries. The refetch on Windows focus, we have to make it false, and we have to add on stale time, by default 5 minutes. Yeah, that's it. Right now we can save it, we can come back here, and we can import the providers. Cool. So right now we can come back here. We can open a new terminal and let's do one thing. Let's come back to our package.json. Okay, admin UI is already here. Perfect. So we can say npm run admin UI, and it's doing some weird work. Okay, weird meanings. It should run. Okay, no, not weird. It's running on 3002, which is perfect. Sorry. It's my mistake. It should run on 3002 because 3000 and 3001 we are using like 3000 for user UI, 3001 for seller, and 3002 for admin for now. Okay, right now let's go to 3002 and here you go. Perfect. So let's come back to our code again, and from here in this page.tsx delete everything and write this rafce. Yeah, so right now it's completely empty. Give on reload. Yeah, here you go. So in the home page there will be actually one login sign up form. Okay, if the user is not logged in, then if the admin is not logged in, then here will be just one login form, not sign up form, because admin can only do login, no sign up for admin dashboard. Definitely. Yeah, so div class name w full height screen, so h screen, flex item center, justify center, another div with class name from md, w will be 450 pixel, pb will be 8, bg select 800, rounded will be md, and simple shadow. Yeah, then inside here we have to add on form, and class name will be p5, and for now fine. Now inside here we have to add on h1, something like this, that welcome admin. The styling will be like this, you can see. Yeah, I think we need to configure tailwind config js, I'm not sure. Anyway, let's see, is it working or not? Okay, it's already working actually. Let me show you. Okay, no, it's not working. So if I add something like this, I think it should work. Yeah. No. Okay, let's do one thing, no problem. Just copy this name, come back inside our tailwind config.js file, and inside this extend object add our font family and the poppins, something like this. Yeah, and the variable font poppins. That's it. Right now it's going to work. Yeah, it's working actually. Yeah, now we have to make here on form normal, because we're making here not form, we have to make on react hook form schema or something like that. Okay, so at first let's make on type here, not schema, because it's very small. So yeah, just email and password, we can say form data on simple type. Now here we need actually 3 state, that register and handle submit, which we are taking from use form. So use form is coming from our react hook form, and use state, so from react, and we make sure to use here use client then, and use router from use next / navigation. Yeah. Now we can say constant login mutation, and for now comment it, we will do work here later. Yeah, and the last one is on submit, which is very important. So on submit, here we're going to receive the data, which type will be this form data. Yep, that's it for now. We can save it, and here in this form let's add on submit and the handle submit and the on submit. Yep. Now after this h1, let's add on input. So input is actually a new component. It's not showing here because I think we have to modify our package.json, or wait, no, tsconfig.json, I think. So yep, here this root directory should be ///, and inside this includes, we have to include our packages. Okay, like this. That's it. Right now we can save it. Right now if we come back here, you will see the magic that right now we can import input from packages. Yeah, perfect. Now label will be email, placeholder will be like support@becodemy.com, and register the email required. Definitely email is required, and we're just validating the email. And then like if it's valid, then fine, and otherwise the rest work we are doing this inside our input component, which we created inside the first part when we started working actually. Yeah, then this one for the password, you can see, oh my god, this styling is not working because I think tailwind config needs some modification. Let's add this one, admin UI source, and something like this. And most important is the packages one. We must have to add this. All right, right now it's going to work, and you can see it's working perfectly. Yeah, then after this we need just on button, that submit button. So after this div, let's create on button, and the class name should be something like this, and the button type must need to be submit. Yeah, and class name like this. You can see, you can read this, definitely it's just on blue button. Yeah, and here we can add login for now. Yeah, that's it. We can save it, and if there any server error, we can show that here. Yeah, right now let's make our this login mutations dynamic. So login mutation, use mutation, so no space, definitely use mutation, and here constant response await xgeos dot post. I think I did some small mistake. Okay, yeah, and that is I forget to give the mutation function. Yeah, I forget to create this one. Anyway, mutation function, fn, not function, and async. This is definitely, this is going to be an async function. We're gonna receive here data as a parameter, which type is the form data, and then we can just paste this one, that response, and here we're using actually xgeos, which we are all the time actually using it. Yeah, that's it. Now xgeos dot post. Yeah, because this is not protected, that's why. Okay, so xgeos dot post and process dot env dot next public server URI slash API slash login admin. Yeah, so we have to create this route. We're gonna create it, no problem, and data, and at last with credentials true. Yeah, now on success, the set server error, this will be null, and router dot push slash dashboard. Yeah, that's it. And if is there have any error, we have to catch that, and we have to set that inside our this set server error state. Yeah, perfect. Now in this on submit, we have to call our login mutation dot mutate, and we can send the data. Cool. Now here we can add disabled, and login mutation. If it's pending, if the request is pending, the status, then this will show disable. Yeah, and we can show here on like that icon that's scaled on, okay, when it's loading. So if login mutation is pending, then on simple div, otherwise this one. Okay, and in the class name it should be h6 then w6, something like this, border 2, border gray like this, border 3 transparent, rounded full, and animated spin. This is the magic where the animation will actually happen. We can make it self-closing because we don't need any element inside this one. Yeah, and response. Okay, I did a stupid mistake. We must have to return our response from here, definitely. So return response.data. Okay, and this next public server URI, we have to create this inside our admin UI, then .env. Let's create a new folder file and paste this, that next public server URI. We can just make it something like this, that localhost 880. That's it's our server URI, not UI. Okay, so yeah, right now what we have to do, we have to make our admin login route. So let's start to make it right now. We can see our UI is completely ready here. It's right now fully perfect. Right now we can just make our form, backend logic, and then we can do login inside our admin dashboard simply. So actually for this admin login, since this is authentication related task, that's why we should keep this inside our auth service. Okay, so let me show you inside auth service, source routes. Let me see. Okay, I already have this one. This is the login admin. Simple email and password. We're just checking the role of the user. Okay, you can check it that after checking the password and everything as like the login user logic, and then we are checking for the user.role. If it's admin, then we are like, if it's not admin, then we're sending here log. No worries, I'll show you what is the send log meaning. I will show you later. Okay, otherwise just skip these few lines for now. Okay, I'll explain this later. What is this send log? Then res.clear cookie, just clear the cookies, and that's it. The seller cookies, because when admin is doing login, the seller cannot be logged in actually. That's it. Like our token will like do mismatch with each other. That's why. And access token, yeah, everything is perfect. Then you can see. Then we're sending the cookie. Okay, perfect. Right now we can save it and we can come back here. We don't need anything to do here. Let's do one thing. Let's do login inside our admin dashboard. All right, it's giving on course error, which is very, very normal. Let's come back to our apps and API gateway, this main.ts. Here we must have to add our localhost 3002 right now. Yeah, and perfect. Let's come back here, and here you go. It's working and it's redirecting us to /dashboard. It means it's actually working. We can see that we have our refresh token, access token. Cool. Yep, we have everything here. So right now what can then we do? We can come back to our admin UI again. Inside here we can create a new folder by giving name dashboard, and inside this dashboard we can create our first layout.tsx. okay, so we're gonna define a custom layout for admin dashboard, that's why. And on page.tsx, so something like this for now, simple on page. And here for the layout, this will be actually also kind of similar, but let me show you. Constant layout, children we have to receive here. So children react node. Yeah, and we can return on div here with class name flex height full bg black minimum height screen. Yeah. And then sidebar. Yeah. Here we can add on a side tag with class name w 280 pixel, minimum width 250 pixel, maximum width 300 pixel, and border right on pixel. Border r meanings border r slit 800, text white, and p4. That's it. And another class name, another div with class name sticky top 0. Now inside here we can add our sidebar wrapper, we can say. Yeah, something like this. We can just copy the name. Let's come back to our components folder. So we have to create a new folder here inside this source, shared, and components, and sidebar. Oops, it's going to be another folder, sidebar, then index.tsx. Yeah, so we can give this name, that sidebar wrapper. Now we can import it. Yeah, and inside this layout we have to make sure that we're exporting this layout, export default layout. Yeah, and after this sidebar wrapper, here actually our main content area. Okay, and this was actually our sidebar. Now inside here we can use main tag with class name flex1, and on div with class name overflow auto. Yeah, and we can just return the children. Simple. Our layout is ready to use. Perfect. Now we can come back to our sidebar wrapper. We have to do work here. So right now you can see our dashboard screen, and this is the border. Here we have to write and start work for the sidebar. So yeah, the sidebar is actually similar like our seller dashboard. Okay, that's what I was saying. And let's do one thing. Inside this source folder, let's create a new folder by giving name hooks, and actually inside here let's create our use sidebar .tsx hook, and inside this source folder let's create a new folder by giving name configs, and on constants.tsx. yeah, and we just have to use this one, this active sidebar item, which will be slash dashboard by default. Yep. Now in this use sidebar, something like this, instead of this, just make an empty object return. Now constant active sidebar and set active sidebar. The b should not be capital. Yeah, then use atom, we can import it from yothai, and then the active sidebar item. Yep, we can import it from our that constants file. Yeah, that's it. And right now we're gonna return this active sidebar and set active sidebar. Perfect, we can save it. Our hook is ready to use. Now inside the sidebar wrapper, let's use this, that active sidebar and set active sidebar. By the way, we have to make it use client because we're gonna use here a lot of client side things. That's why we didn't make that layout to use client. Definitely we're not going to do that. We cannot make everything use client. Yeah, so then constant path name, use path name, then constant something from use admin. We have to make this one also a new hook. So in this hooks, create our use admin.tsx, and its similar like our use user. So let's just use it. And by the way, here we have to create on new folder inside our source folder by giving them utils and that exgeos instance, like that, that fetching user logic, okay, logged in user logic, that use user or use admin, that same thing. Like we are also doing that inside seller part, that use seller. Yeah. So exgeos instance dot tsx, here we can just add our existing code, something like this. Let me show you from scratch. This is the code. You can notice it's similar like our previous service. Yeah, now we can just import it. Yeah, done. So you can save it right now, and our use admin is also ready. So import use admin and destruct the admin from here. Then we need our that get icon color, which one we are actually using inside all of our sidebar, and that box. So in these components, where's the components? Okay, here it is. Let's create a new folder by giving name box. Yeah, and index.tsx. You can copy paste this from our user UI, not user UI, seller UI. You can see we have all of these components here, this box, and actually we need box, then breadcrumbs. We can copy it, and here we can paste it inside this components folder, something like this. Everything will be similar. Yeah, so box, then breadcrumbs, then actually that's it. So box and breadcrumbs, that's it. We don't need anything else. Yeah, now here this one also similar like our seller dashboard, since we're going to using same sidebar actually, that's why. So yeah, box we have to import from /box. Now inside here we can use our sidebar.header. So sidebar.header. Now sidebar. So it's actually inside here we have to create a new file by giving name sidebar styles.tsx, and we can just paste it. It's like that same thing again. I'm saying this. You can just like copy paste it from the seller on also. Then sidebar, yeah, dot header. Now that box, so link from next slash link, and that logo. So logo is actually coming from assets folder. So here let's create a new folder by giving them assets, and here we can create our logo.tsx. Yeah, simple. Now we can import the logo. Now we can save it, and here you go. It's showing nothing. Okay, no, it's showing actually. Here is the login username and the email, definitely. So perfect actually. Now after this sidebar header, we can create another div with class name block my3h full. Yeah, and then we can start our sidebar body. So sidebar dot body, and we need this sidebar item, which we also have to create a new component, similar sidebar.item.tsx, and here you go. We can just copy paste it from our seller UI. Yeah, now import sidebar item and this home icon from Lucid React. Now we can save it. Yep, I think I am doing wrong. Home icon is not from Lucid React. Home icon is from our SVG. Okay, so let me just add that home icon. So then let's remove this home from Lucid React, and instead of that use it from our admin CY, that assets folder SVG. Yeah, now it's perfect. That's it. Right now we can quickly add our items one by one. So let's add another div here after this link, something like this, that empty2 and block. Here we can create on sidebar menu, that main menu. So sidebar menu is actually a new component. We can create here sidebar menu dot tsx. Yeah, simple. Then here we can just import it, and here we can create our sidebar item. Yeah, we can just add our sidebar item. Now list ordered. So this is actually an icon coming from Lucid React. We can save it. We can come back here, and here you go. So like the all orders inside our applications, you can just check that. The admin can check that. Then payments. So after this side item, we can add another one, and this time we need payment icon. So this one actually on SVG. So let's do one thing. Let's come back inside here, create a new file by giving name payment.tsx. Yeah, and we also need accounts icon. So let's quickly add that in here too. Accounts icon.tsx, something like this. Yep. So our work is actually done for now. We can come back here. We can use our that payment icon, that SVG one, the different one. Yeah, it's really looking beautiful actually. That's why I'm using this one. Now after this, our all products, where we need package search icon from Lucid React. Yep. Then after this, we can add our all events. So that's sidebar item, events, and bill plus icon from Lucid React. Yeah, something like this. Then users, same from Lucid React, and sellers. This icon is also from Lucid React. Okay, sellers, users, events, products, payments, orders, everything is here. Cool. Now we can create a new sidebar menu for controlling. Okay, we can say controllers. So something like this. We have to add here 3 sidebar items, like on for loggers. We can use your file clock icon from Lucid React. Another one for like settings or management. So we are using here settings icon. Another one bell ring, so icon name, and this is for notifications. Yeah, we can save it, and here you go, loggers, management, and notifications. And the last one is actually customization. So let's quickly add this. So here we are using this pencil ruler icon. This is for customizing the website. Yeah, like the branding, logo and banner and other stuffs. Then at last we have to add new one for our logout. So logout from same Lucid React, and here you go. Perfect. So everything is done here. You can see our sidebar is perfectly ready. Yeah, so it was not an easy task. It was big. I mean, we completely copy pasted. We really copy pasted everything here. By the way, we have to must do one thing, and that is we have to create here on use effect hook, and we have to call this set active sidebar, and we have to send this path name. When the path name is set active, both are changing, then yeah, So our work is done inside here, inside our sidebar. We can just close it, all the files from here. And for our home page, we are for now using actually static data. Okay, home page means our dashboard homepage I'm talking about. So let me show you what we are still doing. Everything is static here, completely static. Okay, we just need a geographic map and the sales chart, which we are using inside our seller dashboard also. Okay, but since we don't have enough data yet, that's why I'm just like making it static. But you just have to enter the dynamic number, otherwise everything is like, you know, dynamic. I mean, it's static. It doesn't mean that like you cannot implement it easily. It's not like that. When you have data, you can just change the value to dynamic value. That's it. And the charts and other things will start to work automatically. Anyway, so in these components, let's create a new folder by giving name charts, and let's add our that sale chart. Yep. And new one, actually another one, and that is geographical map. So disgusting, let's come here. Yeah, geographical map, and copy it from the seller source code, seller dashboard source code. Yep, done. So everything done. Right now let's import sales chart, and the last one, our geographical map. We can save it right now, and here we go. Ready, steady, go. Perfect. You can see everything here, just it's showing our revenue instead of like, you know, it's showing same thing as like the seller dashboard, but here it's showing users and sellers. It's the difference because it's admin dashboard. Okay, that's why. Otherwise everything is same here, and here it's complete data. Okay, it's like for on shop, it's showing a specific data only for that shop, but here it's like overall data, no filter in this data. Okay, that's the difference between admin dashboard and seller dashboard data. Okay, so our dashboard page is ready for now, and this is our orders page, so we have to start to work for that right now. So that's easy. We can again do that kind of like copy paste from our seller dashboard, because we're using same UI, just the data is different here. Okay, data is different, otherwise everything is very similar. So orders and page.tsx. Yep, let's click here. Here you go, dashboard orders. And for this orders, for this slash orders, we can actually copy paste designs from our seller admin dashboard, sorry, seller dashboard. From our seller dashboard, we can just copy paste this, and here it's just giving one small import error. Just modify it like this, then yeah, fine. So what I did here, let me explain. At first, let me show you that it's actually same. So go to our this seller UI, app, routes, dashboard, and this all orders. Yeah, orders. So from here you can see same. See data columns, and here probably we just added here just some new field like shop name. This is a new field, and username. Okay, and total and status and created and actions, like, you know, you can just preview the order. That's it. Okay, and here's just the design, which is very simple. I mean, similar as like our that seller UI dashboard. I mean seller dashboard seller dashboard UI. So yeah, and by the way, this API route, API/get admin orders, we have to do it right now. It's not done yet. So for making this is order/API, so we have to actually go to our order service. Okay, so order service, this is our order service. Inside here, inside these controllers, let's create a new function by giving name get admin orders, so which will be very simple, get admin orders. and then on try catch and something like this, what we're always doing. And then we have to fetch our all orders. So await Prisma orders.find many, and we're just including the user and shop. That's it, nothing else. And then we have to send this response. So here we're not doing anything because we're gonna check actually the role with a middleware. So let me show you how. So just come back in this order routes, and from here copy this one and paste it here. Instead of user, make it admin. So get admin orders, and get admin orders first of all is authenticated, and secondly is admin. So we are checking these two things. So is admin here is the function. If the request.role is not admin, then we're saying that access denied admin only. So this route is only for admin. That's why we're adding this is admin middleware function. Yeah, it's just on validations before going to this function. Perfect. Right now we can save it and we can come back here. Just give on reload. Here you go, all orders, and perfect. This is our all orders, not for on specific like owner. This is like, you know, the shop, which shop is the owner of the product, and this is the buyer. So right now if you click here, it will give error because definitely we don't have the order details page yet, but we can create it right now. So in this app folder, just create a new folder by giving them order and ID and then page.tsx and simple RAFCE. We can save it. Now click here, and here you go, order and the order ID. So let's quickly make this. This is also similar as like our user order screen or order page. So let me show you what we have to do. We can copy it from the user UI and we can make something like this. And here I think the user instance import was something wrong. Yeah. Otherwise you can see that same get order details, that order ID, everything here same, completely similar, because admin definitely cannot change any order status. Definitely it's not possible for admin. So yeah, right now give on reload. Okay, I did a small mistake actually. This is ID and here this is order ID. So we have to make this, sorry, here params.id. Yeah, now this will actually fix the problem. Yeah, here you go. You can see payment status paid, total paid $40, and this is the date, shipping address, and order items you can see from here. So yeah, perfect. You can check any order like this. Yeah. So orders is done. Now we have to work for payments. So let's start this. And for payments, we're using the same API. So everything will be similar. Let me show you. Payments and payments, page.tsx. And just add the payments code. You can see the API is still same. Just here we added a new field, and that is admin fee and seller earnings. Okay, and we're calculating it. This is seller earnings, so row.original.total, and we're like, you know, making it 0.9, meaning 90%. Actually the seller's earning, and 10% is admin fee, the admin earning. So right now if we come here, you can see that we have our admin earning here, that $4, $3.80, $11, and this is the seller earning. This is the payment status. You can also check the order details from here. That's same thing. Okay, that's it. Right now we need for product. So you can notice one thing, that we're actually using data grid everywhere. So the UI is actually similar. We're just changing the fields. Otherwise the UI is completely same. So here we can say products and that page.tsx, that RAFCE. We can just save it. I mean, definitely we can also copy paste it from our seller UI, seller dashboard UI, that all products page, something like this, and we can save it right now. Just come back here, click this products and loading products. And actually for loading products, we're using here a new API called admin/API/ this is the get all products, but this is for admin. So for admin, actually we're giving some more data. That's why we are using here on new function or new API route. So we can make that inside this admin controller. So I mean admin controller.ts inside our admin service, source and controllers folder. So simply make here export constant, oops, sorry. We can say get all products at first. Now export constant over get all products. That's it on simple callback function. And here constant page parse integer request dot query dot page as string or 1. Then constant limit, same parse integer request dot query. Actually this is also kind of like similar with our all products as like the user one, but some difference. Let me show you what are the difference actually. So here again this will be actually 20 the limit, now the limit, and then the skip for the paginations. Yeah, and then we can fetch our products. So let me quickly do that. So here you can see we are writing products, then total products, await promise all. We're just searching for all products. We're selecting here few fields, we're adding the shops, and we're sending the like products. We're sending the products count, like how many products we have, and then we need the total pages, like how many pages then we need for the all products. Okay, and then we're sending the response from here. That's it, nothing else. And this is our all products logic, get all products logic come in this admin route. And let's add this, that router dot get slash this one, this get all products and is authenticated is admin, and then get all products. We can save it, can come back here, we can give one reload, and it's giving on small error that host name imagekit.io is not configured. So yeah, it's normal. Let's come back here in our admin UI and this next config.js. Here after this nx we have to add here images. I usually forget the syntax, this is a bad habit of mine. So no worries, just come back to over here, this next config. Yeah, remote patterns, so I forget this one. Just copy this and add this, this will solve it. Yeah, so remote patterns and this hostname, that ik.imagekit.io. Yeah, right now this will fix the problem. Give on reload, perfect. You can see our product is here, the stock, category, rating, and the shop, who is the shop owner actually, who is the owner of the shop, and created at an actions. You can also preview the product. Okay, and by the way, here for the previewing the product, we did a small mistake. I mean, I did a small mistake here. It should be user UI. Yeah, but why it's showing then 3002? Okay, because on minute actions, and this is okay, undefined. Yeah, undefined because we forget to add this inside our .env, that's why. So next public user UI link, which will be http / localhost 3000. Perfect. We can come back here, and then if you click or hover it, you can see right now it's 3000. Yeah, now it's perfect. So if you right now click here, or if you click this, and we can click on open to new tab. Anyway, I already clicked here, so you can see it's taking us to the product detail. Perfect. So yep, right now all events, we can start to working for all events also. You can see here, this is the data, and by the way, we have an export CSV features. Yeah, you can export the all products data as a CSV file. Yeah, sometimes like you need this for some work, like admin sometimes need this products data and payments data, like for some work, so you can just take it from here. Okay, so that's it. Right now let's start to work for all events, which is also same, just we're like here we are just modifying it a little bit. That's it. So Events. For events, I just realized we have to actually make another function here, okay, which will be again similar, but this will be not null. Starting date will be not null, otherwise everything here same, except this starting date not null. Otherwise we copied it from our get all products. Yeah, and actually we need some more data also. For example, get all admins, okay, some more functions. So let's quickly add this so that we don't have to come back here again after some time. So get all admins, simple, we are searching for those users whose user role is admin. That's it, nothing else here. And then after this, add new admin. What we have to do, we have to change our user role. Okay, so what we are doing here, we're taking the email and role from request.body, and then we're checking it is the user who is user we are searching for. Then I mean we're fetching data, okay, first of all, and secondly, then if the user is not available, then we're saying something went wrong. When the user is available, we're changing the email and we're making the role data to this role, okay, which is coming from the front end. Yeah, that's it. And definitely on the admin can do this new admin, we will check that through middleware. Yeah, and then last one, that is customization. So yep, this is also done. So customizations, I will show you what we have to do, but let's finish this work right now. That fetch all customizations. Here we can see prisma.siteconfig.find first. So siteconfig is a model, and then we are just sending the categories, subcategories, logo and banner. Okay, so let me show you the database model again for this site config. It's kind of simple. So site config, okay, here it is. So categories just on array of string, subcategories just on JSON data, logo definitely string, and banner string. Yeah, that's about our site config model. Okay, done. So for now our admin controller work is actually done, I think. Yeah, but 1 minute, where is the get all events and sellers? Sorry, get all sellers and users. We need this. So let's quickly add this. Same as like our get all products, but instead of products, this time we're searching here users. Okay, and then we're implementing that similar type of paginations for sellers and users, and for users, sorry, for sellers, just this will be sellers, otherwise everything is same. This field might be a little bit different, you can see, but otherwise it's same. It's same, you can check here, the field is a little bit different, otherwise same, and this is users. Okay, so for now, actually not for now, our admin controller work is done. And yeah, so right now let's come back to our admin routes, and here we can add our get all events routes, then get all admins routes, then add new admin, definitely put request. Since we are modifying the role, that's why, not post request, it's put. And at last the get all customization, so we can say get all also, and definitely anyone can fetch this. Otherwise, like for logged out user, definitely we're using this same API everywhere, like here also for this banner, for this logo, for this category, subcategory. So definitely it's need to be open route. That's why no authenticated or no user admin. Get all, that fetching one, the customizations data. Yeah, so okay, for now it's fine, we can close our admin controller. Now let's come back to our events page.tsx. so create on page.tsx. Inside here just add our all events, similar like the products, but here get all events. Okay, otherwise that images, title, sell price, stock, and starting date, ending date, new field here, and otherwise same. Yeah, and no actions actually. Yep, otherwise same actually, no actions button. That's the difference. So here we have an actions button, but for all events, we don't have actions button, okay? We just have start and ending rate and shop name and price and stock. Yeah, if you want, you can definitely add this actions button as well. Completely up to you. So now, after this, what we have to do, our products done, events done, now users and sellers, okay? So quickly do this. So users, that page dot tsx, and the UI, it should be something like this, a little bit bigger file. So at first, let me show you how this is looking like. So we have an export CSV, and you can filter with roles. By the way, there is something wrong here. API get all users. We added this, I think, inside our admin routes. Okay, no, we forget it. So let's quickly add our get all users and seller routes. So simply like this, get all users, get all sellers, done. Okay, on get request on this routes. Okay, now come here, give on reload. Here you go. We have on banned icon, okay, on emoji. You can click here and you can ban the user. Okay, that's it. So from here on minute, it's showing our user also. Oh, sorry, yeah, because it's for all users, not for all admins. You can see to admin and on user here. Even you can like delete or ban the user from here. That's it. So let me show you the code right now. We have on search filter here. You can search for user. It's a new thing here. Something like this. You can see we have on select here for selecting the roles or for filtering it. And this is the search bar. This is our on chains. Here we are just adding on use state hook, that global filter, set global filter. And here, so we are actually using here on deferred global filter. You can see use deferred value, where we're adding this global filter. With global filter, we are actually changing from everywhere. And this deferred global filter, we are adding here. Okay. And this filtered users with this use memo hook, we are actually matches. We are matching our globals here. And then it's like, it's kind of like on use effect, but it's use memo. There have some major differences between use memo and use effect. Okay, especially use memo, like use memo will always recompute the memoist value when on of the dips has changed. Okay, so it's actually good for search related things. So that's why instead of use effect, we are using here use memo, and with that deferred global filter, we're actually doing the filter work in here. Okay, that's so when I'm typing something, you can see it's perfectly working with the typing. Yep. So that's about our users UI. Everything is perfect here right now. Let's start to work for this sellers page. Yeah, sellers page. So in this dashboard, create a new folder by giving name sellers, and on page.tsx. And that same UI as like our users or get all the users. You can see the difference is here we are searching for sellers. Otherwise, that all sellers, this filtered sellers, this deferred global filter, everything here, this use memo, you can see everything is same. No changes, just the fields are a little bit different. You can see we just added here avatar, name, email, shop name, and we can also go to the shop if we want, and then the address and joined when the seller actually joined. Okay, the join date. If we click here, you can see shop preview is not available yet. Okay, fine, we will make it, but it's important. Okay, fine. So when it will be available, we'll definitely make it after finishing the admin dashboard UI. Then you can check properly the like shop informations, okay, like the shop profile page. So yeah, and then loggers, I'm thinking to make it at the end, okay, because definitely loggers is connected with like everything. I mean, we can add the loggers and we can like monitor it, okay. And by the way, loggers is a completely very big feature. You can completely make it more scalable. Here we're not using any database for storing the loggers, but in the industry we usually use some database for uploading our loggers data. Definitely not the traditional database like MongoDB or PostgreSQL or MySQL, okay, no, not like that. We use this one. I'm showing you some applications for loggers. You can see Grafana. This is very popular. This is an open and composable observability platform. So you can see Grafana is very popular. It's free. The free tier, and they have paid tier also. You can just check it. So for loggers, a lot of people use it. You can also use this one. But for us, what we are doing, we are actually making real-time loggings with the power of Socket.io. Okay, when anyone entering inside our website, if you are here inside our loggers, then you can monitor the activity of your applications if you are properly adding loggers everywhere. Okay, so I will explain this later, that how we are working in loggers. Definitely we're following the standard pattern, okay, like how actually people work in logging mechanism, okay. Just we're not using the database, otherwise everything is like completely industry standard. Okay, that's it right now. Loggers, we can skip it for now, and then management, notifications, and all customizations. So let's quickly do it one by one. Sellers done. Then we can create a new folder by giving name management, and here the page.tsx, and here also that columns and that like data grid, same thing. But let me show you what the difference in management. That same thing's data grid, not data grid, actually it's custom table, but we have on add admin button here. If you click here, this will open on model like email, and from here you can select on role and you can modify the user role, okay, something like that. For example, you can see from here when we're opening, this is just an input with that common styling, and then user and admin, this is like the value. Then when we are clicking this update button, then it's going to submit the form. So here it is, update role, and update role is calling on mutation. You can see that admin /API/ add new admin, and we are revalidating the admin's queries, and we are making the model to false like set open, so the model will close. The search, we're making it empty, and the set selected role, we're making it user. Yep, perfect. That's what we're doing here. It's fine for now. Now let's make our notifications page /notifications. So notifications and that page.tsx. Yep. And for notifications, keep it static right now. We will make it dynamic after some time. Yeah. So let's come here and see this is static, no notifications available yet. We will make it dynamic after some time. So yep, for now it's fine. And the customizations, the last one, let's finish it. So customization and page.tsx, and let me add this. So let me show you at first what we are doing here. So at first, the all categories, the logo and the banner here. Okay, so when did we create it? I know it's a good question of yours, and let me show you what actually we are doing. So if we come back inside our API gateway, you will notice an interesting thing, that when the application is loading for the first time, the initial site config, we're calling here on function. And this, when the config is not available, I mean when the server is running for the first time, then we are inserting this site config data like the categories, subcategories, the logo, the banner, we're inserting it automatically. Okay, So it's already previously done, and when it's available in the database, we're just ignoring it. Okay, you can see we're ignoring it. Simple. Just on simple on request. Yeah. So yeah, right now you can see categories, logo, banner here, and we can definitely modify it. For example, you can add here new category, or even you can like add a new subcategory. Okay, and then the logo you can definitely change it, and the banner you can also change it, but I'm not planning to change it. But if I change it, definitely it's going to work. And by the way, this is not dynamic yet. We have to make it dynamic. I will show you how to make it dynamic. It's very easy actually, because we already have our API, so we have to fetch the data and we have to replace it with the dynamic data. Okay, that's it. So yep, let's come back here. So our all customization done, and logout we can do work there later. Notifications management, the loggers is not done. So let's do one thing. Let's make the page at least. Then we can org there later, because we have to make on WebSocket server for loggers. So loggers and page.csx. Perfect. We can click here now, and loggers it's empty. We just on page text, but yeah, fine. It's so everything is done. Orders, payments, products, events, users, sellers, loggers not done, management done, notifications not done, all customization done, and logout it's also not done, but oh no, it's done. Okay, I think not really working. Yeah, it's just redirecting the user to login page. Yeah, that's it. But definitely, why admin want to do login? This is also a good question, right? Definitely admin like doesn't need to do login like a simple user. Okay, and on funny thing, if you do logout as an user, I think this will do logout for the admin if you're using subdomain then. But if you're not using subdomain, this will not do logout. But again, that same questions, why admin want to do logout if the admin is a real admin? And definitely no one can access your admin dashboard without like, you know, the real access. Okay, or even you can make your admin dashboard to protect it for just your IP. You can definitely do it. Like if you're deploying it inside Vercel, you can add some security that only from your IP you will get access to this admin dashboard. Okay, simple. Then no one can get access to your admin dashboard. Okay, that's it. Right now what we have to do, we have to actually do some real work. This everything was very easy, right? This which things we were doing, this like fetch all payments, all orders, same things, everything was like very similar with each other. But right now let's start to do something complex. Let's start to implement our chatting features. Let's start to work for the user and sellers chatting features. And as I said earlier, for the chatting features, we are going to do something advanced thing. Okay, we're not going to make on simple WebSocket server. Okay, fine. Just do the chat with user and seller. Just save the data inside database. Definitely we're doing the same thing, but we're going to doing this with an scalable way. We're going to use Kafka here for making our messaging system, so that it can like, you know, scale up perfectly. Like when you have a lot of users, it can work properly. It will not break the applications in the productions. Okay, with a lot of message pressure. Okay, so the approach I'm using, I'll definitely explain that. Right now, no wasting time, let's start our chatting features right now then. But definitely for chatting features, we have to create new services, and that will be actually our kind of like list services, I think. But no, we also have our loggers services. Yeah, that's new, different service. Definitely loggers will be not same with like the other services. So logger service will be different. Okay, we can say logger service for that, and we need on chatting service right now on another Express.js server for chatting service, which is very normal, because for chatting service we have so many things like Kafka consumers, we need on complete WebSocket, and like some controllers and routes. So yeah, we need actually a lot of things, and we will do that right now. So yeah, close everything and open our terminal, stop the server, stop our backend server, clear the terminal, and let's add our chatting service. So just use this command that nxg@nx/express app The service name is chatting service and the directory should be app/chatting service. And that's it. And E2E end runner, we don't need this, so we can make it none. Now, which linter would you like to use? We can say none. A unit tester for now, none. Yep, done. We can clear our terminal, and actually we need another service. Let me just create that, and that is our recommendation service. I forget it. Recommendation service and logger service. So let's create all of this. So logger service, actually logger, not loggers. Yeah. Logger service and recommendation service. We need these two service. Let's do it now. So logger service. Yep. And the last one, it should be the recommendation service. So recommendation service. Yeah. And instead of logger service, we have to change it to recommendation service. Perfect. And that's it. So creation done. Right now, let's open our sidebar, and you can see here we have our chatting service, our logger service, and our recommendation service. Yep, everything is perfect here. Now, let's open our chatting service at first. And for our chatting service, the port should be actually 6006. All right. So for chatting service, it should be 6006. So change it to 6006. For our recommendation service, it should be 6007. So let's come here and make it 6007. Yep. So for now, it's fine. And the last one is our logger service. So the logger service, this will be 6008. All right. Now everything is fine for now. Okay, let's come back to our chatting service and let's start to do work here. So at first, remove the comment, what we always do, then this one, and then everything is fine, but we have to come back here. We have to change this root directory like this. We have to include our packages folder, and we have to come back in this webpack config. We have to add the resolve, and here we have to add the alias and extension. Done. So perfect. Now come back here in this src folder, create controllers and routes. Oops, it should be routes. Yeah. Done. Now, actually in here, we need some more things in chatting service because this is not a simple Express.js server. We have to create here an WebSocket.ts and on chat message consumer. So chat message.consumer on Kafka consumer.ts. Yeah. So for now, it's fine. Right now, let's start to work inside our main.ts. At first, here, we have to add the two things like this express.json and the cookie parser. So let's add it here. Yeah. And then this will be /API, not /API. It should be / actually. And welcome to chatting service. Fine. Yep. Now here we have to connect our WebSocket server. Okay. So for that's why definitely we have to create our WebSocket server right now. Let's do one thing. Let's come back to this WebSocket.ts and let's start to work here. So at first, we need here our Kafka producer, okay? Because in here, we're going to receive our all messages, right? Because the plan of mine is, let me explain how I am thinking to work here. So let me go to user. Perfect. So I'm saying our chatting service system design, we can say. Yep. So you can come in this canvas. Now, let me explain how I'm thinking to work. Okay. So at first, let's say users. Okay. Users like this. So there can be a lot of users. Okay. This is our side A, we can say. Okay. This is our side A. Now, these users will actually give messages. Okay. Give messages to whom? Give messages to sellers, or we can say shops. I think, yeah, we have shops. So let's say this is the shops or the sellers, we can say. Okay, just for an understanding, just think it as a shop. So this will send request to shops. Users can do chatting with shops. So for an example, the user will send message. Yep. So user actually sending messages to our seller. Okay. Now let's technically think this. Let's make it side B. Let's just add it here, and this is our side B. So at first, we must have to make the chatting features real time, right? That when the user is sending messages, the sellers or the shop will get instant message, dynamic, like real time message. So how can we make on real time connections with this user and seller? Definitely we can use here WebSocket, and that's the easiest options, right? We can use here WebSockets. So sending message here, we can say like, through WebSocket. So through WebSocket. Now the main game is actually here. When we are sending messages through WebSocket, we don't need to store the data in database. Okay, it's like, the user and seller, they are connected with each other with an WebSocket network. For example, when at first sending request or sending data, like sending messages, like, they are sending messages, so we can say messages. So suppose sending messages, okay, sending messages, and the messages is going here and it's going to the seller. Okay, seller sending to user, user sending to seller. It's just like, inside on real-time socket network. But then what's the problem? Why do we actually use on database? Because just think about it, the user and the seller is connected with on WebSocket network. Very good. The problem is that when they are giving reload, or when they are going to offline, when they're again coming to the conversation, definitely we cannot store the WebSocket network informations. WebSocket is just like on real-time communications. It's just doing on real-time communications with these two sides. It's just creating on communications, like this network and this network, they are connected with each other. So that's why when user is sending something, the seller is instantly getting it, because they're already connected in a socket network. That's why. Okay, now next time when the user is coming, okay, fine, the user and seller again getting connected with a socket network, but the previous one is definitely expired. When they're not like, doing communication with each other, then the socket is expired, and when they're again coming, it's creating a new socket network with this user and this seller. Okay, this user, this seller is connecting with one socket network, this one probably connected with another socket network. Okay, it's kind of like that. Now the problem is that when the user or seller is coming for the second time, then if we are not storing the data, we cannot show them the previous conversations, which is a big problem. So that's why what we do, we are sending messages to, like, in the UI we are showing, okay, fine, the chatting is instant, like it's completely real time. But in real world, can you instantly insert on message? Yeah, you can insert it if the message is like, one message or 5 messages. But think about it that you have 100k, like 100k users and 100k sellers. Then can you store the messages inside your, like, database instantly? Definitely not, because the request is lot. You are sending a lot of requests. The user, the 100k users, when sending messages, it's not possible to store all the data instantly in that database, because the database throughput is not good enough for taking all the data. The database will crash, which is very normal. We cannot store all the data instantly inside our database. It's not possible. If we do that, our database will crash. So what then we can do here? We are like, storing all the messages inside our database, fine, but we cannot do that instantly. And if we don't store the data instantly, then the problem is that in here, we, like, second time when the user or seller is coming, we cannot show the conversation. So we must have to store the data somewhere, right? We have to store the data inside our database, but with a scalable way. With a scalable way we have to store that data. For an example, we can actually, when the user and seller is doing doing communications with each other through WebSocket, like when the user is sending a message, that's going to definitely to our WebSocket server. Okay, so from here, let's say from here, we are actually from the WebSocket server, we are sending it here, where we're sending it here, and this is our Kafka server. Okay, we are using here Kafka. But why? Let me explain why we are using here Kafka. We are already using Kafka for our that user activity tracking system, and this time again we're using our Kafka for messaging system. But why? So here I already explained it that how Kafka actually works. For example, what is the consumer, what is the producer? Okay, producer means who is sending the message, that's producer, and consumer means who is receiving the message. Simple. Okay, so sender of the message is definitely this WebSocket. But how? Because when the user is sending a message, we are sending through WebSocket to the seller, right? Through the WebSocket network. So definitely that's at first going to this WebSocket server, and we're emitting it inside our WebSocket server. For emitting that, the seller is watching that instantly here, right? We're emitting that inside this network, and that's why the seller is watching the message from the socket network. It's like, pulling the data from the socket network, since this is like on same network. That's why. So from here, when we're sending the message, we can do one thing. We can, under the hood, we can send the message to our Kafka consumer. Okay, we can say this is our consumer. So consumer, and everyone know that Kafka consumer, definitely it will not work alone. We have to definitely set on Kafka producer. Okay, the Kafka producer will be actually here in this WebSocket server. Okay, Kafka producer is here. So we have to set up on Kafka producer inside our WebSocket server to send on request to our Kafka consumer. So what our Kafka consumer will do right now. So for an example, we have here like 5 messages, let's say. Okay, the user is sending like 5 messages, so we are sending all of that in here in our WebSocket, definitely, and then from WebSocket we're sending that in this Kafka consumer, and inside our Kafka consumer we will do one smart thing, and that is inside here we will, let's say, make on simple array. Okay, like late messages for an example. Okay, on simple array, and here we will do on set timeout kind of function. Okay, like after 3 seconds, again 3 seconds for an example. So after every 3 seconds, now here is the catch. We have to understand one very important thing. Just try to understand what I am saying again. From here, when user is sending on messages, seller is again sending on messages, that's also going to this WebSocket server, and that's Kafka producer is just like taking that and sending that to this Kafka consumer, and we are storing all of the messages inside this array for 3 seconds. Okay, and after 3 seconds we will do on batch insert inside our database. Okay, again think about it, we are doing on batch insert here. We're not inserting all the messages. For example, if there like 100k messages in 1 minute, we're not storing that for 100k times. We're storing the messages inside here in this array, or even you can store the messages inside Kafka, because Kafka is Kafka also has some storage, but Kafka cannot hold the data for a long time as like our traditional database. Okay, that's the difference between Kafka and our primary databases like MongoDB or PostgreSQL or other databases. Okay, so let's say here inside our Kafka we're storing the data for a certain time, and after a set timeout, like after some break, like 3 seconds or 2 seconds, you can definitely optimize it, but don't make it so late. That's not good. So because otherwise the seller is giving on reload and again coming it, and seller they have to wait for 3 seconds, so it's not good. We have to make it as less as possible. Also, if we make it a little bit more, like 3 seconds, 5 seconds, then think we are storing 3 seconds data at once. So it's just an scalable approach, nothing else. Okay, we are using this just for on a scalable approach. Otherwise, we can also like, hold the data in Kafka and we can send the data inside our database. Okay, but this is the best way. So here, when the user is like sending the data like on 100,000 messages, and the user also like, sending that type of messages. Okay, and we're storing all of that inside this user in this messages array. And at the end, we are doing on base insert. We're storing all of the messages within a single write request. And that's the power of Kafka, and that's actually a scalable way, because that time we're not sending a lot of requests to our database. Because if we send a lot of requests, as I said earlier, our traditional database throughput is not high as like this Kafka. Okay, Kafka can handle a lot of requests. Like, if you send 100k requests to Kafka, it has no problem, because Kafka throughput is very high. When our traditional database like MongoDB or PostgreSQL, it's not that much high. If you send a lot of requests, it will slow down the database and it will actually ultimately crash the database. And you understand that when it will crash the database, definitely your application will not work. So that's why we are sending the messages or uploading the messages through Kafka, so that our database will not crash. Okay, this is the actually scalable way which we are doing inside our application. So this is actually looking like very simple, and actually it's simple, but you have to see that how I am right now doing it like in a real coding applications. Okay, how I am doing it in the coding part right now, because we have to do actually a lot of work. It's seems like just simple, but we have to do a lot of work. Okay, so I tried my best to explain you how we are planning to work here, the system design for our this messaging system. Okay, yeah, so let's start the coding right now. So as I said earlier, inside our WebSocket, definitely we need a Kafka producer, right? Because we're gonna connect definitely we're gonna send the message from this WebSocket. So this is definitely then on producer, because this is producing the message. That's why. Now we have to import Kafka from 1 minute. I think I did a small mistake. So let's do one thing. Let's come back here. ts config, this is fine. Webpack config. There's something definitely wrong. Just keep on reload window. I think it's some TypeScript issue. Very weird to see this. It's supposed to work, I don't know. Because we can see that we added here that root directory. The includes is also correct. I really don't know what's going on here. Alright, I found the problem. I did that stupid mistake. It should be packages. Okay, the spelling was not correct. That's why it was not working. Right now you can see. Oh my god, I did again spelling mistake. Seriously, why? So packages, it should be packages. Yeah, please break right now. What's going on? Yeah, now working. You can see now it's actually working. Yep, perfect. Now producer, let's make the producer. So kafka.producer and call it. Yeah, now here we have to make on simple array. Okay, that connected users. So the all users were connected here with our socket server. So string and WebSocket, the type will be like this. Yeah, and new map. Okay, so WebSocket is coming from WS library, WebSocket server and WebSocket. Yeah, and let's say we need actually here Redis also. So why we need Redis, I will again explain this, but let me edit at first. And then we just need our server, that HTTP server from HTTP library, which is on built-in library. We don't need to install it actually. Now, after connected users, we need another one for unseen counts. Okay, the unseen messages counts. Yep. So we are actually using Redis for seen unseen features. Okay, the message seen unseen and the active status. So active status actually it's coming with our WebSocket network. When the on seller and user is connected through on WebSocket, that it means they're active, otherwise they're not active. Okay, simple. But for unread messages, we are actually using the Redis. Okay, yeah. Now incoming message, let's make our simple type here. Okay, we can then then this will be easy for us to write that REST code. Yeah, so the incoming message, we're taking on type. What is the type of the message? Okay, when the message type is marked as seen, it means the message is seen, and when it's not, then it means the message is not seen yet. Yep. Now from user ID, who is sending the message, which will be string, and to user ID, where we are sending the message. Yep, to user ID, it can be the seller. Definitely it is the seller, because seller and user doing communications with each other in our application. Now message body, which will be string. Now conversation ID, which will be string. Now sender type, which will be string. Yep. So that's it. Our type is ready. Right now we can create our function that export async function that create WebSocket server. So the server, which type should be the HTTP server, and inside here we can create an WebSocket server. So we can say new WebSocket server, and we're gonna send this HTTP server here. Okay, so this is going to run the WebSocket server on this same port. Okay, this 6006, but the URL should be like this, WSS and our this localhost 6006. Simple, WebSocket server endpoint. Yeah. Now after this, we can connect our producer, Kafka producer. So producer.connect. Now we can send on console log for debugging purpose only, that producer, we can say Kafka producer connected. Yeah. And then we can create on connection request. Okay, in our WebSocket, then WebSocket. So here actually on user or seller or someone actually connected in our WebSocket. So we can say new WebSocket connections. We received a new WebSocket connections. Simple. Then we can create here on let variable. So let registered user ID, which is definitely string or null, which registering it, that user. By default it's going to be null, and when someone is registering, we're gonna store that in here. Yeah. Then ws dot on. Right now when someone is sending message, we're gonna receive the message here as a parameter like raw message. Yeah. Then what we will do, when someone is sending on message, we will create here a try catch statement, because we're gonna do something right now. At first we have to make the message string. So raw message dot to string. Let's make this to string right now, the message data. Now we have to register the user on first plain message. Okay, and by the way, this is non-JSON, so let me just write that also here, that non-JSON. Yeah. Now if our not registered user ID and that not message string starts with this, meanings not JSON, then register user ID will be this message steer. Yeah. Now connected users dot set, we're going to set this user inside the connected users array. So connected users ID and this WS. Yep, the WebSocket connections. Yeah. Now we can say that registered, again for debugging purpose, that registered WebSocket for user ID. Okay, so here actually we are saying that this user ID is right now registered with our socket network, that registered user ID. Simple. Then after this we can do one thing, that is it seller or user. Another interesting thing. So each seller, so we can say registered users user ID and starts with, for the seller we will make it something like this. Okay, the first we will start with seller underscore to make sure that yeah, this is seller. Now here we have to check one thing, that's why we're using here the Redis key. So Redis key, if it's each seller, Then is the seller online? So online seller, you might be thinking from where it's coming. No worries, we will store it when we will like give on message. Okay, when like when seller and user is getting connected, we will use it. I mean, we'll store it inside Redis that yeah, the seller is right now active. Okay, now registered user ID dot replace seller underscore, and yep, that's it. We're going to replace it. Okay, the Redis key. Then otherwise online user and that registered user ID. Yep. After this we can set redis dot set, and we can add the Redis key here with this on. Yeah, just one simple value. Okay, that yeah, we are like adding the sellers and users here. Yeah, then we can set an expiry, because definitely we have to frequently change it. So we are adding here 300 seconds. Okay, the expiry time here. Now we are going to return the WebSocket network. We are going to return this function. Simple. Yep. Now after this, when the registered user ID and message starts with not like this, then what we will do? Then we have to process the JSON message. We can say we have to write out process the JSON message. So we can say constant data, and the type should be definitely the incoming message, and JSON dot parse that message string, that is str, that variable. Then now if it's scene update, very important, if our data dot type is it actually mark as scene, if it's marked as scene and the registered user ID is available, then we have to make the scene key. Okay, so here the scene key will be the registered user ID underscore data dot conversation ID. Yeah, and then after this we can add this inside our unseen counts. Then we can set this scene key and 0. Yep, otherwise 0. Then return the logic from here. Okay, now for the regular messages, we can do one thing. We can give here a comment that regular message constant something, we're taking from data, we're extracting the messages. Okay, the object. So from user ID to user ID, messages body, conversation ID, and sender type. Yeah, then after this, if no data or no to user ID or no message body, yeah, or no conversation ID, then what we will do, we'll give on warning that invalid message format. The format is not correct. Okay, it's just for an again debugging purpose, so that we can debug it properly when there is something wrong. Yeah, then let's take on date. Okay, that new date to iOS string. Why do we need this? Because right now we are going to set the message. Okay, we're going to send the message inside our database, inside our Kafka consumer. Now message payload, we're just making here on just simple object, and we're storing all of this data which is coming from our front end side definitely, and we're going to make on message event. Okay, on JSON stringify event, the type is message, new message, and payload is this message payload object. Okay, so this message event, this time we are going to send it actually, but before that we have to check our receiver key and sender key. Now let me explain what is receiver key and what is sender key. So if the sender type is user, then it means the user is sending message to seller right now. Okay, seller to user ID, that's seller ID. Or otherwise definitely when it's like a user, then it's sending to like seller, right? I mean, this is receiver ID. So when user is sending message, definitely user is sending to seller. When seller is sending to user. And sender key, it will be, and for sender key, this will be opposite. Like when the sender is sending message, I mean, user is sending message, definitely sending to like, you know, sender key. I think we're doing opposite, or wait, receiver key. If send user is sender, okay, sorry, this is sender type. So when user is sending message, sending to seller, right? And this is sender key. The sender is user, then definitely this will be sender user, because the sender type, this is the sender type, that's why. Notice both same, that's why. Okay, now this is the receiver key, this is the sender key. Just one simple like logic on if like if else statement to just get the sender and receiver perfectly. Yeah, then we have to update our unseen count dynamically right now. Okay, it's very important, because when the seller or user is not active, we have to make the unseen count dynamically. So how can we do that? We can just update our Redis. That's it, simple. So we can just add that unseen key again, that receiver key, and the conversation ID, and the previous count. We have to get the previous count, and we have to set with this new one. Okay, this previous count plus 1, this unseen key. That's it. Right now, what we have to do? We have to right now send the new message to receiver, right? So constant receiver socket. This is not again consumer. This time we're sending message to the receiver. Okay, so connected users dot get the receiver key. If our receiver socket and receiver socket dot ready state equals to our WebSocket dot open, then we are sending the, we're imaging the message event. Okay, so receiver socket dot send and send the message event. Right now, what we have to do? We have to definitely notify our, we have to also notify our unseen count, right? So receiver socket dot send JSON stringify, and type should be unseen count update. Yeah, and the payload will be conversation ID, the count, which will be the previous count plus 1. Yep. Now we can say that the message is right now delivered to user. So delivered message and unseen count to this receiver key, okay, to the receiver. This was an if logic. You can notice that if our registered user, so it was starting from here. Yeah, not here, actually here. Okay, so then we actually have to write here else logic also. So after this console.log, let's add our else and another console.log that user, this is offline, this receiver ID is offline, and message is right now queued. Okay, yeah. Now 1 minute, I just want to check one thing here. Now what we have to do? We have to echo to sender right now. Now what the meaning of this? Let me at first write this, then I'm explaining this. So sender socket connected users dot get the sender key. Now if our sender socket and sender socket dot ready state equals to our WebSocket dot open, then we have to send the message event. Yep, that's it. And then at the end we have to push to Kafka consumer. Yeah, right now we're going to save the data to our database. So definitely not from here, we're sending it to Kafka, and Kafka will do the rest work for us. So we have to add here a topic name. We have to know this. The topic name will be chat.new message. So make sure that you are creating this topic inside your Kafka database. Yeah, 1 minute. Key, which will be conversation ID, and value JSON dot stringify the message payload. Yup. And one more thing we have to do here, we can do here like another console log to understand that the message queued to Kafka, and this is the conversation ID. Yup. And if it's catch any error, we can just console log the error, that error processing WebSocket message with the error. Now, what I was saying, that you have to make sure that you are creating this topic, okay, where inside Kafka, inside our Kafka cluster. So let's do one thing. Let's go to Confluent. So here you go. From here you can see the topics, and from these topics you can see I already have the chat new message. So if you don't have, just click this add topic and create the chat new message topic. The partitions, keep it as default, that's 6. Okay. Right now here you can see we have some data contracts, we have some messages, but definitely we're not storing it for a long time. This is like for a certain time, and then we're storing it inside our database. That's it. So that's it. Our work is done here. Right now, let's come back here. And since we sent our message to user, and this time we're sending it to our the Kafka producer. Now what we have to do, we have to do some more work, and let me show you what we have to do. We have to close our WebSocket server right now. By the way, it should be end here, ws.on, we can say close. So when our WebSocket server is getting close, then what we have to do, we have to search for the registered user ID. If it's available, then connected users dot delete the registered user ID. Simple, the first logic. Then we can actually do on console log, again for debugging purpose, that disconnected this user. And if it's seller, then we have to delete the online, okay, online status from Redis. Not only seller, if it's seller, then delete the seller one, otherwise delete the user one, because if not seller, definitely it's user. Okay, like common sense. And then we're deleting the Redis key from our Redis database. Yeah. And if any error is there, if there have any error inside our WebSocket server, then ws.on error, then we can just show the error message in our terminal. Yeah. And at the end, we can show on message that WebSocket server is actually ready. Just on console log to check it from our terminal. So yeah, our WebSocket, all logic is actually done. It was a little bit big, a little bit messy, but I think you understand everything from here. And if you don't understand everything, no worries. Right now, after writing the Kafka consumer, you will understand almost everything. Okay. Now, this is our chat message consumer. So this is actually our Kafka consumer. So from here, we have to do our REST work. And Kafka consumer is also a little bit big file. So let's start to write our code here. At first, we have to import Kafka, definitely. From where? From our packages, that utils and Kafka. Simple. Then import, we have to import our Prisma actually from packages libs Prisma, and we have to import our consumer, and that is each message payload. Yeah. And another thing we need, and that is our increment unseen count. So this is actually a helper function which we will create later, not right now. Now we can create a simple interface here, that buffered message, that conversation ID, the sender ID, sender type, content, and created that. Yeah. Now here we have to add our topic name, this chat new message, which one we just created, and the group ID. So the group ID is chat message DB writer. We're writing here the batch interval ms. So after every 3000 millisecond, we will insert the data. Now let buffer. So we can say this buffer messages, definitely an array, and by default empty array. Yeah. And let flash timer. So we can say nodejs.timeout or null, and by default null. Yeah. Now we have to right now initialize our Kafka consumer. So Very simple. We can create our own function for this, that export async function start consumer, we can say. Yeah. So inside here, we can just create that consumer variable again, and the type should be our consumer. So then Kafka.consumer, and just call this and send our group ID. We have to send our group ID to connect our Kafka consumer. And then after that, we have to connect our consumer. So consumer.connect, done. Then we have to subscribe our new topic. Yeah, that topic. So the topic name is coming from here, this chat new message. From beginning, make it false, definitely. Yep. Then console log that Kafka consumer connected and subscribe to that, like this topic. Yeah. Now start our consuming. So right now we have to run our consumer. So await consumer. Oops, I did a small mistake. We have to call it here actually. I mean here we're right now outside of the function. Anyway, await consumer dot run. We have to run our consumer, and for each message, not each bash. So each message on a sync function, we're gonna receive the message, which type will be the each message payload. This one. Oops, each message payload, something like this. And then just on callback. And if our messages dot value is not available, then return it, or empty, then return it. Just return the function, because then this will definitely not work. Then constant parsed. Since we were sending the response, the JSON data, that's why we have to right now change it. So JSON.parse, we can set the message.value to string. Yeah. Then after this, we have to send it inside the buffer.push. So we have to send this parsed. Yeah. Right now, if this is the first message in an empty array, then start the timer, right? Because like, there is no messages, so definitely we're not going to run any like set timeout, like 3 seconds, like 3 seconds. Yeah, 3000 milliseconds means 3 seconds. So when there is any message, then we're running the like timer. Otherwise, like there is no messages for 1 hour, so definitely we're not going to run that. That's it, simple. If our buffer dot length is 1 and no flash timer, then set the flash timer, that set timeout, that set timeout function, but flash timer, flash buffer job. So we have to create on flash buffer to db, okay, not job, and batch interval ms. So flash buffer to db, we have to create this function, which we will create right now, no problem. But let's finish it here. After this, if it's catch any error, just console.log that failed to parse Kafka message, and so show the error. Simple. Now this flash buffer to db, let's do it right now. So we can say flash the buffer to the database and simply reset the timer. Yeah. Now async function, this flash buffer to db, and here constant to insert the buffer dot splice 0 and the buffer dot length. Yeah. If flash timer, then clear the timeout simply. So clear timeout, we can call it, we can send this flash timer. Yeah. And we can make our flash timer to null. Simple. Then otherwise, if our toInsert dot length is even 0, then simply return the function. Now if everything is fine, then inside here we can say Prisma payload, or the data which we have to set inside our, like what we have to save inside our database. So toInsert dot map that message message like this. Then here we have to add our conversation ID, that message dot conversation ID, the sender ID, so message dot sender ID, the sender type, which will be message dot sender type, definitely. Then the content and created at, content will be message dot content, and the created at will be just on new date, the message dot created at. Yeah. Right now what we have to do, we have to do on badge insert, that Prisma dot message dot create many, and we have to insert the data, the Prisma payload. Yeah. And then we have to change our Redis unseen. Okay. So we have to change our Redis unseen counter only if the data insert successful then. Okay. That's why we're running it after the Prisma logic. By the way, why it's giving error? Because we don't have any message collection yet, or message schema inside our Prisma database. Okay. I mean inside our Prisma schema. So definitely we'll create it, no problem. And this increment unseen count, let's make it right now. This is actually on helper function. Let's come inside our packages, utils, sorry, not utils, libs and Redis. Let's create here our message redis.ts. Yeah. And here it's actually some function. Let me quickly do it, then I'm explaining this. So at first we're like taking the Redis from our this file, this index.ts, the connections Redis file. So right now Redis is connected here. Now increment unseen count, here we're adding just on a key, that unseen, and then we're incrementing that key. Simply we're adding on +1. Okay, like we're incrementing it. Here we are checking the unseen count. Okay, get the unseen count. So we are like adding the key and we're checking the key, and otherwise we're sending the count. Otherwise, like if there is no count, if it's null or undefined, then we're sending 0. Then clear unseen count, we have to right now clear our unseen count. So we're again giving the key and we are deleting it from our Redis database. That's it. Now we can save it and we can import this, and here you go, done. Right now after this, we can just give on console.log that flushed on minute. We can show on dynamic message that flushed Prisma payload dot length messages, like 2 messages or 3 messages, or like 100k messages, how many messages we inserted. Okay, so this message inserted to DB and Redis. Yeah, just for again debugging purpose, so that we can understand, yeah, this many messages we actually inserted inside our database. Yep. And otherwise here, if it's catch any error, then we're going to show that inside our console error, and then we're unshifting the buffer to this toInsert. Okay, and then if the flash timer is not available, then we're making the flash timer to this flash buffer to DB, and batch interval ms like 3000 milliseconds. Okay, that's it. Right now it's giving on simple error because we don't have any database schema. Okay, we don't have any message collections or anything like that. No problem. Come inside Prisma schema.prisma, and here let's create our all model. So at first create here our conversation group model. Okay, so there will be definitely by default an ID, and is group name, creator ID, and participants. Now let me explain. This is like in the future, if in the future we're planning to add on group feature like group chat, that's why I added this is group. So if it's a group chat or just on one-to-one chat, that's why. Then definitely the conversation group name, we must need this, the creator ID. Sorry, we don't need this. This is like optional. Sometimes if you want to give on any name, then you can give it. Then the creator ID, who is creating the conversations, the participant ID is like the user ID. This is kind of like an array, because if it's group chat, then we can store here multiple user IDs. Okay, the receiver IDs, the created at and updated at. Simple. Now model, we need participant model, like who is participating in the chat or the conversation, not chat, because we're creating a conversation and in the conversations we are doing chatting. Okay, now in the conversation, definitely there need to be participant. So the participant must need on conversation ID, on user ID or seller ID, like depends on the, like is it seller, then seller ID, is it user, then user ID. Last seen, when the last seen happened in this conversation group, then is online, then unread count, like how many messages unread, then mute and join that. Okay, now you might be thinking here for user and seller on participant. No, for user there will be one, and for seller there will be on collections data. Okay, that's it. So two data for user one and for seller one. So we can, like, easily update this is online, last seen at, unread count, mutate and other things. Okay, mutate is like for push notifications. Like since we are planning to work with the mobile app, so we will implement this push notifications for the chatting features. Anyway, now the last one, the most important one, that is our messages. So we have our conversation group, we have participant. Definitely we need right now messages. So for messages, at first the ID, then for messages we need conversation ID, sender ID, sender type, what is the message content, and if there have any images, that attachment we can add that, and status, what is the status of the message and the created at. Now definitely we need something here, like we are going to use some decorator, that the conversation ID, sender ID, content, created at, all of this cannot be same for multiple time in the message. Like we're just adding it to just do on verifications, that we're not storing on message for twice. Okay, I mean everything is same, the conversation ID, the sender ID, content, created at, so we're not storing it for twice. So that's why we're just adding here this unique logic. Yep. Right now what we have to do, we have to send this, we have to say npx prisma db push. So this will update our local schema. Yeah, done. Right now you can see it's not giving any error, because right now we have our this actually prisma.message. Yeah, simple. Our chat message consumer work is also done right now. So what we have to do, our WebSocket work is done, consumer work is also done. So a lot of work actually done. Right now we have to connect our WebSocket server here inside our main.ts. So create WebSocket server, we can send the server right now. Now we have to start our Kafka consumer, definitely. So we can start the Kafka consumer. So start consumer, call it. If it's catch any error, then just let us know about the error. Simple. Yep, this is giving some error. Server is used before declarations. True indeed. We have to card this, just card the server, and after the port just paste it in here. Yeah, so at first we're connecting the server, then we're connecting the WebSocket server, and then we're starting our Kafka consumer. And yeah, if there's any error in the server, then we're just showing the error message. Right now you can save it. Everything is fine here. Yeah, everything seems fine. So what can we do? We have to right now go to our API gateway. We have to connect this. So copy this one, this /admin, and let's say /chatting, and 6006 this time. Yeah, we're proxying the request to 6006 request to this one. Okay, when someone is sending /chatting, we're processing that to this server. Simple. Now we can say npm run dev, we can start our server. All right, no error, everything is working properly. I think something is wrong. Kafka consumer giving some error. Okay, it's again getting connected. Okay, yeah, we just created the server. That's why right now notice it's not giving error, so it means it's actually connected right now. Okay, sometimes it can give some error, but if the last message is not giving error, it means it's fine. Okay, anyway, it's working right now. We have to start our front end work then, since our backend work is actually done, not actually done fully, because we have to work in these controllers. Let's make our chatting controller. So you might be thinking, why do we need then this controller right now? Because we finished our sending messages and other things perfectly, right? So chatting controllers.ts, yeah, we finished it, but definitely like we're not just sending and receiving messages. We need the conversations, like, who is sending messages, and the full like the conversation list, the messages list. So for those things, we must need REST API, right? Like for creating a new conversations, we need our chatting controller. For getting the user conversations, for getting the seller conversations, for fetching user messages, for fetching seller messages when they're giving on reload, we need this controller. Okay, we are going to do that, but not right now. Let's start to work for our front end, and then we will do work here. So come back to our user UI. In this source folder, in the app folder, in the routes, let's create a new folder by giving them inbox. So oops, it should be inbox. Now let's create on page.tsx and the rfce that by default what we always do. Yeah, we can save it right now. Let's come back here, give on reload, and from here click this inbox, and this time it's not giving any error. Perfect. So yeah, let's start to work with this inbox page right now. Alright, so at first let's make this component to a client-side component, so we can make it use client. After that, we can add here our search params. So import use search params from next/navigation, and then we need actually our user and user loading. So we can take it from our use require auth hook, and then we need actually our use router. That router equals to use router for, like, sending our user to a new URL, and import it from next/navigation. Then we need on useref the wsref, and import useref from React. And we also need another one, that message container ref, and scroll anchor ref, and query client. So let's import this use query client from TanStack React query. And then we need here few state. So let me show you which state we need. So we need actually chats, then set selected chats, message has more, page and has fetched once, set has fetched once, and conversation ID, definitely which we are getting from this conversation ID. In our URL we will type something like this, that conversation ID, and there will be the conversation ID. Okay, so that's it, and we're getting it then from the search params. Yeah, now after this we can focus inside our design. So let's do one thing. Let's here remove the page, add on class name the w full. Inside here from md, w will be 80%, mx will be auto, and pt will be 5. Now let's add another div with class name display flex h80vh shadow sm overflow hidden. Yeah, then another div with class name with 320 pixel, border r gray 200, bg gray 50. Yeah, that's it. Now inside here we can add on div with class name p4 border b gray 200, text lg, font semi-bold, and text gray 800. Yeah, now inside this we can add our messages text, something like this, right? We can save it and you can see that here you go, it's showing messages perfectly. Then after this, we can add another div with class name divide oi and divide gray 200. Now inside here, if it's loading, so we can say is loading, then by the way, we don't have the is loading and other data. So let's do one thing which is very important right now, and that is we have to right now actually make some backend APIs, otherwise we cannot fetch data properly. Yeah, so let's come back to our chat controller and let's make some APIs. We can finish our all APIs, because then this will make our work more faster. Yeah, so at first we have to make on function for creating a new conversation. Very simple. When we will create new conversations, when on user clicking that start conversation or send message to seller, at first we will check it that is the user already have any conversation with the seller or not. So if the user already have a conversation, we will redirect the user in that conversation. Okay, if there is no conversation, then we will create a new conversation for the user. Yeah, so this is how we are planning to work. So here let's create a simple function on try catch, and something like this. Now here let's create a new conversation. So constant something from request dot body, and here we can receive the seller ID. Yeah, and we're going to also take the user ID from the logged in user. So seller ID and user ID, and then if the seller ID is not available, then we have to send an error that seller ID is required. Yeah, right now we have to check that is there have any conversation for this user and seller in our database, something like this, that existing group. So await prisma.conversation group and find first with this participant IDs has every user ID and seller ID. Is there any conversation group with this user ID and seller ID? Then we are searching it. So if there any existing group, then simple we are redirecting, or we are sending the existing group to the front end. Then we can redirect our user inside that inbox / this conversation ID. Okay, this group, actually this is our conversation ID. We have inside this our conversation. So conversation.id will get our conversation ID here simply like this. Okay, yeah, but if we don't have any conversation, then what we have to do, we have to create new conversations plus participants. But why? First of all, definitely we need a conversation ID. We have to create a conversation, which is very normal with the creator ID and the participant IDs. But why do we need the participants? So when we are creating on conversation group, definitely there are two participants. So we also have to create those two participants here. That's why after creating the conversation group, we are creating the two participants here with the conversation ID and user ID, and this conversation ID and user ID. Okay, we're creating two participant, okay, with user ID and with seller ID. That's it. Then we are sending this response to our front end. Simple. Okay, this new conversation, this conversation with this group, new group, and is new true this time. All right, so right now we're creating new conversation done. Right now we can create another function for getting the user conversations. Okay, for getting the user conversation. So at first we're checking the login user ID, then we are searching for all the conversation or the conversation group actually, because yeah, we need all the conversations where the user is, the user ID is included inside a participant IDs. Simple, right? And then we are making on response data, because conversations is definitely an array. So we also need the seller information. So we're searching for the seller information. So seller participant inside these conversations. Then we are getting the seller full informations from here. Then we are taking the last message, which is very important because we have to show here the last message, right, inside this left sidebar. So that's why we need the last message of the conversation. We are taking that from here, and then we are using here Redis. So why we are using here Redis? To check the online status. Okay, the user status, I mean the seller status here, that is the seller is active or not. Okay, so if the seller is active, definitely we will we're sending this data, the status of the seller, okay, like is online. If it's true, then yeah, it's true, like seller is active. And the last message is here, last message at what's the time of last message, and unread count. This is important, how many unread messages you have. So if you have any unread messages, you will see that here. Okay, we're sending here the user because we are checking the user unread messages. Definitely here, this is user side, so we need user unread messages length, right? That's it. That's what we are doing here. Our get user conversation is done. Now we need another one, that seller conversation, and here actually everything is same except few things. Let me show you where the difference. So here, instead of user ID, this is seller ID, and same seller ID, same here, that user ID is not null, and then this is our, like, we're getting the user details in the seller dashboard because we need the seller user informations, definitely like opposite, that's why. And then we're getting the last message, which is similar, and here we're checking the user active status. If the user is active, then we're sending that here, and the unread count for seller. Okay, that's it. So same thing we're doing here. You were like, opposite, we're doing here opposite, but logic is same actually. Yeah, then after this we need to fetch the messages. This is important. So we have to right now fetch our user all messages, but definitely we cannot fetch all the messages because there can be a lot of messages. That's why we're implementing here on paginations, which is very important. Now at first we are taking the user ID. Definitely the user is logged in, so that's why we are taking this request.user.id and the conversation ID from request.params. Then this page and page size, this is for paginations. I think you understand this at this moment. This page and page size. Then if the conversation ID is not available, then conversation ID is required. Now we're checking if user has access to this conversation. Okay, because like if anyone's giving on request, definitely we have to check it, ensure that the user has conversation access or not, otherwise we will not send the message data, definitely not. So if not, then conversation not found at first. And if no access, I mean if the conversation is not available, then conversation not found. And if the access is not available, then access denied to this conversation. We will not give you the messages because you are not inside the conversation, that's why. And then we will clear the unseen count, definitely for the user, because user is watching the messages. So definitely we have to clear all the unseen count. And then we are getting the seller participant, I mean we need the seller informations. Okay, that's why we are like searching for the seller ID, and then we're fetching the seller informations, and then we're checking the seller active status. We're fetching the paginated messages. Okay, the latest first. This is important because when we're fetching it, by default it's going to give us the last data, but we fast data, but we need the last messages, right? That's why we are fetching with this one. This order by is created at descending. Okay, and with these paginations, which is very important because we definitely cannot fetch all the messages. It's not possible. We're fetching just 10 messages to increase the speed of the fetching. Okay, and then definitely we're caching it for a certain time, so that second time the user don't need to send any request to our server. Okay, like a proper load balancing. Here we're sending the current page and has more, which is like normal when you're doing any paginations. Yeah, so this was actually for user messages. Right now we also have to fetch seller side messages, right? It's also very important. Now here again we're doing opposite, very simple. Instead of user ID, seller ID, and then same here, and then we're checking that if the seller has access inside this or not. So if has, then we're giving the data to the seller. And then user participant, so we need the user information, so we are searching for the user informations, then login active status, and then the last message, and then we are just sending that. Okay, sorry, not last message, we're just sending the paginated messages. Yeah, simple. We're doing same thing, just opposite logic here. Yeah, that's it. So we need actually this 5 function, and that's it. That's about our backend chat controllers. Right now we can come back to chat routes, so let's add it. So chat.routes.ts. yeah, and it's also very simple. Let me show you. At first this express from express, then router express.router, and then router.post. This is create user conversation group. This is the endpoint. Definitely only authenticated user can access this, and then we're calling the function simply. This is here we're calling all of our routes. So make sure that you're adding this perfectly. You can pause the video and you can just write it by yourself. Simple. Okay. Make sure that you're not doing any mistake in this endpoints, because if you do mistake from here, it will not work properly from the front end. So yeah, right now we have to come back to this main.ts because we have to use our routes. So routes app.use/API, then our router, we can say. Yeah, so that's it. Our work is actually done. You can see our backend is restarting, which is very normal. Yeah, it's actually working properly. Now we can come back here and we can make it dynamic. Since we have all of our APIs ready, right now we can make it dynamic. So first of all, we have to fetch our conversation, right? Which is very normal. For the sidebar, we need our conversation. So something like this, that data and conversations use here, import here use query from Transtack React query. We need Axios instance, and this is the protected one. So is protected, and chatting API get user conversations. Yeah, perfect actually. And then we're getting here the conversations. Definitely we have to call this inside our use effect hook. Otherwise it's not going to call automatically. Yep. So something like this. We need another use effect here, that if our conversation ID and chat.length is more than 0, then just set the selected chat, but we can make it later. Okay, fine. I'm just adding it right now. This is for the selected chat, which chat you are selecting. Okay, right now we can save it. Yeah, we can. Let's come here. Let's uncomment this. Now is loading is coming from here. Now if is loading is true, then this will show on loading text. Okay, something like this. Otherwise, if our chats.length equals to 0, then this will show another div with class name p4 text sm text gray 500, and inside this will show that no conversations, because user doesn't have any conversation yet. Simple. That's why. Otherwise, the last one, then what we can do on map with our chattings data. Okay, so chats.map, here we can make on simple variable like this is active. So selected chat conversation ID, when it's matching with our chat.conversations ID, then it means it's active. The chatting section is active. Okay, yeah. By the way, I think I did some small mistake somewhere. Okay, yeah, now fine. So then here we can add on key, something like this, that chats.conversation ID. Then here we can add on class name, something like this, that w full text left, text align left, then some padding left right, and padding top bottom, some transition, and then hover. After hovering, this will change the color. If it's active, then this will change the new background color. Yeah. Then we need another div inside with an image. So image, import image from next/image, and this will show the chat seller avatar. So right now let me save it and then I'm showing you. So no conversations because the user doesn't have any conversation yet. That's why, which is very normal. We didn't create any conversation. So after this, we can add here another div with this, that class name flex1. Here we can add an div that flex items center, justify between, and inside here we can show our seller name and then the seller active status. So if the seller is online, we will show on green indicator that yeah, the seller is actually online right now. And then we can show our messages, the seller messages. So here we can use on get last message. simple function. So get last message, where we are receiving the chat, and the last message will be chat dot last message or empty string. Yeah, because sometimes it can be empty. Yeah, that's it. But guess what? What's the most important thing right now? The most important thing is creating a conversation. So we can create it from here, from our product card. So let's create it from here. If you click anyone this chat with seller, it will create a conversation automatically. Okay. So for this, what we have to do, we have to come back to our product details card. So components and cards, and this is the product details card. Yep. So here actually we can create on new function by giving name handle chat, definitely on async function. And let's copy this name and let's come back here, this chat with seller. So chat with seller, right now we cannot push the user here. We have to call our handle chat function. Yeah, right now let's start to work inside this handle chat function. So at first, if it's loading, then return the function. Okay, so loading is coming from where? Definitely it's on use state hook. So here we can create on use state hook, something like this. So set is loading when it's true. Let me show you when it's true. So at first, if its loading is true, then return it, and then otherwise make the set is loading true, then use here on try catch, and inside this try catch send on request. So constant raise await Axios instance dot post slash chatting slash API slash create user conversation group. Perfect. Now definitely we have to send the seller ID, which seller we want to, with which seller we want to create the conversation. Yeah, so seller ID, and the last one is that our is protected. That's simple like logic which we created for our authentications mechanism. Yeah, then after this we have to send the user to this router.push slash inbox, then conversation ID, this raise dot data dot conversation, yeah, not sessions, conversation dot ID. Yeah, and then if it's catch any error, we can just debug it, and then otherwise finally we must have to make our set is loading false. Yeah, so if set is loading is true, okay, is loading is true, then what we will do, definitely we will disable it, right? Simple. So we don't need that, because when you're calling this handle chat, see here we are disabling it. So if is loading is true, then return it. So you cannot click this button for multiple times. Right now if I click here, all right, it's showing me conversation ID, and see Becodemy, and this is like say something to start your conversations, and this is the avatar of the seller. So yeah, it's actually creating on conversations. You can see here. Let me show you the database. So here just give on reload, and this is our conversation group. Here you go, and this is our participant, sorry. So this is the two participants. Perfect. Yeah, so everything is working actually. Great. Now let's come back here. Let's make dynamic right now everything. Since we created on conversations, right now we can start to do our more work. Yeah, so now after this two div here, actually after this 320 pixel, let's create a new div with class name flex call flex 1 bg gray 100. Yeah, and the selected chat, if it's true, then only show this. So div with class name p4 border b and border b gray 200. The bg will be white. Display flex item center gap 3. Yeah, and image, let's import image from next/image. Then image source will be selected chat sellers dot avatar, or this like fallback value. Now alter, this will be selected chat dot seller dot name. Here otherwise for now just do something. Yeah, then after this we need height width for the image, right? So height width, and on class name, so something like this, that rounded full, some border border on pixel, and border color is like white, that gray 200. Yeah, now after this let's add another div with on h2, and the h2 class name will be something like this, that texture 800 font semibold text beige and selected chat seller dot name. Okay, so you can see Becodemy it's showing here, perfect. And then we need the active status, so we can add on paragraph for this. So if it's if the seller is online, then online, otherwise offline, something like this. Yep. Now after this two div, we can create another div with reference that messages or message container ref actually, and on class name something like this, that flex1 overflow y auto px6 py6 space y4 and text sm. Now if there have more content, has more that paginations, okay, then we are showing here load previous message button, and if anyone click this, then it will like call another function which is load more messages, which we can do on comment for now, okay, because still we don't have any messages, so definitely we don't need this load more messages for now at least. Okay, so here you go. Right now it's showing this, but on minute, so has more by default true. And okay, I will check this later, no worries. But for now, here after this, let's do map with our messages. So messages dot map. By the way, messages is coming from where? Simple, we have to fetch our messages. Okay, and for fetching messages, it's very simple. Let me show you. We already have the API, so we can just fetch it, something like this. So yeah, data, then we're giving this name to messages, and we're using that use query key is messages with the conversation ID, and then we are sending on request to our chatting API, then get messages and this conversation ID, and the page is definitely one, and this is protected. I mean that protected our the function, simple, that utility function. And then set page one, set has more with this, that if it's true, then, but actually I think it's not true. Okay, so it was by default value, that's why. Okay, I understand right now. So I think we should make it false by default. Yeah, then the previous problem will finish. I mean that will fix. Now enabled when the conversation ID is not available, only available, then only show this one. Yeah, then still time for 2 minutes, the caching time. Yeah, that's it right now. One interesting thing, and that is the load mode messages, which one we were working. This is also actually on function, but with this load more messages, we are calling the next page. Otherwise, see, everything is similar here except this one. We are changing the messages query key. We are adding the new data. That's it. Because we don't want to completely change the full array. We are just modifying the already available messages array. We are adding the previous 10 messages. That's it. We are not doing anything. Okay. And then after previous 10 messages, you can again click load more messages, then we will add more 10 messages, something like that. How we actually see inside WhatsApp or Messenger or other applications. Yeah, that's it. Now come back here. Since we have our messages data right now, so messages.map and message MSG, which type will be any. Index, we can say number, and on div with class name something like this, that flex call. If the message sender type is user, then items end, ML auto, otherwise items start, and maximum width will be 80%. Now definitely we have to add here on key, because this is on map, that's why. So the key will be index. Sorry, I did spelling mistake. Index. Yeah, and that's it. Right now we can add here on div that sender type, if it's user, then this background, otherwise this background, then message.text, or otherwise message.content. Right now we can save it, and you can see it's showing nothing because we don't have any conversations, that's why. And yeah, after this we can show here our message time, right, for user and for seller. So for user, this will show this side, okay, the right side, and the time same, but for seller this will show left side with blue background. Simple. Yeah, all right. Then after this, at the end we can add our that scroll anchor rep, so that it will scroll to the down, complete down. Yeah, now after this, at the end we need a new component which name will be chat input. This is very important, because inside this chat input we are actually creating out that input for sending a message. Okay, so we have to send here message and set message, because we're creating it from this chat input, that's why. And on send message, this is very important, and here we're gonna call the handle send function. So we have to create the handle send and the component also. So constant handle send async and something like this. Yeah, so definitely it's going to receive the e as a parameter, and we can say that e.prevent default, because this is going to be on form. So e.prevent default. Yeah, now let's make our the component. So inside our shared folder, components folder, let's create a new folder by giving name chats. Yeah, and then let's create our chat input.tsx. Yep, and we can add the RAFCE and chat input. Yep, here we can receive that on send message and set message, and the type will be on it. Let's cut this and add on second bracket, and the type will be the on send message will be on callback function. The set message is this one, that React dispatch this set actions string, and the message will be definitely on string. Yeah, now we need here on state that show emoji and set show emoji, something like this. Yep, then we need on handle emoji click. So actually we're using here on library for our chatting emoji sent. Okay, and then handle image upload. So for now just add something like this, like on simple form validations, simple image uploading form. Now we have to import our emoji picker, but I was experiencing some problem with this library, with this emoji picker library. So that's why actually I found these solutions that we have to use it, that next/dynamic, and here we have to import this inside this next and in this dynamic. Okay, we have to use here dynamic import, and we have to make the SSR to false, meaning the server-side rendering, we have to make it false. Yeah, that's it. And we need some icons here, like send image icon and smile from Lucid React. Yeah, now we can come back inside our component, and here instead of div we can make it form. So form, and here let's add on class name, something like this, that border t will be grade 200, bz white, some padding top bottom and left right, and flex item center, some gap, like 8 pixel and position relative. Yeah. And after submitting this form on submit, we have to call the on send message. Yeah. Now inside here, we can add our that upload icon, that image upload icon, something like this. Right now, if we save it, we have to at first come here. We have to import this chat input. We can right now save it, and here we go. You can already see it here. Perfect. Now let's come back here. After this level, we can add our emoji picker toggle button. Okay. So simply create here a new div with a button that on click, which will make the set show emoji to like opposite of the previous state. Okay, so it will be like if false, then it will make true. If true, then it will make false. Class name this p2. However, this will change the background color and rounded md. And this is the emoji, icon with this class name, the text 600, the color of the emoji. Sorry, the color of the icon. So this is how it's looking like. When I'm clicking, nothing is happening. Give on reload, then this will work. Sorry, I did a crazy level mistake because I forgot to show the emoji. So if show emoji is true, then only show this. I forget to add the emoji picker actually. Yeah, something like this. Position absolute, bottom 12, left 0, z index 50, and this is the emoji picker. And right now if we click, here you go. You can see our emoji picker is here. You can select any emoji from here. Perfect. If you even click here, it will close the model. Yeah. Now we need our input field. So after this div, we can add our input field, that our message sending input field. Then after this, we need our send button, which is definitely our submit button. So yeah, you can see right now it's looking actually very beautiful. We can type here message, we can send the message from here. Simple, right? A lot of work is actually done right now. Yep. So our basic setup is done. Right now it's time to make it functional. It's time to make our chatting app functional. And when we are not selecting anything, let me show you again. When you are not selecting anything, just slash inbox, then it's showing nothing here. But no, it should show something like this one, that select a conversation to start chatting. Okay, so yeah, just flex one, flex item center, justify center, this text 400, text sm, and select a conversations to start chatting. So when I'm clicking here, nothing is happening on minute, because if you remember, we have to uncomment this one at first, and most important, this selected chat, in the sidebar actually, here, yeah, we have to add on click here. So when someone will click here, we will call this handle chat select function. Okay, so let's make this handle chat select after this one. So handle chat select, we're gonna receive chat here, which type will be any. Now set hash faced once, we have to make it false at first, and then we have to set the chats here, and then we have to redirect our user to conversation ID and this conversation. Okay, so again, let's do it. Here you go. You can see right now it's perfectly working. So yeah, after this, it's time to connect our WebSocket server right now. So for connecting our WebSocket server, what we have to do at first, we have to make sure that we're adding on new .env variable inside here, inside our user UI actually. So next chatting WebSocket URI, which will be HTTP localhost, our local server. Okay, not this 8080, not the gateway one. This time we have to go to our 6000, actually 4 or 6, I forget it. Let's see again. I think 6. The chatting service port, it's 6. Okay, so I'm not sure this will give Coursera or not. So let's see, 6006, and yeah, but definitely not HTTP. This will be WS, because this is WebSocket. That's why. Okay, so let's save it right now. Our WebSocket server URI is ready. Okay, WebSocket URI. Perfect. Alright, so right now we have to connect our WebSocket server. So for connecting the WebSocket server, we can do one thing. In this apps folder, not apps actually, in the source folder, src folder, we can create a new folder by giving name context. And inside this context folder, we can create our WebSocket context.tsx. Yep. And here at first we can make it use client. Now export constant WebSocket provider. Yeah. Here we're gonna receive children and user. Yeah. Where the children type should be React Node and user type should be actually any. Yep. Then right now we can create our function. By the way, 1 minute here. Okay, it should be constant. Now here constant wsref or that useref. So useref input from React. The type should be WebSocket or null, and by default we can make it null. Yeah. Now we need our unread counts and set unread count state. We can import the use state from React, and by default value will be empty object. Yeah. And right now we have to connect our WebSocket server. So here let's use effect, and here if no user dot id, then return. Otherwise constant ws new WebSocket. We have to connect our WebSocket. So process dot env dot next public chattings WebSocket URI. Yeah. So again, we make sure that we are entering it perfectly in this .env file. So this is our next public chatting WebSocket URI, which is perfect. Yep. Now after this, we have to make we have to call our ws ref, this one, and then .current we have to call this ws, this WebSocket. Yep. Now our WebSocket, right now we have to open this one. So we have to open the request, something like this, on open. Then we're gonna send the user underscore our user.id. Yep. And ws that WebSocket on message, here we're gonna receive the event. Inside here constant data, the json dot parse event dot data, constant something from data dot payload. Now here we have to receive the conversation ID and count from this data dot payload. Okay, we're gonna receive it. By the way, here I think I did a small mistake. Yeah, let's do one thing. Definitely if our data dot type, if it's unseen count update, then only we're getting it from this data. Okay, so when it's unseen count update, then we're getting the conversation ID and count from here. Then we can call the unread counts and this pref and spread out the previous state, and with this conversation ID, this count. Yep, that's it. And then at the end we have to close our WebSocket server. Okay, if the user is like getting disconnected. Yeah. And in the dependency array, let's add the user dot id. Perfect. So right now we have to add here our WebSocket context dot provider. Actually, by the way, WebSocket context, we have to create here our WebSocket context like this. Now create context, let's import create context from React. Yep. Now here we have our WebSocket context dot provider. Now inside this we can send the value. So wsref dot current and that unread counts. Yep. And inside here we can just add the children. Yeah. Now we have to export this WebSocket. So we can export this use WebSocket as like an hook, and we can call the use context from actually our React. Yep. And we can pass this WebSocket context, the React context API. Yeah. So yeah, it's done. This is actually our WebSocket setup when the user is, or the seller. So for this case, this is like user UI. So when the user is coming, we are setting up the WebSocket network. That's it. Right now, our WebSocket context is done. So we have to actually come back to our provider file again. Provider meanings our this provider. Yeah. Now here we have to do one thing. We have to create here a new providers actually with WebSocket. We're gonna receive the children. So something like this, children, which type will be React Node. And by the way, return is giving, the autopilot is giving wrong suggestion. Anyway, here let's use on fragment and constant user. We're getting it from use user, and if user is available, then we can call our that WebSocket provider. Okay, which one we just created some time ago we created. Yeah, that's one. And then we have to pass here the user informations. Yeah, and inside here we can call the children. And yeah, otherwise if there is no user, then only return the children. Simple. Now we have to copy this. We have to come here, and before this children, just call this function. Yep. I mean, wrap the children in this function, and perfect. So our provider setup is also done. We modified our provider like this. So right now we can get access to our user from here, and then we added here that logic, everything. Okay. Yeah. Now let's come back here in our inbox page.tsx. At first, use our that ws and unread counts from our this use WebSocket hook. Import it, and then after this, what we have to do, we have to come to here, this handle send. We can do work here right now. Yep, handle send. So for handle send, if our message dot trim, meaning the message length is empty string and the selected chat is not available, then don't do anything, return the function. Otherwise, constant payload from user ID. So we are like right now planning to send it to our WebSocket server. So we have to make our data structured properly. So the from user ID, which will be user.id, to user ID, which will be this selected chat.seller.id, conversation ID, which is selected chat.conversation, and text, which is actually wrong. We don't have any text. So we need message body, which will be message, and sender type, which will be user. Simple. So from user ID to user ID, then this is the message body and conversation ID and sender type. Yep. Right now, after this, ws.send json.stringify the payload. Now query client dot set query data, and we are modifying our messages. So I mean the query data. Okay, so query client is actually, by the way, the query client is coming from here. I don't know I created this or not. So query client. Okay, yeah, perfect. Then we're getting it from our use query client. Yep. So query client dot set query data, and here selected chat dot conversation ID, and then old, which type will be any. By default the value will be empty array. So what we are doing here, we are actually spreading our all old messages, and then we are adding the new messages. So content, which will be the payload dot message body, then sender type, this will be user, scene will be by default false definitely, and created at, this will be new date dot to ISO string. Yep, simple. Now after this, what we have to do, after this we have to change our local set chat state. So previous chats we can say, and previous chats dot map chat dot conversation ID. If it's available, then spread the chat and the last message, which will be this payload dot message body, so that we can change the sidebar. Yep, otherwise simple chat. Yeah, so that's it. Actually our set chats is also ready right now, and after this we can change our set message state value to, we can make our set message state to empty string, and we can call this scroll to bottom, which will take our user to the bottom of the chat, right, automatically. So scroll to bottom, it's a new function, we have to create this. So let's copy the name, come back here, and let's create this. So constant scroll to bottom, and then inside here we have to call the request animation frame, and then we can add here on set timeout. So on set timeout function, that scroll anchor ref dot current dot scroll into view, and the behavior will be smooth. Yep, and the time, the set timeout time, it should be like, we can say 0 also, no problem. Yeah, that's it. The work is actually done right now. We can save it, but still we have to do a lot of work actually. So let me show you what we have to do. At first, let's write here another use effect hook, and let's say if our messages dot length is more than 0, then call the scroll to bottom. Yep, and here add the messages as a dependency array. Simple. Now in this handle chat select, we have to do some modifications right now. After this, router.push. For an example, we can call out ws means that WebSocket server, and then send json.stringify. We're gonna make, we're gonna call that merge as scene, this one, and we just have to send the conversation ID to make the message as scene. Okay, so that it will change the badge from the left side, from the sidebar actually. That for example, you have like 500 messages, you just click the sidebar, it will make 0. Yeah, and otherwise everything for now I think done. Yep, and I believe at this moment we can test our send message feature. So let me just restart our backend, npm run dev. Perfect. Now come back here, give on reload. Oh, by the way, we can delete this one at first, and this is giving some weird error. Let me see. I think we did something wrong here. All right, so I found the problem. At first, we have to add here is loading. Okay, we must need this one. And then we have to say if is loading is true, then return null. Yep. Then this time, this will fix the problem, I guess, I believe. Let's see. Yep. Notice it's right now fixing the problem. So let's send a new message that hi, and here you go. It's really working. And let's see one thing, is it really sending message inside here or not? So message, okay, give reload, something is wrong. Let's do one thing, come here. Okay, yep. So right now I believe it's going to upload the data. Okay, there is something wrong. Did you notice one thing? When I'm sending a message like hello, it's taking me to the bottom, which is very normal because for the chatting screen, we don't need this footer. So we want to hide the footer for chatting screen. How can we do this? Very simple. Let me show you how can we do this. So let's just come back to our footer. Go to shared widgets, footer, and this one. And here, let's add this that if the if the path name is equals to /inbox, then return null, then don't show this footer. Okay, and we're using this use path name from next /navigation. Right now we can save it. Just come back here. See, footer gone. So if we right now even send message like yes, then you can see it's perfectly here because no bottom. The bottom is the end of the chat right now. That's why. So actually it's working, but the problem is that it's not storing data anyway. Right now it's storing data. What is the problem then? Wow, weird. I think there was some issue in the fetching the data. Okay. Anyway, I mean, sorry, there was some issue in setting up the Kafka server. I think right now if we send message like, hey, let's see our terminal, new WebSocket connections. Definitely it needs 3 seconds as we are writing the logic like that. So let me see. I think it should save. Something is really wrong. Okay, I understand the problem right now. What's happening? I understand after a long time. Yep. The thing is that just try to see when I'm giving reload, then typing something, it's not working. See, it's not working. But when I'm typing something here in our this Frontend, this inbox page.tsx, and I'm saving this, then it's working. I can show you. It's interesting. This time if I send hi, it's going to work. You can see message queued for Kafka, this one, and flashed one messages to DB and Redis. So this time notice it's working. So it's actually because we connected our WebSocket in the layout.tsx, but it's not getting connected here properly. It's the problem. That's why at the first time when you're giving reload, it's not working properly. So let's fix this problem. All right, so let me explain you actually what's happening here. What's the problem happening? So let's go back to our this layout.tsx again and this providers. From here, we are saying that if isLoading is true, then just return null. But at the same time, when the user data is not available, we are sending the messages. This is the problem. Our WebSocket is not ready. This WS is not ready, but still we are sending it. So we have to come back in this WebSocket context.tsx, and here we have to do some modifications. For an example, we can add here a new state by giving them WS ready and set WS ready, meaning WebSocket ready and WebSocket not ready. Okay, set WebSocket ready, initially false. Now here, when we are setting our data, then we can make our set WebSocket ready to true. Simple, right? Now here, If our WebSocket ready is false, then return null. Okay. Otherwise, for now we can save it. And let's come back to our chat page here. In this handle send. Actually, let's do one thing. Let's give again on the reload and let's check is it working or not. So let's say hello and send this. And let's come back here. All right, I think this time it's working. Let me show you. So hello, it's working. Perfect. So you can say, okay, it's working properly right now. Even one thing, did you notice that it's changing from the sidebar also instantly because we're updating the state? That's why. Simply, right? So this time it's actually working. Even if you go to the database and if you give on reload, you can see it's working properly. So you can also check our terminal that everything is here. We can watch everything from here, from our backend terminal, that yeah, at first the user, and this is the seller ID, is offline, message is queued. So then equate message sender, this is the user ID, okay, then message queued to Kafka, this is the conversation ID, and then flashed one message to DB and Redis, and then it's like, updated the message inside our database. Simple. Then this one, next one. So when there is lot of messages, then it will flash like multiple messages, like 10 or 20 messages, and insert that inside our database. That which like scalable approach we actually are following. Yeah. So our user side work is almost done for now, we can say. The main important thing is that right now we have to start to work for the seller part, okay, because it is very important. We have to check the like real-time data, if everything is working or not real time. Okay, now for the seller, definitely we have to open an incognito mode. It's good. And open 3001, which is not running yet. So come here, clear everything and write npm run not dev seller UI. So yeah, 3001 right now running. So why I'm opening incognito mode? Because if I do login inside seller dashboard, it will do logout from user dashboard, I mean from user part. So that's why we cannot check in the same like browser. I mean, definitely same browser, but not in the same tab. Okay, like in a different tab in this same session, you cannot check it. That's why I'm taking this incognito mode. Just give on reload. This will take us to our login page. Just to on login inside our seller account. Yeah, now login done actually. Perfect. By the way, which seller is this? This is Becodemy, but this is in free code, so we have to do logout. This is not the seller. Which seller we want to do the chatting, so we can do logout from this shop. Let's come here and type our Becodemy account. Perfect. Yeah, this is Becodemy. Then inbox. Yeah, so right now let's start to work for our seller side. This is very important since our user part is working instantly, everything is working. Right now we can start the seller part. So for the seller part, go to our seller UI in the .env. We have to add our chatting server URI, that socket URI. Okay, so user UI and .env, copy this, come here, paste it in here. Yep, first work is done. Second work, we have to copy this context folder. So let's quickly copy this full context folder, come inside this seller UI source folder and paste it. Secondly, we have to modify our provider.tsx. So let's come back in this file and here let's copy this. Actually we cannot fully copy paste it because we have to change some data. So yeah, let's copy the function. Yeah, now here let's paste this. Right now providers with WebSocket, fine, and this will be use seller, not use user. Seller and seller, then WebSocket provider. Let's import this. This will be seller, this will be seller. Now let's come here, change this to seller. So seller, and this will be seller underscore seller.id. Yep, same here, seller. Otherwise, everything will be same actually. Yep. Perfect. Right now I can save it. Let's come here and copy this. Here, add this. Yep, cool. Right now we can save it then. And we can come back here inside our seller UI, app, then routes, dashboard, and inbox. Perfect. So here we had some mock data. We can just delete the mock data right now. We can make it just an empty array. Yeah. Since right now we're going to make it dynamic, that's why. By the way, I think I didn't show you the. Okay, no design is here. So yeah, we're going to do the designing part together right now because it's also not ready yet. So let's do it. All right. So here after this router, we need actually our message container ref as like our user UI inbox. And then we need our seller, and our seller is loading information. So take it from use required auth. Let's do one thing. Let's take it from use seller. Yeah, fine. Now conversation ID, we need this right now. So let's use here the conversation ID like this. Then let's take our WebSocket from our use WebSocket. And by the way, we also need, we don't need this 100 counts for now, okay? Because in this page, we don't have any 100 counts, okay? So now here, our chat selected, chat message, everything is fine, but we need a new state, which name will be has fetched once and set has fetched once, okay? Now here, we don't need this use effect hook anymore. We can just delete this use effect hook from here, and instead of that we can say one thing. We can create another use effect hook, and inside here we can say if our conversation ID, no conversation ID, and messages. So messages is actually coming from our coming from where? Coming from our API. So we have to use that as like this one, as like this one, this messages. Okay, you can just copy this one, but here we have to definitely modify some things. At first, import use query, import executing instance, and this is protected. So sorry, here we don't need the is protected because we didn't change anything like that in here. Yeah, if you change, then you can add that. Yeah, for now we don't need this. Okay, now here we are just changing the API endpoints. Okay, otherwise everything is same. Here you can see. Then here we can say messages dot length. If it's 0, then return the function. Otherwise that timeout, scroll it to the bottom as like our previous logic. Okay, so scroll to bottom, we have to make that, and here messages dot length, add this as dependency array. When new message, then call it. Yeah, so that scroll to bottom, same here. You can also copy it from the user side, nothing changed. And then after this, we have to definitely fetch our conversations, our seller conversations, and this time also the API is similar. We just don't need that is protected. Okay, but API endpoint is different, that gets seller conversations. Yeah, otherwise everything is same. And we can use here on use effect hook for this, that if there is conversation, then set that inside this set chats. Yeah, then after this is actually our main use effect hook. So use effect, and here let's remove this. Now if no WebSocket connections, I mean if our WebSocket server is not connected, then return the function. Otherwise ws.onMessage, we're gonna receive event here, and constant data. So JSON dot parse this event dot data. Oops, sorry, here we have to add equals to, yeah. Then if our data dot type equals to new underscore message, then constant new message, that data dot payload, yeah. Now after this, if our new message dot conversation ID is matching with this conversation ID, then query client, so query client actually coming from use query client, everyone know this, but I forget to add this, so let's add the query client here. So import the use query client from transact react query. Now here, when we are receiving a new message from the user side, okay, then what we have to do, we have to change the state value, right? Our messages state value. So set query data, our messages with this conversation ID, change this data. So at first it's completely like similar with the previous one, okay? So we are adding at first the old messages and then the new message, which one we just received from the user, like this, yeah. And here we have to add dot, no comma, yeah. And then after this we can call the scroll to bottom. Okay, simple. Then here this time we have to call our that set chats similarly, yeah, done. And new thing, that is if our data dot type is unseen, okay, it's not, I think, new, yeah, we added this before. Here you can see, oh no, we added here opposite, actually we added here mark as seen, and this time it's unseen count update, yeah. So unseen count update, then we have to do kind of like the same thing here. We have to change the state, that set chats, okay, like this, yep. Then we can add this WS and conversation ID, perfect. Now in this handle chat select, we have to make at first our set has fetched on false, okay. Then we have to change our set chats like this, and then we have to send our user to this chat dot conversation ID actually dynamically, yeah. And then if our WebSocket is open and if the status is marked as seen, definitely we have to make the conversation unread messages to 0, right? The messages badge will be 0 after clicking the conversation, definitely. Then this handle send, here actually either prevent default find messages dot trim and or no selected chat or no WebSocket connections, or even our WebSocket dot ready state is not WebSocket dot open, yeah. Then return the function, yep. Otherwise we can say payload, not new message like this, we can say payload, and then we have to send this payload. So send the payload like this, ws.send, and we don't need this updated anymore, we can just delete this. We can call our set message and scroll to bottom just like this, yeah. And then for the get last message, this is actually fine, or even we don't need this both, okay, we don't need this. Why? Let me show you one by one. So here At first, card this, and if is loading is true, then add on div with class name text center py5 text sm and loading. Yep. Otherwise, if the chats dot length equals to 0, then on paragraph with class name text center py5 and the text sm, and no conversation yet, or no chats yet, we can say actually no conversations available yet. Otherwise, we can do chats dot map. Oh, sorry, we're already doing it here, so just card this and call this chats dot map. Now here, at first we need the is active, which will be selected chat dot conversation id and chat dot conversation id. We don't need this unseen anymore. For the unseen, I'm showing you what we have to do. At first, this will be chat dot conversation id. On click, this is fine, this is also fine. Now chat dot user dot avatar, then chat dot user dot name. Yep. Otherwise, here actually we have to do on thing. There must need to be a fallback value, and the fallback value will be this picture. Okay, then here what is this actually? Unseen 0, then font symbol. Okay, we don't need this one, so we can just delete, or we can just make something like this, that chat.user.name and text sm font semibold and text white. Yeah, now chat.user.online again, and then this is fine. Here this will be chat.last message. Okay, we already have our last message data here like this. Now here this will be chat.unread count. Okay, so chat.unread count equals to this unseen. So here just add the chat.unread count. Yeah, simple. Now chat content, here this will be selected chat.user.avatar or this fallback value. Okay, here will be also selected chat.user.name like this. Yeah, here will be selected chat.user.name and same selected chat.user.online, and online or offline. Now here after these two div, we can add our that not here actually, here. Yeah, we can add our that reference, that message container ref, and the class name is already here. So actually we did the design before, but we're just modifying it right now. Then messages.map, not selected chat messages. This will it should be just messages.map. Then otherwise for now, message.sender type, very important. If it's seller, then here also message.sender type, and here message.content, not text. Yeah, now message.sender type here also. And for the time, it should be actually message.time, but in a different way. So something like this, that new date message.created at, then to local time string and something like this. Yeah, now here chat input, everything fine here. Select a conversation to start chatting. Yeah, everything is fine. Why it's giving error? Let's see. Okay, given type that any. Yeah, for now it's done fine. Let's come back to chat input and let's check everything from here. Here actually everything is, yeah, actually fine, everything cool. So right now here we don't need this check icon. We can remove it. Now come back here. You can see this is our user and it's showing 500 messages instantly. It's really interesting, right? This is the user, this is the seller right now. All right, let's click this. I don't know, it's going to work or not. Let's see. All right. Nothing is happening. No problem. Let's do one thing. Let's check the on select one, the chatting select, not on select. Yeah, handle chat select. This one. I think here, yeah. Did you notice the selected chat? All right, on minute. So here, I found a problem from where we did a small mistake. So I'm looking for the use effect. Wait, where's that? Let me search that chats dot length. Interesting. Okay, so actually we forgot to create on use effect hook. This is the problem. So we have to create something like this. If there is any conversation ID and chats.length is more than 0, then we have to add the chat in this set selected chat like this. Okay, right now if we come here, you can see the data is here. It's actually showing perfectly. Right now if we click, if we send hi, let's see, is it working or not? So yeah, it's working, but here it's not real time working. I don't know why, but it's actually adding the data here. We can check it. Yeah, you can see. And but when I'm sending something like hello, let's see. All right, so here it's real time. Here it's not real time. Okay, fine. So interesting, we can fix it, no problem. But notice it's showing 1 when I'm clicking. Here you go. It's actually perfectly working as like messenger, right? So yeah, the active status is also not working. We'll check that why it's not working. But the main problem is that user is not getting instant message. Even if we give reload, definitely user will get the data. It's very normal. Let me show you. You can see here it is. And right now it's even showing online. If we give here request, I mean reload also, you will see online. Wow, perfect. It's looking beautiful, really. But why is the green icon? Let me see why the green active indicator is not here. So active indicator, chat.user.online. Okay, this is actually is online. Sorry, this was the mistake. So it's need to be is online. We can save it right now. Now you can see it's showing the green badge. Perfect. So let's fix the user side problem. So let me just check the code a little bit. I think this is the problem. I think I didn't add this one. So let's do one thing. Let's open it right side. Let's open this code left side. Then we can check what's the wrong here. Okay. Which mistake we did here. So this is the use effect hook. So this is the new message. Yeah. So actually we forget to add the new message use effect. I mean, when you're receiving any new message, we forget to modify it. This is the problem. You can see my code editor, I mean my copilot is also suggesting me that, hey, you actually forgot this. Oh my god, it's automatically add everything for me. Seriously. Let me just add here and type. Wow, seriously. Okay, let's compare it. At first, no WebSocket, then return it. Then event.data, perfect. New message, this messages. All right, here is a little bit different, I think. Okay, it's directly adding data.conversation ID. Data.conversation ID. I don't think we can get it from here like this. Okay, sender type seller. Let's save it and let's see that is it working or not. Yeah, so come here and send something. Give on reload in the seller part. And say hello again. And this time, wait. Hello, this side and this side, hello. I think let's do one thing. Here, constant new message. This data dot payload. Yeah, copy the new message and say that if our new message dot conversation ID is available, And if it's matching with the conversation ID, if it's the same message, then only do this. Yeah, then only we can cut this. We can cut this part. We can come back here now. Yeah. Now this query client dot set query data, everything is fine here, but it should be conversation ID only. Yeah. And the content will be new message dot message body. Sender type will be new message dot sender type. Scene will be false and created at. Alright, this is fine. And then after this, let's scroll to bottom. Let's call it here actually. Yeah, that's it. Then most important thing, we have to add the set chats like this. And I believe the Copilot is right now speaking perfectly. Let's see. So previous chats.map, okay, chat.conversation ID, this is fine. New message.conversation ID. Yep. And last message body. Sorry, this will be actually content, not message body. Yeah. Done. And after this, if our data dot type is this one, this unsend count update, then we have to take it from our data.payload, this conversation ID and count. Then we have to call the set chats like this. That previous chats.map, that chat.conversation ID, and yeah, we can save it right now. And I believe this time it should work. Give on reload here and here. Cool. You can see it's showing here. So let's say hi. Okay, it's doing a stupid mistake anyway. We will fix this. Then it's showing, let's say yes. Okay, it's here, but why it's not showing the data properly? I think we're doing something like little bit mistake somewhere. Let me see. Okay, so the content is here, right? Yes. Okay, I understand. So this will be new message dot content. Yeah, this will be actually new message dot content. This was the mistake. Now give on reload. Yeah, perfect. Here also, perfect. So say yes. And here yes. Okay, it's working. Okay, but why it's showing twice? Okay, no problem, we'll fix this, but let's say it's working. All right, it's working. Wow, it's working. And by the way, you might be thinking that this will show you unseen message batch all the time. Then no, it's not like that. When you are staying in this tab, it depends on the tabs. Okay, when you're leaving the tabs, definitely you are not active. So that's why it's showing like this. But if you send me message and I'm doing chatting with you, then this will not change this unseen batch. Okay, this will be always like 0 and it will not be like visible here as like our normal chatting application. Okay. Yep, but you can see this time it's actually sending double message. So let's see why it's sending double message. All right, so let me explain you why the problem is actually happening. So first of all, you can see that from this handle send, at first we're sending it inside the WebSocket server, very good. Then we are updating our query client. Okay, fine. So here we are updating once. And let's see here actually when we are getting the message from our WebSocket server, again we are modifying the query client. And that's why it's showing twice. So the best solution to solve this problem is that just delete this query client, dot set query data from here. We will just modify it when we are getting data from WebSocket. So let WebSocket modify that data. Right now from the user UI, let me show you. Let me give on reload at first. And from here, if we send hello, then you can see it's sending on message. And let's come here and you can see hello. Even if I send from here that yes, then you can see it's sending yes here. Perfect. So it's right now actually working. It's not sending any double message right now. By the way, I'm noticing one thing, that the unread messages length is not showing here, which is a mistake. So let's try to fix this. Why it's not showing? Let's see. So here, let's see from here why it's not showing. Okay, we have to copy this one after the last message. We can add this. So save it and add this. Perfect. But let's add this div here like this. Then this will fix the problem. Yeah, 6 right now, I think. Perfect. Yep. So you can see right now it's also showing the unread badge. Okay, so from here, if I send hi, right now it's showing the hi here. You can see it's showing hi here. Okay, so actually it's working properly. Even if you want to send any emoji from here, you can definitely send the emoji from here like this. And here you go. So it's here. It's actually perfectly working, and our chatting system is really perfectly working. You can see everything is working here. Right now on task is your task, that is adding these pictures. Okay, you just have to send the pictures to our WebSocket server and that's it. Everything will be done then, because everything is ready here. I'm giving this task to you. Okay, you have to do this by yourself and you just need to do a little bit modification. Let me show why you have to do the modification. So this chatting service in this WebSocket.ts, here when you are sending the data in here, you can see that we're receiving here content. We can add here another field that like the attachment. Okay, so we can actually send the attachment also in here, where in this Kafka consumer. Okay, in this Kafka consumer, this full message payload. And from our Kafka consumer, we can at first upload the picture to ImageKit, as ImageKit our cloud provider, and then after that you can add the image URL inside our another model, or you can also add that inside the inside the attachment array. Okay, that's it. And then simple in the UI you can show it that if it's attachment, then you can just show the image in here. Simple. Okay, image sending is also done. So yeah, right now see our chatting feature is working. Even this load previous messages, if I click here, you can see the previous messages here. The all messages we can see from here right now. Yep. So everything is actually perfectly working. Yo, it's really looking beautiful right now. Yeah. So our chatting feature is actually done. Alright, so our chatting feature is right now done. So what can we do right now? We can close all of our files for now. And let's come back here and let me show you something. At first, when I am actually clicking the my orders, everything is fine. When I'm clicking this track orders, notice it's saying 404, the page could not be found. So we have to make our order details page. We will finish it right now because we want to finish our full user part right now. And also one thing is not done. Let me show you. When we're clicking this shop name, so it's not showing us our shop public preview, that we can follow the shop, or we can check the all products of the shop. So we can actually right now easily implement it. And by the way, the both pages, it's actually already done. How done? Let me explain. So we can think that inside our this seller dashboard, this is not seller dashboard, this is user admin dashboard. But if you come here, if you click here, you can see we already have the order details page, right? So it's actually done. We're going to use the same UI in user part also. And for the seller, or for the shop profile page, we're going to use the shop profile that which one like we made for the seller, okay, that shop profile, but it's going to be the public preview, otherwise everything will be same. Okay, yep. Right now let's come back and let's go to our user UI, then app. Inside this routes, let's create a new folder by giving name order, and then order ID, and then on page.tsx we can simply say rfce, and yeah, here you go. We can save it right now. At least this will not say anything like 404 not found. Let's go to profile page, then my orders, and click here, and here you go. Perfect. Now let's do the design right now. So at first we have to actually make it client side component, definitely, because this is like, you know, personal data, so there's no need to make it server side. And I actually found a lot of comments regarding SEO. I know that SEO is very important, and I'll take some step for that at the end of the video, and I'll show you that how can you do a better SEO for this application. Okay, so no worries about SEO. I have that in my mind, and I will definitely do work for that. Now use effect. Let's use here on use effect hook. Definitely we need that to fetch our order details, which is very normal. So let's fetch our orders, which we're all the time doing. That same thing here. So order ID, yeah. So fetch order on function executes instance dot get order API get order details, then set order, and then perfect. If it's catch an error, then console.error the message. And finally we're making the set loading to false. By the way, when the set loading, then true. Okay, initially it's true. Yep. Then right now, if it's loading, if is loading is true, then we can add here on loader to icon with this div class names that flex justify center item center height 40 vh. So it will show on loading skeleton, sorry, loading spinner, not skeleton. And if there is no order, then we can just show on paragraph that order not found. Yep. Right now inside this div, let's add on class name that maximum width 5 XL mx auto px4 py10. And then after this, inside here, let's add on h1 with class name text 2xl font bold text gray 800 and mb4. Now inside here we can add our order ID. So order, and this is our order dot ID. Then we can slice it and we can show the first, like minus the first 6 or the last 6 actually this is. So yeah, you can see it's looking perfect. Now after this, we need our that delivery progress bar, something like this. So delivery progress bar on div with class name my4 with this div, then like class name flex item center justify between text xs font medium and some like text color gray 500, some margin bottom like 8 pixel, and these are the status that ordered, packed, shipped, out for delivery, then delivered, and then we can just run on map here. And the current status, we're taking it from the ordered or delivery status, and then we're just like, you know, making it the past status, which status is already passed, and then we're just showing that in here in the step. Yeah, so we can right now save it, and here we go. Yeah, perfect. Now actually we need our that indicators, because the first one was, this one was for step. Right now we need for indicators, but the same data like this, that ordered, packed, shipped, and out for delivery and delivered, and the same is reached. And then here we are using this one that if not 4 only, then just show like this. So right now if we save it, then you will see that ordered, packed, shipped, out for delivery and delivered. So right now it's looking actually perfect. Now after this 2 div, after here, we can create another. Actually right now after this my4 div, we can go out from this my4 and we can start our summary info part, something like this. So summary info with div mb6 space y1, and text SM and text here 700. Then on paragraph tag with some like status, that payment status, and our order status, the total paid, then discount amount, and if they have any coupon code, then we're just showing the coupon code and the created at date. It's like, you know, we're copying pasting it from our other places because same thing. So payment status paid, total paid $40, and this is the date of the payment. Yep. Then after this we can show our shipping info. So after this div we can add our shipping info like this. So shipping address, yeah, perfect. Then after this we can add our order items. So which items we actually ordered right now, we can add that in here. So simply like this, order items. You can see it, or you can even copy paste it from the admin dashboard. Yeah, from the admin dashboard, order details. So same thing here, you can see just the styling is different because this is light theme and the admin dashboard one is dark theme. That's the difference. Otherwise everything is same here. So yeah, our order details page is also right now done. It's perfectly done right now. Yep. So we can click again this profile page right now. Yeah. And from here we can right now start to work for the shop details, which is very important right now. So just create here a new folder by giving name shop, and inside here create a new folder by giving them ID, and this is a dynamic folder like this. Then on page.tsx, now on RAFCE and page. Right now let's go to our shop profile page. Perfect. Now let's start to design this one. So it's actually a bit important because definitely shop homepage is very important for SEO purpose. So that's why definitely we cannot make this page.tsx use client this time. I know right now you will start to shouting because here also we have products. So this is also important. Like we should fetch this data inside our server side. Okay, that SSR, which is popular in Next.js, that server side rendering. So what actually happens when we do server side rendering? When we actually do server side rendering, then before it's calling this, like, you know, client side data, before it's like showing the data, it's actually like keep the product data in the backend side. Okay, it means, let me explain more clearly. For example, when search engines like Google, like, you know, taking data from our website, it can take the product data also when we are fetching it in the server side. But when we are fetching it in the client side, then Google is not getting the data like this, like the first fetch request. Okay, definitely Google is not getting data like this. So this is very important. This is very important to fetch this type of data. Which data is important for SEO? We should fetch this type of data in server side. Okay, as like this shop homepage, this is important. This is on like good for SEO purpose. So we should fetch this inside server side. Yeah, and not only this one thing, there are so many things we have to follow for a better SEO purpose. I will show you one by one at the end that how can we set up that sitemap, and how can we set up that robots.txt, and how can you generate some metadata and meta tag and so many things. So I will show you one by one, no worries. But for now, let's create here just on simple async function like fetch seller details with ID, which will be string. Here we're going to receive the seller actually ID. Yeah, now constant response, then await Axios instance dot get slash seller slash API slash get seller slash ID. Okay, so we have to make it third bracket. Yep, like this. So this is actually on params, and this is actually done. This API is already done, and then we have to return the response.data. Simple. Right now, very important, here we have to do some metadata. So here we can say that dynamic metadata generator, this will generate metadata for us. So we can create on async function again that generate metadata. So we make sure to keep the spelling like this. Okay, then this will automatically work actually. So generate metadata. Perfect. receive here params, and the params type should be id and string like this, and it's going to return on promise type of metadata from next. Okay, now here let's call it, now inside here constant data await fetch seller details that params.id. now we can return here our title, that data dot shop dot name, and then eShop Marketplace. Here you can give your brand name instead of eShop Marketplace. Then on descriptions, that data dot shop dot bio, so that shop bio data, and otherwise we can say something like explore products and services from trusted shops or sellers on eShop. Okay, something like this. Then after descriptions we can add some open graph. This is important. You can see our copilot already suggesting this. So here we can add on title, that data.shop.name, and our that eShop Marketplace, okay, like the previous one. So this open graph is actually important for some platform. It's this will add on picture, and this will show our that product informations, sorry, shop informations like shop name, descriptions. So when you are sending this link, okay, this link to someone inside in WhatsApp or somewhere, then this will show on picture with this title, description, and everything. Okay, I think right now you are understanding why we are doing this. But if you do the same things for other website like this one, this part definitely this is not done any SEO like this. So that's why this will show nothing, just a link. Okay, but this will show on picture with all of data. Yeah, so here data.shop.bio, or the same message, that explore product or services from trusted sellers on eShop. Now type, this will be website. And right now most important thing, that images. So images, this is an array. Here we can add our shop avatar, which is the best options, right? So something like this, the data.shop.avatar. Otherwise this one you can keep on default shop image, and with height like this, and data.shop.name and shop logo. This is the alter here. Now another thing which I personally like to do, that is for Twitter, we can actually add a new card type of things. When you are sending this link to someone inside Twitter, this will show on large image. Okay, and this title, descriptions, and images, something like this. So yeah, that's about our Twitter card. Okay, so yeah, this is on basic generate metadata functions, basic SEO data for our applications. So definitely you can also add more things here, but for now this is almost good enough. Okay, so right now here inside this page, let's write constant data and await fetch seller details, and here we have to make it async function, and params. Then inside here right now we have to call our seller profile component. By the way, why it's done, I don't know. I think I forget to delete it. Anyway, I'll show you, no problem. But data.shop, and then we have to send here the followers count, which will be data.followers count. Okay, yeah. So right now if we save it, you can see this is not in client side, this is in server side. So right now let's save it and let's see the magic. Here you go, you can see this is our seller profile page, and it's looking really perfect. I already followed this seller because I was as I'm using the same database also in the production one, I mean in the source code one. So that's why actually in the source code version I followed this seller. That's why it's showing unfollow button here. Definitely I can unfollow it. When I'm clicking unfollow, notice it's showing unfollower. So no worries, let me show you the seller profile code base right now. It has so many things, even that Kafka event also, we're using some Kafka thing here. Let me show you one by one. It's actually a big page. You can see we have around 380 lines of codes in the seller profile, but it's actually important page definitely. So yeah, let me show you everything one by one. Alright, so at first you can watch here that we have one simple array here that tabs, and this is products, offers and reviews. It's the tabs of here, so you can see the tabs in here. And then after that, we're receiving that shop follower count from here actually, that shop data and follower counts. And after that, we're adding here some active state, followers is following, okay, the state. Then we're taking our user informations, location, device info, query client. Then we're fetching our seller products. We're fetching our follow status, that is the user following the seller or not. Then we are fetching our seller events, and then we are adding here that toggle follow mutations with like, with an API that unfollow shop, okay, follow shop and unfollow shop. So I'll show you the API part also, no worries. And after that, you can see here, like after following it, we're just changing the local state. And then here just an use effect hook. So here you can see we're sending a new event, Kafka event, that shop visit. When someone is visiting here, like on user, then we are sending this, that yeah, the user actually visited this shop. So with this, let me show you why we are doing this. With this actually, we can go to this shop analytics, and you can see this is the shop ID, and this shop has 3 visitors. So you can see it's looking really beautiful. Even you can see that this is the country stats from where the shop has visitors, then like the city, so then like the device. So you can see everything in here. We're adding all the informations to track everything. So we need this to show actually in our seller dashboard. So with that data, we can easily make our this dashboard dynamic. So let me click here. So yep, we can make this country list dynamic here with our this data, even this one, that tablet, computer and phone, right? Since we already have the data in here, okay? And this is actually just on revenue chart, which you can like, make on just like, with your all past data, I mean the payments data, you can just make on chart. And this is very easy. I already did this inside one of our last project in that LMS one. So yeah, the same thing we can also do here for generating the last 1 month revenue chart, okay? Yep. So that's it right now. After this, you can see the designing starting from here with like, yeah, if you like this, you can just read the class name one by one. I'm showing you everything. You can pause the video and you can write this by yourself. Actually, I'm thinking from the next videos, I'll give you the UI design at first, okay? The full front end part, because you know that front end part always takes so much long time, and we really should not waste time for front end right now, because front end is going to be like, automated within the like next few months or years. It's already like kind of like, 90% automated, we can say. We can right now create beautiful front end website by using Lovable. So that's why actually we should not waste long time on front end. We should give more time on writing logics. Yep. So that's it right now. You can see everything one by one. Let me just scroll slowly. Or even it's actually the similar design as like our shop profile part, okay? Shop profile meanings in this seller UI, in this actually app and this page.tsx. Yeah, you can see it's similar. It's actually similar. The design is actually similar here. So you can also like, take inspiration from there and you can copy paste it from there, because everything is similar. But the difference is that in the seller part, you can do modifying. I mean, definitely seller can modify the shop, but inside here in the profile preview, I mean, inside user shop preview, user cannot modify shop, right? Definitely not, because user is not the owner of the shop. That's why. That's it for now. This is actually done. Right now, what we have to do, we can again follow the shop like this, and everything is right now done. Let me show you. The chat with seller is also done. When I'm clicking here, it's directly taking us to the conversation, and even if we actually add it from here to cart, it's also working. And also one thing we should modify right now, and that is inside the details page, product details, this chat now button is still static. So we have to make it dynamic. We can easily do it, no worries. We can just copy paste the logic. So just go inside our this shared components, cards, and product card. Where's the chatting? Okay, no, product details card. Yeah, product details card, and this is the handle chat function. We can just copy this, and that's it. Right now we can go to our product details page. So product details, details. Sorry, this is just product. No, this is product and Slack. Yep, this is correct actually. Let's go to product details from here, and this is our product details. At first, let's do one thing: add this function, this handle chat. That set is loading. Okay, we have to make this state. No worries. Let's make the loading and set is loading state here. Actually, is loading. It should be is loading and set is loading. Damn. We already have something like this. Anyway, let's see. Here this will be actually product details dot shop dot seller id router dot push. So router constant router equals to use router from / navigations. Now here we can say is chat loading, something like this. Okay, or chat creation loading, but fine, this is also fine. And then set is chat loading. We can copy this. Right now we can come back here. We can make set is chat loading true and is chat loading. Then here set is chat loading false. Yeah, we can just copy this name right now, the function name, and send message. Let's search for send message button. What is that? Okay, sorry, chat now. So chat now. Okay, here it is. Here this is actually on link. So let's do one thing. Let's add on one click here, and let's call our handle chat. So perfect. Right now let's click here that chat now, and here you go. You can see it's also working right now. So yep, everything is actually done. Right now what we have to do, we can actually start to make our logging service. Okay, we can start to make our logger service, not logging service, the logger service. So yeah, let's start it right now. So collapse everything inside our apps. We already have the logger service. So let's come back here and let's work in here right now. After this, we will start to working for the recommendation service, the product recommendations. Why it's at the end? Because we need some static data to test the recommendation system. We cannot implement recommendation system with just like, you know, few data. I mean, with our current data, because right now we have only like 2 shops and 3 products. So definitely we cannot implement in recommendation system. We need at least 50 products and 50 shops. And also in this users, in here, in the user analytics, actually, these actions, we need 50 actions. Then we can train our machine learning model as per that. Okay. So yeah, right now let's set up our logger service right now, and let me explain why do we actually need loggers. All right. So at first we don't need this one. We can delete this one for this file. Yeah. Now here, let's create on WebSocket server. So why we are creating a WebSocket server for our logger service? So because that with WebSocket we can send on real-time log, okay, to our admin dashboard. So actually we are right now thinking that we want to show real-time data to our admin dashboard, okay, that logging data, that when like someone is coming inside our applications, when a user is doing login, we can like track the activities by using this logger service, and we can instantly show that inside our admin dashboard, okay, something like that. Right now let's import WebSocket from WS library, and then WebSocket dot server, and that no server, make it true. Yep. So then after this, right now we have to export clients, okay. This is actually a set to keep track of WebSocket clients, okay. So we can say new set and WebSocket like this. Yeah. And then right now we have to handle our incoming WebSocket connections, okay. So we can say WS server dot one connection, and here we can say console.log that new logger client connected and client.add that WebSocket. Yep. Then after this we can handle the WebSocket close event. Yep, something like this, the ws.one close and console.log that logger client disconnected, and we can delete the ws that WebSocket connections from here. Yeah. Right now we have to actually set up our Express.js to handle WebSocket upgrade request. Right now this is not actually any traditional server, it's a different server. So that's why we have to create here again on server something like this, that HTTP. So let's import HTTP from HTTP, and that HTTP dot create server, and send this app. Right now we have to say that server dot on upgrade. So we have to upgrade the WebSocket connections when necessary, like when we need this actually. Yeah. So request socket and head. Now inside here we can say ws server. I hate this VS Code suggestion actually. See, we cannot see anything what I'm writing. So ws server dot handle upgrade, and the request socket head, and here we can give a comma, then ws, and inside here I think I did some mistake. Yeah, here I forget to add that arrow sign. Yeah. So ws server dot emit the connection, and that ws request, and we don't need this socket. I don't know why they're adding this one. Yeah. So yeah, this is actually perfect. Right now we have to start the server. Okay. So for starting the server, we can say server dot listen process dot env dot port or 6008, and then console.log that listening at this port. Okay. Yep. And then we can actually delete this one. We don't need this one anymore right now. And right now we have to start our Kafka consumer. Okay. So we can say start Kafka consumer. Right now, why we are using again Kafka here? So at first, actually when there something is happening inside our applications, for an example, like, on user is doing login inside our application, we are sending on log inside this WebSocket server. Okay. And WebSocket server is sending that instantly to our like admin dashboard with like real-time connections. But if the admin is not active, definitely we have to store the data to somewhere to show later that yeah, it happened actually. So why do we actually need this? So just think about microservice architecture, a lot of services here, a lot of things going on at the same time. So it's crucial to check everything, that what's going on inside our application, to track something. For example, there is something happening inside our applications, like it can be a bug or like someone hacked your application. So how it happened, we can check that by watching our logs, by watching our application logs. So that's why making this logger is very important for any microservice project. in our this application, we are not storing that logging data to somewhere. We're not storing the logger data to somewhere. But for real world case, you can at first take it inside WebSocket, then you can process the data with this Kafka. Okay, we can process it with Kafka consumer, and then after that we can filter the data and we can use this service called Elasticsearch. This is a very popular, we can say Elasticsearch is a distributed open source search and analytics engine built on Apache Lucene, a free and open source search engine. It used for searching, indexing, storing, and analyzing data of all shapes and sizes in near real time. Okay, so we can either use this Elasticsearch, or there is another alternative that's called OpenSearch. You can check it. This is also another popular one. OpenSearch is a family of software consisting of a search engine. So it's like, for a large scale of data, for high volume of data, you can easily store that inside this type of actually database. Okay. So this is also like these services also offer some services which you can use to or even you can also make the completely logging mechanisms, that logger mechanism custom. Okay. With all of your, you can store that inside any of your own database, or even you can use this third party as well, and you can integrate this with their API. I mean, they can show your loggers inside their dashboard. So there are a lot of options for loggers. So it's completely up to you where you want to store your loggers data right now. For these applications, we're not storing it anywhere. It's just real time. When there is admin active, admin can see what's going on in the application real time. Okay, that's what we are doing here. But definitely for your application, for more better use case, you can definitely store the data also. Yeah, so right now let me call here a new function called consume Kafka messages. So definitely we have to create it. It's not done yet. Let's do one thing in here. Let's create a new file by giving name logger consumer.ts. Yep. And here at first import our Kafka from with alias is not working. It means in this webpack config we have to add our that resolve, and at first we have to actually come back here. We have to make this root directory .. We have to include the packages like this, and we have to add here that resolve from path like this, that alias packages and this one. Yeah, right now we can close these two files and let's import our Kafka service here. Yeah, so Kafka, and then we can import our that clients, which one we just created, that server. Yeah, now constant consumer, so Kafka.consumer, here we have to add on group ID. Okay, so the group ID will be log events group, and we make sure that you are creating this group perfectly. Okay, and then constant log QE, which will be an array of string, and initial value will be empty string. Right now we have to run that WebSocket processing function for logs. Yep, so constant process logs. Here we're gonna process our all logs, kind of like filtering we are doing here. So log QE dot length, if it's 0 then return, otherwise console dot log processing log QE dot length logs in a batch. Yep, because log data can be overwhelming. It can send a lot of data, so that's why we're using Kafka here, so that it doesn't make our server crash. Yep, it doesn't give a lot of pressure in the server. Yep, right now log QE dot length will be actually, I hate the Copilot, I don't know why it's giving wrong suggestion. Yeah, log QE dot length, this will be 0. Then this is fine, but right now we have to send our logs to our WebSocket clients. Okay, so clients dot for each, okay, something like this, that client, and if the client dot ready state nothing, just delete this. Here we have to do on for loop logs for each log and client dot send the log. Yeah, see, Copilot is not correct all the time. It can give you a lot of wrong suggestion. Yeah, so after this we have to run our process log after every 3 seconds. Okay, as like our that message insert logic. Okay, right now we have to consume log messages from Kafka. Yeah, so we can say export constant consume Kafka messages. This will be an async function. We can say await consumer dot connect and await consumer dot subscribe. The topic name will be log. So again, make sure that you are creating these topics by going to the Confluent dashboard, okay, as like the before. Yeah, and then from beginning this will be false, and this is actually consumer.run each message async, and message, if message.value is not available, then return it. Then log message json.parse. Actually this is not any JSON data, so we should remove this. Yeah, this was on the wrong thing. And log kiwi.push, we don't need this JSON.stringify anymore. Yep, simple. Right now we can start our Kafka consumer. So consumer Kafka messages and just call it. Simple. Right now we can call this. So here you go. Right now we can save it. So our logging setup, logger setup is actually done right now. So right now what we will do, we will test it, that is it working properly or not. So actually for testing it, let's go to this packages folder, utils folder, and this logs folder. And probably you don't have this logs folder, just create a new logs folder, and inside this create this file send logs.ts. okay, and here actually we're creating out that Kafka producer, and then this is our send log helper function. So here we're receiving that type, message, and source, and then we're creating on log payload that type, message, and timestamp and source. Then we're connecting our producer, and we're the producer, then we're sending it to our like Kafka consumer. The topic name is logs, and this is the message, and then we're disconnecting our producer. Simple logic. Yeah, like on helper function. And right now let's say inside here, for a testing purpose, inside our not user UI, sorry, inside our auth service, inside this controller, where is the get user, that get logged in user? Yeah, here it is, get logged in user. So here we can say await send log. Yeah, something like this, that type success, message user data retrieved, the user.email, and source is this auth service. Right now I think you are understanding why we are doing this. So with the source we can track it, that from which service this is coming, so that like, you know, the DevOps engineer or who is like working in our applications, the person or the developer can easily understand that what's going on inside our application. Okay, or like the developer can track something properly. That's it. That's why we actually use this logger service, nothing else. Yep. So right now, when every time we're sending a request for get logged in user, definitely this will send on logs. Right now, let's set up this inside our admin dashboard. So let's go to our admin UI and let's set up these loggers right now. So we have to actually add here our next public socket URI, like http:// that localhost 6008, but no HTTP, if I'm not wrong, it should be WS. and that's 6008. Our that logger service path, yeah, 6008. Perfect. So that's it. Let's come back to our app dashboard and loggers folder. Yep, and you can see this is empty, so here we will start to work right now. Let's go to our loggers page right now from here, from the admin dashboard actually. So here it is. Come these loggers. Cool. Now at first make it use client. Yep, and import our breadcrumbs from our components breadcrumbs, and we need a download icon here from Lucid React, and these few things that React use effect, use state, and use ref. Yeah, then we need to type here, like for log type and for log item. Yeah, and then we need on type color map, because for each message we will give different color. Okay, if it's textile, then we'll give this color. If it's error, we'll give this color to the text. If it's warning, then this info, then this one, and then debug, then this one, so that, like, you know, the developer can easily filter out the logs properly, because there will be a lot of data. That's why there will be like unlimited logs. So that's why we are filtering it with different colors. Yeah, right now we have to connect our log server, right, or log socket server. So simply just connect our log server like this. That socket, new web socket. This is our that next public socket URI. Then we are like sending on message. Then we are like, you know, setting the logs here, okay, which we're receiving from our backend. Yep, from our socket server. And then here we have to auto scroll to the bottom log on log update, right? Definitely after receiving the log, we have to must scroll the admin to the end, right, to the last data. I mean last data, the updated data. And this is on another use effect for handle key press for filtering. So if if the admin press 1, it will show error logs. If press 2, it will show success logs. If press 0, then it will show simple logs, like, you know, the all logs, I think. Yeah, and that's it. Key down, this is actually, you can see. And another one important, that download logs as a .log file. So like some developers probably need this, the download logs button. Okay, and here we are just like, you know, creating on simple text plain file with this .log. Yeah, that's it. Right now let's add here some class name, something like this, that w full, minimum height screen, p8, pg black, text white, and text sm. And then we can add our that header, that download logs. We can save it. After this we can add that breadcrumbs. After this div, that application logs. Perfect. And this is the download logs button. Then we can show our terminal log stream. Okay, the main magic is starting from here. So this is our terminal log stream, you can see. And let's save it. Here you go, it's showing waiting for logs. But let's give on reload from here. You will see the magic. Come here. Alright, so let's see. Alright guys, you can see it's working now. But how it's working? You just have to restart your server, your backend server. You have to clear your cache. Then it's going to work. Let me again show you. I'm giving on reload, and you can see it's showing waiting for logs. And here you go, admin data retrieved, because right now I'm logged in as an admin, that's why. But when I'm coming here, when I'm giving on reload, you will notice that it's adding more to data, that user data retrieved for this one, this email, and user orders retrieved for this email, since we added this inside our order controller. Okay, you can see our logger service is actually perfectly working. Right, so right now it's completely up to you where you want to implement these loggers. Okay, you just have to add that function and you have to send your data. Right now, like, you know, it's completely depends on you. Like if you want to track this get admin orders, you can add that. If you want to track anything, if you want to track any error or anything like that, you can just add that send log in there. Okay, and then you will be able to track that from this admin dashboard. Okay, real time data. So that's it. And right now also even you can like store this so that like after giving on reload you can also check the data, okay, because that will come from the database, that's why. Okay, so yeah, that's about loggers. It was kind of like the basic of logger mechanism. Definitely we can add here more features, and I will show that in the future upcoming videos. I'll create on system design crash course on any future upcoming videos, and then I will talk about this more, that loggers, then Docker, Kubernetes, and other lot of things like system design, what we actually use for making on proper system design. Okay, so yep, that will be that will come in the future on this Becodemy channel. So you must have to hit the subscribe button to get notification when I'll upload that video. All right, so our management, loggers, everything is right now done. Right now, what we have to do, I don't know you remember or not that we didn't finish this notifications yet. So we have to finish this notification right now. We have to fetch notification for user, for seller, and for admin also. So what can we do? We can right now go back to our actually for notification. We could create definitely a new service for notifications, but since this is like not that much big project yet, so that's why I'm creating it inside our let's say seller service for fetching seller notifications. Okay, so let's do it in here at the end, that fetching notifications for sellers. Yep, so export constant seller notifications, we can say, and we can make an async function like this, then on try catch, and here constant seller id equals to request dot seller dot id. Now constant notifications, simply like this, that prisma.notifications.find many, where receiver id is this seller id, simple. And orders by, actually let me check one thing, the notifications, we have this created at, yeah, we have this created at, so orders by created at descending, yeah, perfect. So the spelling was wrong. All right, so it's created at, no, it should be created at. We did a spelling mistake. Anyway, right now we can keep it like this, or if you want you can definitely change it from this Prisma schema, but since we have some notifications data, that's why I'm not changing it anymore right now. Okay, so yep, our work is done in here in this seller notifications one. Okay, right now we can just copy this name, we can come in this routes, and we can add here that seller notifications, and seller notifications is authenticated. Just call the each seller. So each seller, it's on middleware. I don't know why it's not coming here. Import is seller from yep. So that's it. Right now we can see it's perfect. We can save it right now. Here you go. Now our seller notifications backend work is done. So we can also make our user one. So since we don't have any user service, we could make one user service. Actually, we need that for some cases, but for now, I want to keep that inside this admin service for now. Okay. Yep. Or even I don't think that we have any user notifications for now, but yeah, still fine. We can add it in here, that get all notifications, same, something like this, that where receiver id is admin and orders by created at descending, simple. Now after this we can say get all users notification. Yep, so something like this, you can see here we can add any. So request .user.id, the receiver ID, and orders by created at that descending. Yep. Right now we can save it. Our backend work is actually done. Here right now we can add our get all notifications for the admin one, and for the user one we don't need to add that user is admin anymore. Just get user notifications. Yep, get all notifications, get user notifications. Perfect. Actually right now we can save it and we can come back to our admin UI dashboard and notifications. Here we can fetch our notifications data. We can make it use client. Yep. Right now let's fetch our notifications data. So use here use query from handstack react query, and then use use instance that admin slash API slash get all notifications and notifications. Here data and is loading. Yep, perfect. Now here we don't need this state anymore then, since we're getting data here. That's why right now we can say if is loading is false and data.length is 0, then no notifications available yet. Otherwise, if is loading is false and data.length is more than 0, then see how our copilot is like, saying nothing at the end. Anyway, now it's actually finished what it was saying. Anyway, you can see data.length is more than 0. Then here what we have to do, we have to delete this. It's not a real UI. We have to make on real UI. So data.map, we can say D and any. Here we can add on div with key d.id, we can say, and here class name we can add something like this, and inside here we can add d.title. I'm completely blind, I'm just watching what it's our copilot giving suggestion to us. Anyway, give on reload. Right now you'll see that we're watching on notifications data. So yeah, you can see it's at least showing it, but it's completely black. So here we can say text will be gray 200. Yep. So platform order alert, this is the name of the order, sorry, notifications, and here we will add the message. Okay, a new order was placed by Shahriar Shaji. And by the way, here let's see, we are adding on redirect link. Okay, status. So we have to actually make another routes also for updating the notification status. Okay. Alright guys, so this is the design. I was doing the design in the offline, otherwise it will take so long time for doing the design. So that's it. You can see from MD with 80%, like some margin, top bottom 24 pixel, border radius 8 pixel, and divide Y like on border top, border bottom. This is the divider color. On background color, that BG black, and divide it with 40 so that like we'll get this color. On background blur LG, some shadow, and here you can see we added on link with actually that redirect link. And by the way, d.read, this is wrong. Let's see, we have here status. So if d.status equals to unread, then this one, otherwise this one. So let's see, All right, so we added opposite logic. Right now we have to say if not unread, then this one, otherwise this one. So right now you can see all of this showing like this because all of these notifications are not readed. That's why. So when we will click here, definitely we have to make it read. Okay, like the notifications is like seen. We have to update the notification status from unread to read. All right. So that's it. This is how the notifications UI. I know it's not looking that much good. Definitely you can modify it to more better, and it's your task right now. Okay, so let's quickly make the function and the API routes for making our notifications mark as read. Yep, like this. So mark notifications as read. We will just send a notification ID, then notifications and something like this. Yep, right now you can save it. And here we can copy this. We can come back to our this routes and we can add this, but mark notifications as read, and we can call this. Simple. So that's it done. Right now we can come back here. We can make here constant mark as read handler, something like this, and which will send on post request to this seller /API /mark as notifications as read with the notification ID. Yeah, so let me again check it. Mark notifications as read. Okay, done. So this was the endpoint. Mark notifications as read. Yep. So let's copy this name right now. When someone is clicking here, then call this mark as read and send this d.id. So yeah, perfect. Right now, let's say I'm clicking this one. Oops, why it's going eshop.com? Okay, because the redirect link is eshop.com. Oh my god, this is weird. This is ridiculous. We added eshop.com everywhere. It should be HTTP and localhost 3002. Yep, 3002. Then /order, then this one. Yeah, we can copy this redirect URL and we can make all of this like this for now, since we didn't deploy it yet. That's why. So let's come here and you can see it's already showing status is read. However, given reload, there is something wrong. This is not the order ID anymore. This is actually checkout ID. Alright, actually we are doing something crazy work from our backend. I mean, from when we're creating the order, then we're doing something crazy work. Anyway, for now, let's just copy this order ID and change it to a real order ID. Otherwise, definitely it's not going to work if the order ID is not valid. Yeah, so definitely we'll change the backend right now, but at first give on reload. Then this time, yeah, this will not give error. See, it's working. All right, so let's try to fix the problem right now. So let me show you how can you fix this problem. Just come in this apps, order service, source controller, and this is the order controller. We should go to actually main.ts. Yep, yeah, this is our create order. Okay, so here, from here you can see tracking URL, we're sending session ID, which is wrong. We have to send order ID, not session ID. So order ID, how we are going to get this? All right, so for the order ID, we have to give your name, that constant order. Right now we can copy this order and here we can say order.id. Yep, so problem actually solving done. Here instead of eshop.com, we can keep it localhost 3002. Definitely after deploying, we can change it. Okay, yeah, so that's it. This will solve the problem right now for us. Right, if you click notifications, this will definitely work from the next time. That's it. Our everything is working properly. Right now we can add these notifications inside our seller dashboard, or also even inside our admin dashboard is already done. So let's do one thing right now. Let's go to seller UI and app routes dashboard, and this is the notifications. Yep. So at first make it use client, and that constant something use query. That query key will be notifications, and let's send on request to our seller /API/get notifications, and here we can say data and is loading. Here we can cut this and we can say if his loading is full and data.length is 0, then show this that no notifications available yet. So let's come back to our seller dashboard. This is our seller dashboard. Give on reload again, come to our notifications. Guess what, it's giving error. Very normal, because we're entering wrong API URL. No worries, go back to our seller service, source, routes, and this is seller notifications. All right, right now we can save it, give on reload again. Yep, so we have data, that's why it's not showing no notifications available yet. Right now if its loading is false and if the data length is more than 0, then we can copy it from here. Definitely we don't want to write it by ourselves now. Yeah, just copy it and paste that in here. Simple. At first import this link from next/link, this mark as read. Let's copy this one too. Yep, right now we can save it. Here you go, you can see. Perfect. Yeah, so the first one, suppose I'm clicking this one. All right, it's taking me 3002, which is wrong. It should take me to 3001. Anyway, we can do one thing. Instead of the full path, let's do one interesting thing, okay? Because we are doing on mistake actually, because the notifications, we're using the same notifications a lot of places, okay? That's why the redirect URL should not include any domain or any path name, okay? It should just includes that /link, okay? So for that's why we can come here and from now on just /order and /order.id like this, okay? Tracking URL. Perfect. And then here we can say /our d.redirect URL. Or I think we don't need that slash also, because again, let's see that in our order service here, order controller, we're already adding on slash, so we don't even need that slash also. So let me show you an example here. Let's remove this 3002 and just click the update button. Here we go. Oops, we need on slash here. Yeah. Now this was for admin receiver ID and this was for shop, okay? So here let's do the same thing, remove it. Yep, and just keep this one. Perfect. So give on reload. You can see right now it's perfect actually. When I'm clicking, here you go, it's working. All right, so notifications is also working perfectly here. Now the last one, this user one, user notifications. We can also add this simply. Let's close this one, our seller UI on, and let's come back to our user UI, then routes, then notifications. So profile and page.tsx. Yeah, So notifications is here. Here we can say that if our active tab equals to notifications, then what? Notifications are not found. No, here we have to do some real work. So after notifications, we can fetch our notifications data here again as like our user, seller and admin. So constant something, use query, that query key notifications, and API slash get notifications slash API slash get notifications. I don't think it's exist anywhere. However, let me see. All right, so this is our endpoint that get user notifications. Perfect. We can come back here. We can change it to get user notifications. We can say slash admin slash API. Yeah, and here we can add our data and is loading. Perfect. So here we can say if notifications loading is false and notification.length is 0, then this one, that notifications, no notifications available yet. So you can see no notifications available yet. And by the way, we don't need this one, this P, we can delete that one. Yeah, so no notifications available yet for real. Just copy it from this admin UI and paste it in here. And let's import link from next/link, make it notifications, and we need this mark as read. So no problem, we can add this mark as read simply. Yep, done. And it's still giving some error. Okay, I mistakenly added this one. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, fine. Right now it's actually working perfectly. You can see no notifications available yet, inbox, and everything is actually working properly. Yep, so this was our lot of work actually. So right now what we have to do, only one thing is not done yet, and guess what? That's our recommendation system. But before the recommendation system, I want to make this logo and this hero banner dynamic because it's still static, and we should make it dynamic right now. And it's very easy to make it dynamic. I'm showing you how can you do this. Collapse everything, come back to our user UI, src, app, routes, sorry, not routes, from this shared widgets and header. Yeah, so let's make this logo right now dynamic. So actually let's create a new hook for our layout data fetching. Okay, so we can create here a new hook by giving name use layout.tsx, and we can add this, that simple use layout, and this use query, that query key layout, query a function that fetch layout, scale time 1 minute and retry, sorry, 60 minutes means 1 hour, and retry like 1 time. And this is our API, that slash user slash API. Anyway, we didn't make the API yet, so let's do one thing. We can say slash API slash get layouts, and we have to make this. So let's come back to our let's say auth service, and from here at the end let's add our fetch layout data function. So get layout data, site config, and find first. Yep, perfect. So that's it. But yeah, definitely we have to add that inside the API routes. I forget it. So let's come back in this routes and router.get layouts and that get layout data. Simple. Now we can come back here and it's going to work right now. Let's come here. Let's use our that hook. So constant layout from our this use layout. Right now this logo will be layout.logo or this one, and we can add here on optional chain. Yeah, right now you can see, let's give on reload. You can see it's right now dynamic. I can show you it's fully dynamic right now. Perfect. That layout.logo is coming here. You can check it from network also. Let's give on reload. Yep, get layouts. And here is our logo and banner. Cool. Now we can just copy this one, this layout. We can come to our hero component, not component, in this shared modules, hero. Yeah. So here we can add our layout, use layout, and here layout.banner or this one. So this is also dynamic right now. And that's it. Our work is actually done right now. You can see everything is dynamic right now. Even if I give reload, still it's dynamic. You can change this logo and this banner from this admin dashboard right now, from this customization options. So yeah, it's perfect right now. Even this categories, subcategories, you can change it. You can change the logo or even the banner. Cool. So right now what we have to do, we have to right now start our recommendation system, for which one you were waiting so long time. So right now it's time to start that recommendation system. But for starting the recommendation system, we need some data. We need not some data, a lot of data. So I'm showing you which technique I'm following. You also have to follow this for now. At first, come in these shops, okay? Copy on shop data, paste it in here, and tell ChatGPT, hey, give me 50 shops data with this same structure. Since we don't have real data and we definitely cannot create 50 shop data like this, like, one by one. We cannot create 50 shop one by one. So that's why we have to use AI right now for generating 50 shops. So why do we need this? Because without enough data, we cannot actually create on real recommendation system. Anyway, what it's saying. Alright, so it's asking me to do login. No problem, we can do a login actually. Alright, so right now here I can ask that same question again. That, hey bro, give me 50 shops data with this same structure. We can say JSON data actually. Yeah, right now it's going to work, I believe. Let's see. Alright, it's right now running the Python by itself, which is perfect. It's using that pandas. Fine. Alright, so notice it gave us actually data. And we have to download this right now. Let's see. Alright, it's CSV, but we need JSON. So let's say we need JSON, not CSV. Yeah. So when we will get JSON data, we can add that from here. Also, by the way, we can also try this CSV. Alright, I didn't know this. Alright, ChatGPT actually didn't give us correct data at first. It gave us JSON data perfectly, but the problem was that this ID was not on MongoDB object ID. So again, I said that give us a MongoDB object ID. And then you can see that right now they gave us actually on MongoDB object ID JSON data. Okay, so let's try to add this right now inside our database. So add data, import JSON data, and this time this is valid MongoDB. Okay, so valid MongoDB shops JSON. Now hit import button. Here we go. Wow, it's done actually. You can see it's done. Crazy actually. Wow. Let's come back here, give on reload, just click this shops. I don't know why it's not coming. I think it's not coming because the relation problem here. Where is the relation problem? This seller, this shop is actually not connected with a valid seller ID. This is the problem. This seller ID is not valid because the seller ID is actually not existed. That's why, but no problem. Since we created it, fine, it's good enough for us right now. Okay, since we are just creating it for testing our machine learning model, okay, for training our machine learning model for now, since we don't have enough data yet. Okay, so for now, shops work is done. Now the most challenging work, that is the products work, and it's very important, and it must need to be connected with the shop ID. So that's why at first copy on product ID, copy on product from here, not ID, like copy like this, like the full JSON. Or let's copy this one, actually, this iPhone 14 Pro Max, like on real product. Yeah. And let's ask ChatGPT right now that, hey, bro, let's do some complex task. Now you have to create let's say 50 products, but you have to ensure that you are adding shop and seller ID from the previous 50 shops you created. Okay, so it's a challenging task for ChatGPT, but I believe this will be able to do it. Yeah, ChatGPT will be able to do this. Yeah, so this is on reference data structure, we can say. Yeah, so let's press enter right now. It's analyzing our data. It's actually under the hood writing some Python code for generating this. Okay, did you notice that same products it's using right now? All right, so let's see. Okay, it generated products for us. Let's click this. All right, and let's open it inside our VS Code. Okay, so this is actually real object ID and everything seems fine here. All right, so right now let's click this add data and product.json. No, not this one. Actually, this is the previous one I tried. Okay, but no, we should add this one. What's the name? Generated products.json. Sorry, this one. Now hit import. All right, so it's actually also done. Very interesting, right? So let's come here, give on Ctrl+Shift+R. So then this will load our products. Wow, you can see top offers, but suggested products nothing because that's connected with machine learning model, that's why. But you can see top offers, which is actually doing opposite work. I don't know why. I mean, here also it's not showing us products, but it's showing us offers everywhere. But why? Let's see. Let's try to check our data. Okay, it has no starting date. Okay, no, everywhere it has a starting date and ending date. Okay, it's the problem. You can see starting date, ending date everywhere, which it should not add. But fine, it's already added that starting date, ending date, so we have nothing to do right now. For all the products, even the starting date, ending date is actually old date, not even the new date. It's like 3/6/2025. You can see our paginations is also working. Wow, we can check the product details and everything from here. All right, and this is the salt, like the seller name. Wow, Chambers Group. I don't know this will work or not. Let's click. Wow, it's working actually, but not perfectly working. But yeah, at least our fake data is working. All right, so right now we have 50 offers. Okay, but I think we should say ChatGPT that don't include starting date and ending date. You can see here starting date, ending date is not available, so no, then this will not work. Actually, starting date, ending date, it should be null. So let's say ChatGPT that please make the starting date and ending date null, and create more 50 products not similar like the previous 50 products, and keep the data structure same or similar, we can say. Yeah, so right now this will actually create more 50 products for us, but the ending date and starting date, ending date will be null this time, which is very important for us. All right, let's see what it did right now. Let's open it inside here. Video URL fine, empty, but starting date, ending date, yep, it's null. Cool. So then it's fine for us. Right now what we have to do, do not delete anything, okay? Do not delete anything. Come here, click this import JSON, and what's the file name? It's second batch. Okay, so second batch product JSON, hit import button. Perfect. So right now it's going to work. Let me just give a reload and let's go. You can see we have our latest products and suggested products. Everything is here. Filter working, everything is working. Wow, just amazing, right? Yup. Let's go. Cool, right? Shop's not working because of, I think, connection issue, but anyway, at least our products, it's coming perfectly. So right now we have to do another interesting work, which is also very important. Let's come back to our user analytics and see. We have 5 actions, but we need at least 50 actions or 100 actions, we can say. Okay, so which user we are logged in right now? This is this account. Okay, so let's copy the account user ID. The account user ID is 931D. So 931D, this one, copy this, go to ChatGPT and ask to ChatGPT right now in the actions, please add random 100 actions in the actions array. Actually, we have to definitely tell ChatGPT about the valid actions. So we already have here purchase, add to cart, add to wishlist, product view. It's good enough for us right now. Yeah, we can hit send button right now. Then this will give 100 actions for us. Yep. So let's see what it's going to do for us. All right, done. So let's open the JSON file right now. Wow, we can see everything is fine, and this is our actions. Perfect. Let's come back here. Let's delete this and let's add data. The name is user actions 100 JSON. So user actions 100 JSON and import. Here you go. This is the file and you can see actions 100. Wow, perfect. Right, yep. All right, so our data is ready right now. Before training any machine learning model, when you are training any machine learning model, at first you must need on perfect data set. Okay, you need on clean data set, which data you can use for training your machine learning model. So our data set is ready. Right now we can train our machine learning model properly, since we have enough data right now to train it. So let's start it right now. So we can just close all of the JSON file. We can come back to our recommendation service. From here in this main.ts, we can right now start to working. So let's delete this comment right now from here. At first, we don't need this asset, so we can delete that. And slash API, we can make it just simple slash. Yeah. Now we have to add here our app.use.express.json. The limit should be 100 MB. And we also have to add this one, that URL encoded, limit will be 100 MB. And the cookie parser, very important for parsing cookies. So cookie parser from cookie parser. That's it for now. Yeah. Right now, what we have to do, we have to make here on API routes, or routes we can say. Okay, definitely we also have here routes and controllers, everything in this recommendation system. Okay, oops, where I am. Okay, here. So routes and controllers, even we need here more folder like utils and services on new folder. Yeah. So inside controllers, we can say recommendation controller.ts, and route same recommendations.route.ts. Yep. And the services, which is the most important thing here, we have to create actually two files. First one for fetching our user activity, and second one, the most interesting one, that is our recommendation service, where we will write our all machine learning logic. So recommendation service.ts. I know everyone are still waiting for machine learning logic, and it's really interesting, even interesting to me. I also love to work with machine learning. So right now we should start our machine learning logic at first. So for working with machine learning, for working with a recommendation system, at first we are using here on library, and the library name is, let me show you which library we need. We need this TensorFlow /tfjs-node. Okay, so let me show you the package documentation. So yep, TensorFlow also available for JavaScript and nodejs. You can see TensorFlow TFJS, yeah, TFJS node. You can just copy it from here. Also you can see the weekly downloads. It's actually not that much, but it's very popular. Maximum people use TensorFlow in Python, but you can also use TensorFlow with JavaScript right now with nodejs. Yeah. So I already have the library, that's why I'm not installing it, but for you have to install. But before installing it, must stop your server, otherwise it can give some error. Every time we see that error when we're installing something, and then our server crash, and then when we start our server, it shows that the port is already running, something like that. So yeah, make sure that you are stopping the server, okay, when you're installing something like an npm package. Yeah. So here we have to import everything as tf from TensorFlow tfjs. Okay, then secondly we need our user activity. So user activity, we can get it from here. So let's quickly make it. So import Prisma from packages, libs and Prisma, and then fetch user activity. User activity, actually find analytics or find unique where user ID, and select the actions true, and then send our user activity dot actions. Simple, but this is giving error, which is very normal. And to fix it, just come here and add on resolve like this one. We can save it right now. Let's come back here. Let's change this root directory like this and include our packages. Yep, cool. So we can close this file, even this one right now. Here it's also done, so we can close that one. Now here import something from /fetch user activity. Yeah, and import what? Import this fetch user activity from here. Yep. Then right now we need something for pre-process our data. This is very important, okay? Because for machine learning model, as I said earlier, we must need on pre-processed data. We cannot send data how we want. We have to make a structure and proper structure, okay? So let's create a new file here by giving them pre-process data.ts. So import something from our Prisma / client. So what we have to import? We have to import our products. Yep. Then export constant pre-process data. Here we're going to receive the user actions as a parameter, which type will be any, and products, which type will be these products. Now let's create a callback function here. Now let's add here the all interactions. So interactions, and the type will be any, and by default this will be on empty array. Now all of our user actions dot for each run on for each loop here for action, which type will be any. Then interactions dot push user id action dot user id. Then product id, which will be action dot product id. Then finally the action type, which will be action dot action type. That's it. So here actually the action type, it can like, that view, previewing the product, or add to cart, or add to wish list, or purchase. Okay. Now after this we can return our these interactions and products. Yep. Right now we can save it, and our this pre-process data work is actually done. So we can close this file right now. Let's come back to our recommendation service again. Our everything is almost ready. Right now let's start our recommendation logic work. So constant embedding DM. Okay. Yeah, so we are starting embedding DM actually. This is called embedding vector, or on feature dimensions. By default I'm giving this value to 50. I'll explain again this later, okay, no worries. And here right now we need on interface for user actions, like which type of user interactions we're going to have here, like the user ID, the product ID, and the action type. Yeah. Now after this we have to create another interface for interactions. Like we can add here our user ID or product ID and the action type. Right now we can also create another interface for our recommended product. Okay, so let's start our new function here, that async function fetch user activity with user ID, which type will be string, and it's gonna return on promise, which type will be this user actions, an array of user actions. Yep. And it's going to return, sorry, actually at first we have to add here our user actions. So constant user actions we can say, and then await fetch user activity, and then we have to pass the user ID inside here. Yeah, right now we can return our array dot is array. So if it's array, then send the user actions. User actions, this U should not be capital actually. Then user actions as unknown as user actions array. Yeah, otherwise an empty array. Yeah. So then after this let's write our recommend product functions. So recommend products, let's create an async function here, and receive the user ID as a string, and all products which type can be any. Yeah, then it's gonna return on promise with an array of string, which type will be array of string. And now inside here, at first we can fetch our user behavior history. Okay, user actions, the type will be user actions, array of user actions. Now we can call actually this face user activity function. We can pass the user ID. Simple. Okay, if our user actions dot length is 0, then return this empty array. Yeah, right now we have to format the data to extract the interactions relevant to product. Okay, so we can say constant process data or processed data actually. So that pre-processed data, we can call it right now. We can send the user actions and all products. Now if not pre-processed data or not pre-processed data dot interactions, I think I did here wrong spelling, interactions. All right, so here it should be that processed data. I did spelling mistake here. Yeah, processed data and processed data dot interactions. Yep, sorry, I did spelling mistake. And processed data dot products. Yep, then return on empty array. So return, yeah, so if no pre-processed data, okay, if no processed data or no processed data dot interactions or even processed data dot products not available, then return an empty array as like this fast logic. Okay, then otherwise take all the interactions as our processed data as this interaction. Okay, like this is our interactions, the user interactions right now. Right now we have to create on mapping of user and product IDs to numeric indices for tensor conversion. Okay, that's how TensorFlow actually work. So let's say let's create on actually user map. So we can say user map, we can add here record, that string, number, and the initial value will be an empty object. Let's create on product map. And I think you already know it that in machine learning, we cannot compare on product with another product, like this text with this text. We cannot compare like this in machine learning world. Even in ChatGPT, this everything which data we are receiving here, it's not a real text. Yeah, we are asking it as a real text, but when they are training it, it just on token. It just on number of token. Okay. At first they are changing it to a numeric value. Then from that numeric value, they are changing it to tokenize. I mean, they are tokenize this. So a lot of things actually going on inside the machine learning train stage. Okay. So here actually right now, we can say the same thing, that the type will be record, string, and number, and initially empty object. Yeah. Now let user count, the initial value will be 0. Let product count, the initial value will be 0. Now interactions dot for each, the user ID, the product ID, and inside here, if no user ID inside our user map, then what we have to do? On minute, let's add another first bracket here, definitely, yeah. Then user map and the user ID, we can plus this user count. So what I'm doing here, basically I'm running on for loop. Let me finish it. Same for product actually. If no product ID in our product map, then product map the product ID, and that same product count plus plus means we're always increasing it. Okay. Yeah, so right now here, actually with the interactions, this is our interactions, the user interactions that pre-process data in the array. Okay, so here definitely, since this is an array, we have to run this loop so that we can break the array. Right now in the loop, in the array, in the data, we're checking the user ID, and we're checking that in the user ID is available in the user map. If not, then add one. Okay, that like +1. Okay, if product ID, same for here, actually same, just like increase the product count. Right now we have to actually define model. Actually, let me just give here a comment, then you'll understand it more better, that this time we have to define our model input layers. This is important right now. So let's say user input, constant user input. Right now let's use tf or TensorFlow dot input, and here we have to add shape. This is important. The shape will be 1, and d type, this will be integer 32. Okay, and here add some type, so the type will be add tf symbolic optimizer. Actually not symbolic optimizer, it will be symbolic tensor. Okay, symbolic tensor this is called. Yeah, then constant product input, same for product input. The first one was user input, and this is for product input. Same, we can say tf dot input, and the shape same, we can add this 1, and the dt type we can say integer 32. Yeah, and same here we can add this one up as tf dot symbolic tensor. Yeah, right now we have to create on embedding layers, like lookup tables, we can say, to learn the relationships between these two input, the user input and product input. So since we just created two input layers, we have to right now, like, compare it with each other. Okay, to understand the relations, actually not compare, right now we have to understand the relations between these two model input layers. Okay, yeah, so let's give a comment, actually, then again you can understand it better then. So create on embedding layer, we can say like lookup tables to learn the relationships between these actually two inputs, or between these two data, actually. Yeah, two input layers this is called. Yep. So now constant user embedding, we can say tf dot layers dot embedding, and here we have to add that input dim. What the meaning of this input dim? You can see maps positive integer that indicize into dense vector of fixed size, example like this. Okay, so this is actually in 2D tensor with shape like this. So let's add this input dim, and the value will be this user count, and output dim, this will be the embedding dim. So right now it's the magic, actually. Here in the input dim we're adding the user count, and embedding the output dim we're already giving 50. So it's basically like I am telling the model that I have user count, okay, the number of unique users or activity pattern for each. Okay, like, we have 50 activities or 100 activities, and I want to learn a 50 dim vector for each one, so I can understand what they tend to do, I mean what actually they like. Then we can understand it. Actually, in machine learning, everything is with numbers. It's the fun of machine learning. It's like, we're comparing number with another numbers. It's like matrix, and so many fun things in machine learning. I will actually create another video on this, how large language models like GPT-4 or Gemini or the DeepSeek, how actually they work, or how you can also develop on like that. Definitely you cannot, because you need a lot of data for that. You can, if you have data, you have like, a strong computing system, because for training that type of large language model, you need a lot of data, a lot of resource power, and it's not that much easy. This model is very simple, which one we are training today, but that LLM like GPT-4, it's not simple machine learning model like this. It has like, crazy things in the machine learning model, but still you will understand how machine learning work after watching this video. Okay, because here it's a real machine learning task which we are doing. It's not like, in something like we're copying pasting. No, we're really building on machine learning model here, on recommendation system machine learning model. Okay, so actually we are doing this to learn a dense vector embedding for each user ID, so the model can generate the user behavior. Okay, this embedding will capture similarity in the behavior. For example, like user auth is suppose on auth, okay, and the user buys like suppose let's say about on brands, suppose the user like Rolex brand, okay, and the user is like purchasing those type of watch, okay, then the embedding result will be different. And when the user is viewing the electronics daily, that will be also different. So simply actually we are making here on collaborative filtering. Okay, the machine learning technique which we're using, this is called collaborative filtering model. Okay, yeah, right now after this user embedding, let's do our products embedding similar like the user embedding. Okay, by the way, here actually right now after user embedding, we can apply the user input, yeah, as our tf dot symbolic tensor. Yep, same for our product embedding, like tf dot layers dot embedding. That's similar. Okay, that input dim, this will be our product count, and the output dim, this will be that embedding dim, the default value at 50. Yeah, you can again read from here that maps positive integers indecised into dense vector of fixed size, example 4, 20, like 0.225, then 0.1, 0.6, minus like 0.2. Input shape 2D tensors with shape like batch size and sequence length. Output shape 3D sensor with shape, batch size, and sequence length and output dim. Okay, something like this. You can also read these documentations. They are like explaining this everything very clearly actually to us. But again, you need some sort of math knowledge and physics knowledge to understand machine learning, because machine learning is full of mathematics. You need linear algebra knowledge, you need like vector knowledge, you need definitely matrix knowledge. So it's very important actually, and I'm not pro in math to be honest. So I also struggle to learn machine learning. Still learning it. I'm still not very pro at machine learning, but this type of thing which we are doing right now, it's not that much advanced thing. Okay, yeah, however, it's like if you are completely beginner, then this is advanced for you, but for me it's very basic thing. So here we are right now flattening the 2D embeddings. Okay, we created on 2D embeddings. Right now we have to flattening this 2D embeddings into 1D feature vectors. Right now we are doing something different. Okay, so let's say user vector, constant user vector, and the tf layers means the tensorflow dot layers, then dot, we can say flatten, then dot apply that user embedding as tf dot symbolic tensor. Yep, so same for product vector, just we have to add our product embedding. Yep, product embedding spelling, wait, okay, I forgot to add the apply here, that's why. All right, so we have to apply the product input definitely as tf dot symbolic tensor. Yeah, right now you might be thinking why we are again flattening our user vector and product vector. This was also fine, right? Because here what it was doing, this user embedding, it was like on table with on row of 50 features per user, and when we're actually flattening this, it just removes the unnecessary dimensions like 1, so we can compare it directly with our product vector. It's the difference between these two things. Okay, right now what we have to do after this, we have to calculate how similar a user and a product are. We use actually dot product, which actually combine the vectors and measure how much user likes the product. Okay, right now we are comparing one number with another number. Okay, so let's write the code right now. For example, we can say constant merged equals to tf dot layers dot dot, and here the access, this will be on. Yeah, and apply the user vectors and the product vector. So we're comparing the user vector and product vector as tf dot symbolic tensor. Okay, something like this. So here let me again give one comment that here we are dotting the product which combines user and product vectors. Okay, user, product, affinity, we can say. Yeah. Now here let's make our final layer where this will outputs the probability of the interactions. Okay, right now this will output the probability of the interaction. Since we're like comparing it, so right now we can make the output. So constant output equal to tf dot layers dot dense, and units, this will be 1, and activated, this will be sigmoid. Yep. Then dot apply, we can add this merged as tf dot symbolic tensor. Yeah, that's our type. All the time we're using that. Yeah. So what this output is actually finally doing, it's actually adding a final layer to turn the similarity score into a probability. Previously it was on similarity score here, right? But right now it's actually turning it to a probability. For example, here actually this will give us response between 0 and 1. That binary number, which number started the computer science, that 0 and 1. So for an example, our product vector value is 1. So for an example, let's say 0.93. Okay, this output is coming, it means user will probably buy this. But if it's coming 0.40, it means user not like it, user not strongly like it. Okay, that's it. Right now we are going to compile the recommendation model. Okay, our logic is done. Right now we can compile the recommendation model. So constant model like tf dot model, we can send the inputs, this user input and the product input. Oops, this is going to be an array. So user input and product input, and the output, so outputs, this will be just output. Yeah. Now model dot compile optimizer, this will be tf dot train dot adam, then lose that binary cross entropy, we can say. Yeah. So what is this? At first let me finish, then I'm explaining. And the metrics will be accuracy. Yep. So actually it's telling the TensorFlow how to train the model. Okay, it's just telling TensorFlow that how to train the model. This Adam, this Adam is actually an optimizer that adjusts weight smartly, that adjusts the machine learning model weight smartly. And this binary cross entropy, it's the loss function used for yes or no predictions, like yes or no, something like that. Yep. So right now what we have to do, right now we have to convert our user and product interactions into tensor for training. Okay, still it's not done, we still have to write some more logic. I'm showing you one by one. We have to right now convert our user and product interactions into tensor for training, into tensors for training. So we can say constant user tensor equals to tf dot tensor id, sorry, tensor 1d, sorry, and interactions dot map then user map d.user id. If available, then 0. Yeah. And this will be integer 32. So it's actually converting the user and product interactions into tensor for training. We are just converting our data into tensors for training our machine learning model. Since we're using TensorFlow as the framework, so that's why we have to change it to tensor for training it. Okay, that's it, nothing else. Right now, this was the user tensor, so we also need our product tensor. That's it, product tensor is also done. Right now, we have to assign different score based on the action type. Okay, so let's write here actually weight levels. So I think you're understanding it right now. Machine learning is really crazy thing. So tf dot tensor 2d right now, and that interactions dot map d. Now here we need on switch case statement. So switch key will be d dot action type. Okay, and if the case is purchase, then guess what we have to do. When the case is purchase, the user purchase this type of product, it means like, it's the highest score, right? When the user is purchasing on type of product, it means the user highly like the product. Okay, so that's why we are making it 1. When the case is add to cart, it means the user like it but not as like the purchase. So that's why we're adding here 0.7. The case wish list add to wish list, it means the user still like it but not like this add to cart. Okay, so definitely you can modify this logic value as per you. Okay, it's completely like, up to you which you want to write. And the product view, which is a very common, because user can definitely go to a product, but when the user is going for multiple time, definitely it's going to add +1 all the time. Okay, so for product view, usually we add here 0.1, means less important, and default this will return 0. Yeah, something like this. So this is actually our weight levels logic here. Okay, then after this we can add our interactions dot length and this one. Yeah, right now what is this actually? Let me explain. This was a very important thing, one of the most important thing in this full logic, this weight levels. So here we are just simply saying like, someone viewing a product is definitely not same like the purchase, right? When someone is purchasing a product, it means he likes that type of product, that's why he's purchasing that, right? Very high chance. That's why definitely we will show that similar type of product. We're giving here more score. Okay, purchase meanings high interest, view meanings low interest compared to purchase. So right now we have to train the model. So we can say await that model dot fit. We can use here our user tensor, and we can send the product tensor right now, and we can send out this weight levels, and then we can add the apex to 5 and the batch size to 32. Yup. So what's actually happening here? It's actually learning the pattern between which user plus which product, how much they like it. Apex 5 meanings train 5 times our data, okay? And batch size 32 meanings process 32 samples at a time for efficiency, okay? So right now we have to predict score for all products for that user, which user is like, sending request for this recommendation service, definitely. Okay, so we can say constant product tensor all, the tf dot tensor id, sorry, tensor 1d again, I am saying id all the time, object that values product map, and here we have to add that integer 32. Yeah, and then constant predictions. Finally it's going to do one prediction for us. So predictions that model dot predict the tf dot tensor on the user map and user ID, then 0, otherwise yeah. And here same integer 32, and here let's send the product tensor all, perfect, and as tf dot tensor. Right now we're gonna get the scores, so scores, we can say await this predictions dot array, yeah, and as number. So we are getting our recommendations scores right now, the array of scores, which is most important. Then right now we are getting scores for full, okay, but what we need, we have to sort and select the top 10 recommended products, right? Here it's giving like 50 products list, like which products the user like most and which product the user like less, the full all products, but we don't need all of that, we need just the top 10. So that's why we can do here on sorting, that sort and select. It's actually easy because like sorting is always easy. So sort and select top 10 recommended products based on the score. Okay, now constant recommended products. Finally we're writing the recommended products, which type will be this recommended products array. Now object dot keys our that product map dot map, since this is an array, so product ID we can add here, product ID and index. Then here we can add the product ID, the score, that scores, and index, like this, yep, otherwise 0. Now we have to sort it. Okay, so sort, we can sort it like this, a b and b dot score minus a dot score. I did a small mistake, just cut it, syntax mistake, it should be here, yeah, now perfect. Then we have to slice it to make the first 10. Okay, right now we have our top recommended products, so we can simply return this recommended products dot map, since this is also an array, and the product ID. So we're actually returning only the product IDs of the top recommended products. We're like sending the product ID, not the full everything data. Okay, we're just sending the all product ID from here. By the way, what it's saying, import declaration conflicts with local declarations. Where is the local declarations feeds user activity? Yep. All right, let's do one thing. Let's come back here, let's make it get user activity and save it. Come back here, make it get user activity, and then here make it get user activity, and done. Yep, so we can save it right now, and our machine learning model training logic is actually done. You can see a lot of thing it was not easy, and a lot of thing actually we didn't work as like a complete beginner. We did really some serious things in this training time. Okay, right now it's time to test it. So for testing it, we definitely must need to create on controllers like API controller and route, so that we can test it properly. Yeah, so in here we can add on new function that get recommended products. So export constant get recommended products on async function, request any response, the response from express, and next function, like this. Yeah, now on try catch statement and constant user ID, which is coming from request dot user dot ID. Now constant products await prisma dot products dot find many, include our images and shop. Yeah, after this let add our user analytics. So let user analytics await prisma dot user analytics dot find unique and where user ID is matching, and select some field from here like the actions. We only need the actions, so actions true, recommendations true, and last trained, very important, true when it's last trained, and the recommendation data and actions array. Yeah, right now constant now equals to new date. Yep, what's wrong? Okay, we have to create it outside of this let analytics. Yeah, so something like this. Yeah, now let's get on let variable that let recommended products, which value will be an empty array. Now if our user analytics is not available, if it's completely not available, then recommended products will be products dot slice minus 10. Okay, else when we have our actions, so we can say constant actions, and actions is actually an array, so user analytics dot actions, then user analytics dot actions as any array we can say, otherwise an empty array. Now let's add our recommendations right now. So recommendations, again array dot is array that user analytics dot recommendations, and if it's available then user analytics dot recommendations as array of string, otherwise empty array. So yep, right now we need our last trained time, okay, which will be something like this, that last trained time user analytics dot last trained, then new date user analytics dot last trained, otherwise no. Now hours difference, this is very important. So if we train our machine learning model every time when user is giving on reload, definitely this will increase our server cost. We cannot do it, and this is not a good thing, right? So that's why we are not doing instantly. We are waiting for on hour. You can see 1000 milliseconds, 60 minutes, 60 seconds. So on hour, we are waiting for on hour. And then when the difference, when the last train time already more than on hour, then we are again training it. If the user is active, then okay, definitely. If the user not active, we're not training the machine. I mean, we are not training, or we're not giving him fresh recommended products like that, we can say. Yeah. Now, if our actions dot length, this is one of the most another important logic. If action length is less than 15, then recommended product, not recommendations, recommended products will be products dot slice and minus 10. Okay, else if the hours different is more than 3 and recommendations dot length is more than 0, then recommended products will be products dot filter products and recommended products, so recommendations dot includes the product dot id. Yep, but 1 minute, it should be product, not products. Yep, that's it. So after this, else the last one, otherwise constant recommended products This is recommended product ID is, so await recommended products. We have to send the user ID. We have to send the products, and actually this will be recommend products. Sorry, I did here spelling mistake. This will be recommend products. Yeah, and import it from our service. Okay, that recommendation service. Yep. Then here the recommended products will be this time the products dot filter recommended spelling is wrong. Yeah, products dot filter product. That recommended product ID is dot includes product dot ID. And after this, at the end right now, we have to search for our user analytics. So user analytics dot update, we have to update it, not search it. I'll again explain it later, no worries. This is a little bit important. So where user ID is matching and the data, we have to give this, we have to update this recommended new products. Okay, so recommended product IDs. We're actually storing our recommended product ID, okay, not the full recommended product informations. And then we are like, fetching out those product IDs and we're storing that inside our like database, okay, only product IDs. Again, we're modifying it after training. Every time we are modifying this recommended products, okay, in these recommendations. Yeah. And then after this, what we are doing, we are sending on response definitely. So res.status 200.json, success will be true. And the recommendations, we can say recommendations this time. This will be the recommended products. Yeah. And if it's catch any error, then we have to return the error to frontend. Simple. All right, it's done. Here actually we have to send the recommended products. It was one of my mistake here. Now it's actually perfect. So now let me explain what I was doing. But before that, we have to finish these recommended routes. So simple, we just have to add here on single route. So let me just quickly add it. So let's add the get recommended products like this. Simple. On simple express route. Here the route, the API URL is /get recommended products. Okay. And definitely user need to be authenticated. Otherwise, how we will get the user activity? Definitely not. That's why user must have to be authenticated to get the recommended products. Okay. Now let me explain what I am explaining here, what I'm doing here. First of all, we are fetching our products. Okay. Or all products. Products find many, and we're including these images and shop. Secondly, we are looking for our user analytics. Okay. Now from the user analytics, we are selecting the actions and recommendations and last trained. Now here, if the user analytics is not available, then we are just saying products.slice the last 10 products. So it means that if the user doesn't have any activity or the activity is less than 50, you can see here less than 50, we're sending the last 10 products. Okay, no recommended products then. But if the last train hours is more than 3, yeah, and recommendation length is more than 0, less than, I'm saying opposite again. Hours difference is less than 3 and recommendations length is more than 0. Then we are actually filtering our product and we are then adding this recommendations includes this product IDs. Okay. And then otherwise, if everything is fine, then we are calling this recommend products. And do you know what this is doing? This is actually calling this function, this recommendation service function, and it's actually training our machine learning model and then sending back that from here. Okay, simple. So right now, if we hit this API, we will get fresh recommended products. So let's try to do this right now. Let's come here in our user UI, source, app, routes, then our page.tsx. Here we can send request to our get recommendation products. This will send us recommendations products. So recommendations.products we can say. Let's give on reload. Let's open our network tab. Sorry, this one, 3000. Which one? Yeah, this one. See, giving error. Okay, cannot find API get recommended products. Wait. I did wrong thing actually. 1 minute. So recommendation routes, everything fines, but we didn't add this inside our API gateway. It's the problem. No problem. It's 6007. So let's come to our API gateway and copy this, add it in here. Let's say recommendation and 6007. Done. Wait, webpack config resolve is not defined. Yeah, we have to import the resolve. Yep. So let's do one thing. Restart our server. Perfect. Yep. The recommendation system is also working. You can see everything is working. 6008. Yeah. So 6007. It should not be 8 anyway. Okay, yeah, 7 is here. Perfect. Now give on reload. Oh, nothing will work because the API route is not available. So let's do one thing. Let's copy this, come to our page.tsx again and add here recommendations. Yeah, now give on reload. All right, it's giving 404 error still. 1 minute. I think because we forget to add it in here. So app.use/API and call our router. So I forget to use it. Now it should work. Yeah, come here, give on reload. Now it's calling our get recommended products and actually it's sending the data. Oh my goodness, it's working. It's not giving any error. Wow, it's insane. You can see it's giving us data. So recommendation is actually the product data. Wow. So let's do one thing. Let's come back here and let's make it res.data.recommendations. Okay, get recommended products. Now here you go. Where did you go? Give on reload. Wow, you can see the recommended products as per my recommendations. You can see that latest product and recommendation product is right now different because it's working with the user activity. You can see this is the maximize open source supply in here, but here it's not the same one. It's showing deploy, plug and play, ImageKit, like, depends on my activity. Let's try to see the details of the products, then we'll understand it more better. You can see here, this is actually we don't know anything about our data. That's why we're feeling a little bit like, weird. I mean, since everything in the data, we actually copy pasted from ChatGPT. That's why we don't know anything about it. But let me show you the database right now. You will see the magic in here when I'm giving on reload. You can see user analytics and give on reload here. This is the last trained. Interesting, right? This is the 100 actions. This is the last trained time. Wow. And let's go to right now our actually I'm noticing one problem that it's not saving the recommendations here. Did you notice in the database it's not saving the recommendations array? So there might be something wrong inside our schema. So let's check our Prisma schema, why it's not updating it properly. So our user analytics, here you go. This is the recommendations. I don't know why it's not then saving it properly. No, spelling is correct. All right, let's do one thing. Here, let's write on console log that testing and this user ID, okay? Because we have to debug it, why it's not working properly. It should work actually. So give on reload. All right, we're getting the products. Yup, but where is our this message that testing? I understand, guys, what we have to do. Just press Ctrl C in your terminal, stop the server, write this npx nx receipt. Next nx, sometimes we have like a 5 years child, so we have to ignore it. Now after clearing the cache, restart our server again, and this time I believe it should work. Yeah, I believe this time it should work. So let's come here. Oh my god, you can see a lot of things new here which was not coming before. Anyway, right now it's coming. Yeah, so come here right now. Alright guys, after a long time I again found that interesting error. So if you are working with TensorFlow in Node.js, and if you are using Node.js which version is more than 18, if your Node.js version is 18 plus, then you will get this error a lot. The type error 0 util underscore on dot is null or undefined is not a function. So I actually have a solution for this, and this is actually because of TensorFlow package problem. It's itself it has one small bug with the newest Node.js version. I don't know why they don't fix it yet, but we can fix it by ourselves. To actually fix this problem, we have to click this file. Okay, see, users, my username, desktop, eShop, node modules, TensorFlow, tfgs, node, dist, nodejs, kernel, backend.js. So just control click this file. It's opening out this file, this nodejs kernel backend.js, and this line from 674 to 685, we have to actually modify this function here. So what we have to do here, instead of this if logic, at first we have to add this function is null or undefined. Okay, then secondly in here we have to just add this one, that is null or undefined, then this one. Okay, then throw error. Otherwise everything will be similar like this. Right now we can save it, and if we right now come back here, if we give on hard reload, then you will see the error will not come anymore. Alright, it's still giving that same error, so no worries. Clear our terminal, write this npx nx receipt. Now npm run dev again. Cool. Now give on hard reload. This time you can see it's working. This time you can see it's working. No error anymore. It's working properly. Even here, if we give on reload right now, here we go. Our recommendations products list is here. So actually we fixed the problem perfectly. It was actually on Node.js. I mean not Node.js. It's actually on TensorFlow problem in the past version, because in the current version, not in the past version, in the currently which version TensorFlow is using, it's not supported by the updated Node.js version. That's why right now definitely all the time we cannot change this, right? I mean all the time we cannot change this node modules, especially when you are deploying it somewhere. So when you are deploying it, what can we do, right? It's a good question. So for doing this, we can do one thing. We can let's say stop our server, and we can install a new library called patch and package. Okay, and we can add here on post install like this. First step is this one. Okay, so just wait until it's finishing the installation. Perfect. Right now we have to patch package actually this TensorFlow and tfgs node. Okay, this library, because this library we changed here something. So from now on, even if we are deploying it, npm will take it from our this local. Okay, this will work properly. I'm showing you what we will do right now. It's like installing TensorFlow TGF with like npm right now. Perfect. You can see the patch is perfectly done. Right now you can see the created file patch in here. So if you click here, you can see it's created the patches in here inside our project. It's created these patches. Perfect. So then it will actually use these patches in the production, so that it can be still the same code in the production also. And right now the last thing we have to do, which is very important, and that is inside our package.json, we have to add on post install, and we have to call this patch package. It's very important. We can call it after this dev also. Yeah, like this. And we don't need this second bracket. And here make it 10 right now because we don't need 100. We can make it 10. So yeah, our work is actually right now done. We can again start our server and you can see everything is still working like before. All right, so our server is right now running. We can come back here. We can even reload again. And now you can see everything is working perfectly again. Yeah, so yep, our recommendation system is also working. You can see it's the recommended products. Definitely it's not going to change right now because every time we are not going to retrain our machine learning model, it will give a lot of pressure on our server. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the recommendation system logic. It was really interesting. And right now, what next? Our all work is done. Right now, we have to set up our Docker and we have to deploy our platform. We have to deploy our project to AWS or somewhere in a VPS. We can use CI/CD pipeline, and for CI/CD we can use Docker, simple, and then we can deploy it to on EC2 instance or somewhere, okay? And then we can use Route 53 for connecting the domain, simple, and we can use some SSL certificates, and then we can connect it. But that will be actually a new video. In this video, I'm going to finish it right now. I am exhausted right now. I'll make completely new video and I'll link it that with this video, okay? And by the way, the video will be not publicly available. It doesn't mean that you cannot see it. You don't have to purchase the course or the source code for watching the video. I will link that in the description box, okay? But that will be an unlisted video. Again, that will be an unlisted video. Why? Because just for deploying, it doesn't make sense to make a video because the video view will be not that much. The video views will be not that much. That's why the video will be just unlisted, so that if you need that, you can see the video, okay? I'll definitely link that in the description box or even in the comment like pin comment, so that you can check it, that how can you deploy this project on the production right now, okay? Because that's also very important. But right now it's not possible. The project series was crazy level big. I already completed more than 28 hours. So it was really a very big journey for me, to be honest, because the project is huge. Maximum creators cannot take challenge like this because here in the project, there is so many things included in this project. So I actually did it, and I believe at least I showed some advanced things in this full project series. And I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me in the comment sections. So that's for today's video. See you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye.